Right now, more than 11 million under severe weather alerts. Strong tornadoes, widespread damaging winds, large hail, and flash flooding are all on the table tonight. All eyes are on the south as we track this multi-day severe storm threat that's expected to ramp up this evening. You're watching Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
And I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. A look now at the watches we are currently seeing that are in effect. The yellow, severe thunderstorm watches, the red, tornado watches. Those conditions are expected here tonight. We also do have live team coverage starting with meteorologist Paul Goodlow, who joins us live in Dallas tonight.
And we are in that watch here in Dallas, a tornado watch going until 10 o'clock tonight. Behind me, we look north towards downtown Dallas, and the clouds are streaming in from the south. This morning, we started in the upper to mid 50s. Now we're sitting at 80 degrees, the dew point jumping up to the mid 60s. It's fuel for storms already going severe north of Dallas. We have a very long night. I know, Chris, Jackie, you have more what's on the radar right now, and some of that is, severe storm warnings as well.
All right, Paul Goodlow there in Dallas, and right now on the radar, storms are getting into the area. We'll continue to watch the skies, and I know Paul will be doing the exact same thing here as we track the radar. And first thing you may notice, the threat levels for where the tornado watch is for the Dallas Metroplex, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, from Eastland over to Texarkana, so some of the Arklatex and southeast Oklahoma in this. And this right here, tornadoes, high threat for that. High for wind gusts, stronger than hurricane force wind gusts, a possibility here. Strong hail, large hail with some of the strong storms. Could see golf ball, wouldn't even rule out baseball size hail eventually with some of these storms. Again, Paul Goodlow in Dallas right now. Storms are north of him, across the Red River into Oklahoma as well. And now east of Abilene, a series of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Severe weather ongoing right now, heading just to the east of Abilene. Here's a look at some of the severe thunderstorm warnings. This one in Grayson County and Sherman. Would not be surprised if there is some large hail associated with that one right there. Very high reflectivity, a lot of energy coming back to the radar site with that. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. The radar is estimating some very large hail. This would be a lot larger than golf balls here, larger than a hen egg or a lime as well when you get to larger than 2 inches. Again, for Denison, Sherman, an observed threat there, potentially very large hail, considerable threat here. Right along Interstate 20 near Putnam, up to Breckenridge, Eastland as well. Strong storms that we're currently tracking, damaging wind threat out of these. This is a considerable threat here. And as we look at the velocity, so the movement of the raindrops here out ahead of this. Now here we go. Tornado warning just now being issued by the National Weather Service. This does include Stevens County and includes Breckenridge until 4:30 Central Time, and right in here. So when we look at the velocity data. So this is the radar. There's the sweep going by. It sends out a signal and it gets back the information, and it detects a lot of different things. It detects the raindrops, the hail, also detects the movement of the weather as well, the rain and the hail. And with that, you can discern that the raindrops are moving either away from the radar or toward the radar. It doesn't detect side-to-side movement, just in relationship to that beam. So with that, we can infer that there is the rotation within the storm. And now as we get with some of the later scans right in there where the red and the green are very close. You've got strong winds, very fast winds going in opposite directions close to each other. So that's the spin, the rotation in the storm, translating down to a tornado at the surface. Storms we're also watching for the hail approaching Breckenridge right now here in Texas. And the big picture showing, again, either you're going to have, you do have, again, a tornado warning. So in these areas here, but also damaging wind threat, possibly some large hail out of this. Going down the line now here, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect just south of Paint Rock and north of Eden, going over Highway 83 right now, and eventually going to be heading in the direction of 283. Big picture here showing there is plenty of wind shear. The storms are starting to pop. Wind shear, of course, different speeds or directions of winds with height or even just in relationship to itself. And you see some of these high clouds, those wispy clouds going in this direction, and then the very obvious movement of the fair weather cumulus clouds going like this, going in this direction, and all of these storms, the line of storms going like that. So you've got winds going at different levels, at different directions in the atmosphere. That creates an environment where these storms are more likely to rotate, and it's these rotating storms that are more likely to produce severe weather and tornadoes, Jackie.
Well, this is all a bit of deja vu for some parts of the South tonight as another round of severe weather threatens. This is what it looked like last night in southeastern parts of Arkansas at the Cleveland-Lincoln County line. You can see a lot of lightning illuminating the sky there. Lots of heavy rain coming down here along with gusty winds. The area could see more of the same tonight. Now we want to get the latest of what's going on in Texas. Our meteorologist Paul Goodlow is in the Dallas area right now. Beautiful skyline back behind you, Paul, but that skyline is going to look a lot darker and stormier in short order here.
It is, and what a day we've had so far. If you're just trying to enjoy a nice early March day, today is it. We started the day in the mid to low 50s today. Now we're in the low 80s, 81 at Love, 80 at DFW. Our dew points have moved all the way up to the mid 60s. That's air you can wear, more fuel for these thunderstorms, but our winds have increased as well to very calm to now sustained at or over 20, gusting to 30 miles per hour. You can even see maybe some of the cloud cover. We're looking behind me. This is downtown Dallas. You're looking due north. And if we go about 60 miles north of here, we'll head to those severe storms where Charles Peak is close to, up at Sherman, Texas. And those have gone severe. Well, to the west of us by about 120 miles is the tornado warning out there towards Breckenridge, Texas. But the concern is, these storms are moving about 50 plus miles per hour. So they are coming through. It is just after 4 o'clock local time. So as we head on just before sunset, we can start seeing these storms move into and through Fort Worth and then towards Arlington and then even on towards downtown Dallas. And then just after sunset, perhaps move through the Dallas metro into the east side of Dallas and push east after that. And we're concerned about tornadoes. We're under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight, meaning we are expecting the good chance of severe thunderstorms, and those can quickly produce tornadoes. Bottom line, we're going to have a line of damaging wind-producing thunderstorms roll through here over the next, say, 2 to 4 hours, depending on where you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And the same winds alone could be causing some damage. There's even a flood watch for the Trinity River, which is also not too far away from here because right now it's sitting at 16 feet. They expect it to go up maybe another 14 feet to perhaps minor flood stage with the heavy rain they're expecting. We've had our fair share of rain as of recently. And on top of that, just a month ago, we were dealing with winter weather and freezing rain and snow and sleet here. And now we're dealing with temperatures above 80 and the risk for more severe weather, including tornadoes here in Fort Worth and Dallas as we head throughout this evening. So as I say, March is coming in like a lion, especially here in North Texas. But Jackie, we're not done with this line. It continues to push eastward as we head tonight and even tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got quite a ways to go. We know that you're keeping an eye on it, and we'll seek shelter as needed there in Dallas. Now, two cities that we're also watching very closely tonight, only 140 miles apart from each other, Little Rock, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. You're looking at live pictures from both of those cities right now. In addition to the risk with strong winds, damaging large hail and possible tornadoes are in the forecast. The area has had a lot of storms as of late, which means the ground is saturated. Rivers are running high, and the highest risk of flooding is going to be one of those things we'll be keeping an eye on and concerned about. Now let's talk about the risk areas, the broader view of all of this across the South, the Southern Plains, Mid-South as well. We've got torcons of a 5. If you remember last night, we had torcons of a 7 for today, so we've brought it down by a couple, but 5 is still a very significant number. We have severe weather ongoing. We could be talking about baseball-sized hail. We could be talking about strong tornadoes and winds of hurricane force, 75 miles per hour or so. Those are the gusts. That's the risks that we're facing here tonight. So it's a large area that will be affected. Our storms are firing up out here into the western areas right now. New development starting here across the Arklatex region, and this will become more widespread with time tonight. So let's time it out, as we'll have some individual storms that could produce tornadoes and large hail. But with time tonight, we'll start to watch that squall line evolve a little bit more, with lots of clusterings of storms working through Arkansas on up into Tennessee, even into the Ohio River Valley. This is going to be a long night ahead, and severe weather likely to continue through the overnight and early tomorrow morning. In fact, we've got the tornado parameters on there indicating the areas where rotation may be most likely throughout the duration as the squall line continues to progress off towards the east, and that goes right into the early morning rush hour in a place like Memphis. So keep in mind that tornadoes overnight are twice as likely to be deadly. You need more than one way to be alerted while you're sleeping, something that you're sure is going to be waking you up and prompting you to get to your safe place. So prepare that safe room. Maybe have some snacks down there for the kids. Have your helmets and your shoes down there as well. Communicate with your family about those risks and just say, hey, this could be going on tonight. Don't be alarmed by it. I'll take care of you if you need it. And of course, have your NOAA weather radio on if you have that, and your mobile alerts.
The often dreadful sound of sirens means it's time to get indoors and take cover. The lightning should also tell you that. This is video from last night in northern Alabama, southwest of Huntsville. And once again, the threat for more dangerous weather and the threat for more sirens to blare exists across the Arklatex here, Shreveport, Bossier City, up to Texarkana. Torcon of 5. This is going through this evening tonight. Conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and right now temperatures are running in the 70s. It is 79, almost 80 degrees here in Shreveport. Texarkana is at 74. There's plenty of moisture also in the atmosphere. The high-resolution future radar, as we take a closer look at the timing for this, 5 o'clock here Central Time through time. The scattered showers are going to continue, but you look for the red on the radar. Around midnight looks to be the timing, so I'd give it a couple of hours ahead of time, and around midnight at least we could have these storms at least knocking on your door here, coming through Shreveport during the late night and even and potentially the early morning hours. A lot of these areas here across parts of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, then eventually into Tennessee and Mississippi, going to have multiple rounds of thunderstorms. This is Little Rock, and north of there, a 3 and a 5 on the Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index. Again, a 5 for Little Rock. Right now, 62 degrees, a few showers to the south. Future radar not matching up exactly with what we're seeing on the radar, but you get a general flavor of the atmosphere. Again, looking for the red, maybe 7 to 9 o'clock when the storms will be around, and then coming through here during the overnight hours. Again, potential for some thunderstorms leading up to midnight, maybe some after midnight, and then again in the morning. Multiple rounds here, multiple threats.
It's going to be a long rest of the work week, I think, for a lot of folks. So you mentioned multiple threats. Another one of those threats is flash flooding, and we're going to be getting some really heavy rain on top of ground that's already been pretty saturated. This is a look at all the flood alerts that are in effect, and I'm just curious. I'm going to query this real quick and look at how many miles. Look at that. We're pushing, over 900 miles of flood alerts across that region. So pretty impressive, extending across a lot of real estate, including a lot of major metropolitan areas. This shows you the rainfall we've had just in the last 24 hours. And look at some of these colors in here. Everything that's yellow or brighter is at least 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. You get into these oranges in there near Huntsville, near Tupelo, that's 5 to 8 inches. And I think I see a speck of red potentially in there here or there. That would be over 8 inches of rain. So imagine all of this moisture that's just feeding into the region here, just dumping more rain across those regions. So we have ample moisture. If it's not raining where you are right now, you probably feel that moisture. In fact, I walked outside my door this morning and it was like 60 degrees outside, and it just felt warm. Like you didn't even need a jacket or long sleeves because the humidity was so high. We've got dew points well into the 60s in these locations. That's the juice. And then there you can see the drier air, but know that that's going to be lifting northward with time as that low-level jet really kicks on in and our stationary boundary begins to give a little bit. So a lot of heavy rain can be expected. I'm especially concerned about places like Arkansas, but also up into lower parts of the Ohio River Valley. Between tonight and tomorrow, we could get more than 3 inches of rain in some of these areas. Chris?
Jackie, breaking right now here on the Weather Channel. New tornado warning to tell you about. This one just across the Red River from Texas in Oklahoma. And as we take a look at where the rain is happening, I'm going to show you also where we're going to see the potential for a tornado. In fact, a tornado is either happening or imminent right now, or it's about to happen. Here's 2 of them. There's the one we told you about earlier, and this is the new one just north again of the Red River here. This storm is moving off to the east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. Also with this here in Bryan County, could see golf ball size hail.
Don't get an EV for the E. Get it because it pins you to your seat and takes your breath away. Nissan EVs aren't just electric, they electrify you.
Take it to the future.
What's up, Einstein?
My network has gone kaput.
You tried to save a buck on it?
I got what I paid for. Not so smart.
There is a smarter way to save.
Oh.
Switch to Verizon. You'll get a new 5G phone on them.
Act now for your last chance to get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus, a watch and a tablet on us. That's a value of up to $1,900.
Oh, I love that math. I'm switching.
Now is the last chance to switch and get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus, watch and tablet on us. Don't wait. Visit Verizon today.
If you're on Medicare or retiring soon, making sure you have the right Medicare coverage is important. So talk to United Healthcare and take advantage of a broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan for a low monthly premium, or in some areas, no plan premium at all. Take advantage of $0 copays on primary care visits, virtual visits, and lab tests. Plus, new for 2023, more dental coverage than ever before, with $0 copays on all covered services from network dentists. You'll also get free yearly eye exams with free frames and prescription lenses. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans and let us help find the one that works best for you. Ask about PPO plans too. They let you see any doctor who accepts Medicare without a referral and pay in-network costs at home or traveling when you see doctors in the United Healthcare Medicare National Network. Take advantage of $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or with home delivery. And new this year, our Medicare Advantage plan members can enjoy no deductibles on most prescriptions. Enjoy a free gym membership too, with access to premium gyms nationwide. As always, you can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. We can even help schedule appointments or find a specialist. If you're on Medicare or retiring soon, call United Healthcare or go online today. We make it easy to enroll too. Enjoy all the benefits of the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name. Take advantage now.
Suffering from sinus congestion, especially at night? Try Vicks Sinex for instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours. Vicks Sinex targets congestion at the source, relieving nasal congestion and sinus pressure by reducing swelling in the sinuses. Try Vicks Sinex.
Please pay attention to the forecast.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
Receive 8 free rapid COVID tests monthly. Under the current public health emergency, Medicare will cover at-home COVID-19 test kits every month with no out-of-pocket cost to you, even if you have a deductible. Once we've received your Medicare and shipping information, your part is done. To ensure you are able to remain safe, we will send 8 tests each month for the duration of the public health emergency. We submit a claim to Medicare, and there is no cost to you. Call 1-833-COVID-69.
Whether someone is across the neighborhood, across the street, or across the room,
You have the power to make them feel right at home. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
For asthma, there's Primatene Mist. When symptoms strike, your airways narrow and there's less breathing room. Primatene Mist is clinically shown to open airways quickly. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler and breathe easy again.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 52 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 46. Chance of rain, 50%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 41. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
Breaking right now here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. A couple tornado warnings to get to. One in Texas and one in Oklahoma here just north of the Red River here in Oklahoma, and one here in well to the west of Fort Worth. Still, as we take a closer look at the latest one, this is the newest tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service for Bryan County until 4:45. This tornado warning also, along with the potential for a tornado, also has the potential for some very large hail. Rotation is somewhat broad as we look at this here, and this is now the rotation, the strong rotation with the storm is to the east now of Highway 69. So if you are in any of these areas, it's possible the rotation may tighten back up. If you're in any of these locations, now is the time to take cover. And again, the potential for some large hail is also there with this one here in Bryan County. Again, tornado warning in effect until 4:45. Also some large hail possible with this storm as well. A considerable threat here east of Sherman and north of Highway 82 here, right along the Red River. Radar here has been estimating some very large hail. We're getting up larger than 2 inches, so we're getting closer to tennis ball size hail with some of these storms. Straight line winds and a tornado possible here in Stevens County, getting to the far edge of Stevens County. And this also right along major highway here, Highway 180. Again, tornado warning currently in effect. Also, the potential for some strong winds leading out and ahead of this system here. Not seeing the tightest of rotation at the moment. There was a little bit earlier some brighter greens and reds next to each other, but a little bit broader, but a sign for sure that the atmosphere is starting to produce an environment where storms are rotating and possibly going to produce tornadoes this evening, and that does include right here in Dallas, where there is a tornado watch, where conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and that's also where we find meteorologist Paul Goodloe. He joins us live now. Hello, Paul.
Hey there, Chris. We're here just south of downtown. You can see the gorgeous skyline behind me that's looking due north, and we've been watching the clouds screaming over our heads here. We have sustained winds from the south at 20-25, gusting 30 to 35, And in spite of that, temperatures have been as warm as 81 degrees, still sitting about 80, 81 degrees right now with a dew point now in the mid 60s. And to start the day, I went out this morning and air temperatures were in the upper 50s, dew points were in the mid to upper 40s. So we've gone from under 60 temperature, air temperature, under 50 dew point to mid 60s dew point and the low 80s temperature. That's more fuel for these storms to come through here. That's why we do have that tornado watch in effect here for Fort Worth and Dallas, and points east here till 10 o'clock this evening. And the storms will be coming off towards our west and southwest here. We have a great view of the skyline, and here at the Canvas Hotel, we're on the rooftop. Great view of the downtown, but we also have a stairwell right behind the camera that we can go to if we have lightning or if we have a warned storm in our area. So we're going to stay out here as long as we can. The timing of this here in this part of Dallas would probably be just before sunset. Right now it's about 4:20 in the afternoon Central Time. In another 2 hours, Jackie, we'll start seeing darker clouds. That's if the line we're watching well west of us heads this way. There could be lines ahead of that could form. So that's the million-dollar question. Jackie?
Yeah, so all hazards there in Dallas, damaging wind, large hail, tornadoes will all be possible. Let's talk about the wind threat, because that could be really significant, especially kind of on the back side of this with the cold front as that squall line moves on through. Our winds could be as strong as 75 miles per hour. So that's hurricane force wind gusts that we could be experiencing with the line of thunderstorms. So notice that's very likely from Dallas to Texarkana down toward Shreveport, but damaging winds will still be possible from San Antonio to Austin all the way up into the boot heel of Missouri. Now, the area where the 75 plus mile per hour winds are going to be most likely right there in that hot pink spot. Now, in addition to damaging winds with severe weather, we are going to have strong synoptic winds. So just regular old winds that are going to be out there are going to be gusty, and we have alerts in effect for millions of Americans from New Mexico all the way over to Georgia. This will extend into tomorrow, and in the high wind warning areas in that purple, we could have winds as strong as 60 miles per hour outside of those thunderstorms. As we head to commercial break, we want to give you a live look at conditions here in Denton, Texas. 80 degrees.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. But your gym, your watch, even your yoga pants say when you miss a day, you failed? At Body, we're redefining success to liking yourself no matter what, with fun workouts that give you a week off each month, and healthy eating with room for dessert. Of course we'll fail. So what? Let's keep going. Go to body.com to start your free trial now.
If I just stare at these payroll forms, my business payroll taxes will calculate themselves, right? Nope.
Intuit QuickBooks helps you manage your payroll taxes.
Cheers.
With 100% accurate tax calculations guaranteed.
Tony, Jimmy John's is calling it the new caprese salami pesto.
Let me see that. I love you, no.
Jimmy John's new caprese salami pesto.
You're on a Carnival cruise, and for years, that sign has mocked you. But today, you've stretched. You've slept upside down like a bat. Today, you must be this tall to ride. Together!
Confused by all the Camp Lejeune toxic water commercials? Let me answer some of your questions.
Are claims filed against the U.S. Marine Corps?
No, the U.S. government has set aside billions of dollars for those who have suffered. The Marine Corps will not be impacted.
Will a Camp Lejeune claim affect my VA benefits?
No. According to the VA, your right to VA benefits will remain intact. If you have questions about a Camp Lejeune claim, call the Driscoll firm now for a free consultation. 1-800-273-4800.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections with Omnipod 5, a tubeless system that automatically adjusts insulin to help protect against highs and lows. Try it today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information and instructions for use. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is Consumer Cellular's map. See the difference?
No, I don't see the difference. Do you?
Well, that one's purple. Exactly. That's our premium.
What does that mean?
I think it means it costs more.
For the same coverage.
That's what makes it premium.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
No, but it is premium.
I'd just go with Consumer Cellular.
Thank you.
They're the same. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers, starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
We all need fiber for our digestive health, but less than 10% of us get enough each day. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get prebiotic plant-based fiber with the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
This is going to be great. Taking the shawl off. Okay, I did it. Is he looking at my hairline?
Is plaque psoriasis making you rethink your everyday choices? Otezla is a pill, not a cream or injection, that can help people with plaque psoriasis achieve clearer skin. And no routine blood tests required. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 8 years. Don't hesitate. Ask your doctor about Otezla today.
Welcome back to Storm Center. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Dallas, Texas, just south of downtown by about 1.25 miles here. We're under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening, and we're expecting lines of strong and severe thunderstorms, damaging winds. We're under a wind advisory, heavy rain. We're also under a river flood advisory for the Trinity River, with the heavy rain expected to come on in here and rapidly rise that river, maybe to minor flood stage, as well as the concern for tornadoes with our tornado watch. It doesn't mean it's a sure thing, but we have an enhanced risk for severe weather, which does say that tornadoes are quite possible as we head throughout the evening hours. Damaging winds, we're talking winds gusting 20 to maybe 50 plus miles per hour, will be widespread. That alone will cause some damage across the Fort Worth and Dallas, the entire Metroplex area. And then we will still have that isolated risk of those tornadoes coming in as well. If you've been outside, live in the area, you notice and kind of feel the energy in the atmosphere. We've been seeing the last couple of hours, storms going strong and severe, even some tornado warnings. In fact, let's go back to the studio now. Chris, you're going to run down some of those severe thunderstorm and also tornado warnings we have right now in Texas, as well as up towards the Red River.
That's right. Currently, Paul, we are tracking a couple of tornado warnings. I have some updates to share with you here in just a moment. We're going to start off with a look at where the threat for more tornadoes does remain through this evening. Tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches have been posted here from the Storm Prediction Center. This includes these areas here where there are some severe storms at the moment. Also, here in red, this is the tornado watch, where conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, including where Paul is right now in Dallas. We're going to start off with a look at a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about. There's one right here and one right here. We'll also talk through this evening about the severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing. And remember, while lightning is not a qualifier for a storm to be considered severe, lightning can have severe consequences. A severe thunderstorm is either damaging winds, large hail that meet specifications, and or a tornado. But again, lightning with these storms is plentiful, including this just north of the Red River, just to the east of Durant here, and a little bit farther to the north. This tornado warning is in effect here until 5:15. Seeing some of that rotation right in here over Route 22 here in Oklahoma as these storms, sometimes what you'll see is you have the radar going up like this, and then the movement of the storms are like that. So you got some showers coming up out ahead of, well, it's not a complete line, but there's still kind of somewhat of a segmented line here, a little bit of a cluster of storms that are coming through, and you can get some spin and some rotation on that. Continuing to watch this one as well. has a pretty interesting appearance to it. Could see some large hail, have seen a lot of hail and some large hail across parts of Texas, including with this storm that we've been watching going more than 50 miles, starting over here west of Highway 377, dropping a lot of hail along the way. Now, the hail size here, this is a radar estimated hail here at 2.3 and at 2. And if that were actually realized, that would be larger than golf ball size hail here, getting up closer to the size of an egg or a lime, a normal sized egg or a lime here. And then over here to Hopkins County, and this is just south of Interstate 30. And you see also out ahead of the main line that we're going to be watching, the storms are mainly going, again, out ahead of where they're individual storms. They're going more south to north, which is pretty typical. We're seeing the flow of the moisture coming in from the Gulf in that direction. And also, Jackie, going to continue to watch the line that we'll be watching come from the west and head generally to the east.
So take a look at this video that we just got in showing you a possible tornado last night in Marion County, Alabama. This is in the northwest part of the state. A lot of trees down, limbs and debris scattered all over. This is a stretch of Highway 19 near the town of Hamilton. Highway workers had to bring in large equipment to remove limbs, branches, and an entire tree just to clear the highway so that the cars could get through. Let's talk about some city impacts and some of the timing for all of this as we take a look at conditions here into parts of Louisiana, Shreveport on up towards Texarkana. So this is right where those three states come together. The entire region is under a Torcana 5, which is the highest number that we have issued today on a scale that goes all the way up towards a 10. This is the active radar, and you can see the scattered thunderstorms already in play across the region, but we'll have multiple rounds work its way on through here through the evening and into the overnight. So we can expect to see some heavy downpours and quite a few warnings getting issued.
Superheroes run our small businesses, and MasterCard tools help extend their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It has been over 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. But now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks guaranteed. Call 1-800-910-4635 to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25 free with every order. Call 1-800-910-4635 to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. Call 1-800-910-4635 now. That's 1-800-910-4635.
I'm not ready to lose my hair. Not now. But I never thought there was a real solution. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And I can get my treatment without leaving the couch. Go to Keeps.com to learn more.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself physically every single day. The first time I put on a pair of UFOs, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. There's nothing like them.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330.
Don't miss Champions. Woody Harrelson is out of his league.
I'm your homie with an extra chromie.
And in over his head.
What do you say we end this hug? This is your shot at being champions.
Champions. Rated PG-13.
Breaking right now, tracking tornado warnings here on the Weather Channel, along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. Also, some storms that are firing in East Texas and around the Arklatex right now in these areas. Starting to look rather rambunctious. A couple of tornado warnings right now. The National Weather Service kind of working to make the warnings as relevant as possible. That's why it looks like there's a few different lines here. Weather spotters out there confirming a tornado on this. Now, this is pretty far away from the radar site, so it doesn't look super impressive. It has a little bit of that signature of a hook. It certainly does have a supercell appearance to it, where you have that kind of tight precipitation here, and then it fans out a bit. So observed tag on this. Again, weather spotters confirming a tornado, an observed tornado here. This does include parts of Franklin, Red River, and Titus counties. And this is, again, pretty far away from the radar, which means as the radar beam goes away from the radar, it actually gets higher in elevation. So it's hitting pretty high in the storm, and it's not showing what's happening on the surface. Radar never shows what's happening on the surface, not the fixed radar that we use here most of the time. Now, you can have mobile radar with research groups and go out and maybe shoot the or detect the actual tornado, but generally speaking, we're looking at the rotation within the storm, and the farther the beam gets away from the radar, the higher in the storm, so you don't get necessarily clear look at where the rotation is. But spotters on the ground confirming a tornado here in progress. Pearly, Mount Vernon, Daphne, Tauco also within this line here over the next several minutes. And this, again, an observed tornado warning in effect for another 20 minutes until the top of the hour here. Also to the north, just north of the Red River here in Oklahoma, tornado warning for Bryan County, severe thunderstorm warning beyond that. And as you look, not a really clear defined line, but a bit of a cluster of storms right now with a bit of a north-south or south-north orientation to it, moving generally in this direction. And out ahead of it, where there's these individual storms, we're seeing the potential for rotation on a lot of these as well. So relatively speaking, Jackie, still early here in the night. Storms expected to get even stronger and more numerous as the evening wears on.
Yeah, so far hail has been the most common form of severe weather. We've had about 20 hail reports so far today. And check this out. We've got some new video in from our Charles Peak from earlier today, showing you what conditions were like as the heavy rain was coming down. Now, he was driving through some of this hail that was not very large, right? Driving through really big hail tends to be a huge problem, but some of that hail has actually been creating some fog, as you could see there at the very end. So the hail is cold. It cools the air just above it. That moisture condenses, and it can make visibility almost down to nothing. Kind of cool stuff to look at. Not so good when you're trying to drive through it. Now, flooding is also going to be a big concern, and we do have flood watches that are in effect from southwestern Oklahoma going all the way up into the state of Ohio. Stop happened just short of the Cleveland area. A lot of rain is going to be moving in here, especially overnight tonight, and we're going to get torrential downpours. The ground's already pretty saturated. Some of these spots have had a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks, but take a look at the rain that has fallen just in the last 24 hours, especially into central Arkansas and in northern parts of Mississippi and in northern Alabama and southern parts of Tennessee. That's where we've had 3 to as much as maybe 5, 6, 7 inches of rainfall. Now, the threshold, or the amount of rain needed to cause renewed flooding, is pretty low. So anywhere you see the orange and the red colors, down in here, up over here, that's where it's only going to take about a half of an inch or an inch of rain at most to renew the flooding. So that is a really low threshold. We could see those rates in an hour with some of these thunderstorms. The larger area affected in the yellow, eastern Tennessee, southern Kentucky, those areas could see some flooding with as little as an inch to 2 inches per hour. Here's a look at the forecast through tomorrow, and a large area likely to get in that 3 to 5 inch range. So it's really going to be about the rainfall rates. But a lot of the rivers, creeks, and streams around here are running pretty high, some of which are already in flood stage. Generally minor flooding is what we're seeing right now, but that could make that situation even worse. So widespread areas in that 1 to 5 inch range. The good thing out of all this, though, is that the Ohio River and the Mississippi River, that's all going to feed into that basin, which you might remember a few months ago was at record low levels. So we'll take the water into the Mississippi right now. We just don't want the flooding on the streets or into homes. And make sure you stay off the roads if you can here tonight. Of course, flooding particularly dangerous at the nighttime. Here you can see kind of clustering of thunderstorms across parts of Missouri. And then we have all these thunderstorms with flash flooding already right by the Red River and up north into eastern parts of Oklahoma. And breaking right now, we do have some signs of that flooding unfolding right now. This is in Dallas, and you can see it looks like at least one vehicle getting stalled in the floodwaters. Always remember to turn around and find an alternate route.
Experience the capability of the complete line of SUVs at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
Hi, this is Lisa from 4imprint. Yes, I'd like 50 welcome wows, 300 customer I love it, and 200 team member oh yes, certainly. You know we got some brand new woohoos.
Dial up the wow factor with promotional products from 4imprint. We specialize in awesome items that are certain to awe and guaranteed to deliver some ooh yes. From apparel, backpacks, drinkware to high-tech items.
Wow.
I love it. Woohoo!
Go to 4imprint.com and find some wow now. 4imprint, for certain.
Fun stuff goes into your vehicle every season of the year. But so does some really messy stuff. You need complete year-round protection, like laser-measured cargo liners from WeatherTech. Or the bump step to protect your bumper. Add laser-measured floor liners to keep the carpet looking new, while the cup phone keeps your phone secure. So don't let the elements spoil your fun. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Some things are better left to a professional.
In hindsight, probably shouldn't have tried to remove my own appendix.
Like when it comes to finding financial advisors.
What was I thinking?
So leave it to Smart Asset to find them for you. Take the free quiz at smartasset.com. Then you'll be matched with up to 3 vetted fiduciary financial advisors. To get started, take the Advisor Match quiz now at smartasset.com.
I was this close. This close.
Wait, I can erase my exes? I don't even remember this guy.
Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for free, plus 50% off Pixel Buds Pro.
At Spectrum, we've built a network to help businesses thrive.
one that over 80% of Fortune 500 companies rely on, along with millions of small businesses, like the one down the street. A network that moves huge amounts of data, with enterprise services up to 100 gigabits per second, so businesses can move at the speed of innovation without blinking. A network that keeps data safe on the web and in the cloud, so this hospital's patients can be sure their private information stays in the right hands. A network that's always on, so this store's Wi-Fi can stay up no matter how busy they get. Because our goal is to give you the tools to reach your goals. Spectrum, designed for business, built for you.
Weather impacts your life.
Your family, your friends, your day, and your week ahead.
The Weather Channel is the leader in weather coverage.
From hurricanes to tornadoes, blizzards to wildfires.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 51 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 46. Chance of rain, 50%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 41. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, live in Dallas, Texas. We're under a tornado watch this evening till 10 o'clock tonight. So far, it's been dry. It's been kind of a windy and mild day. Temperatures in the low 80s right now, dew points in the mid 60s, so it's air you can wear. We've been watching the clouds streaming in from the south towards downtown. We're about a mile and a quarter from the historic downtown. You see the clouds, a couple of patches of blue sky here. But as we kind of pan off to the right, we look towards the west. You see, to the left. Austin Anderson behind the lens. I'm giving wrong directions here. You can see the Reunion Tower there. And then we look just left of that. That's looking out towards the west. The leading line of these thunderstorms, which have been severe, even tornadic at times, are about 82 miles away, which is about a 90-minute time period before that line gets this way, if that holds together. But you notice that we're seeing the cloud streaming from left to right on your camera, so we could see other lines form south of us and roll still into the Fort Worth and Dallas Metroplex before that line out west, well west of Fort Worth, starts coming in here towards Dallas. So I know a lot of the public schools, at least in Dallas and Fort Worth, all their school districts have canceled all the after-school activities just to make sure that people are home and are safe as this expected line of severe weather to come through. Yes, there's risk of tornadoes, but a bigger risk of just damaging winds. And Chris, the last couple of hours, winds have been gusting well over 30 miles per hour, and that's before the first raindrop has really fallen here in the Metroplex. So we can still see a lot of potential damage, even without seeing widespread tornado damage here in this part of North Texas. Chris?
Thank you so much. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow reporting live in Texas. A complicated atmosphere right now, a lot going on, contributing to the threat tonight, whether it's the winds that Paul was talking about or the winds associated with the thunderstorms and the conditions there to potentially produce tornadoes. So this is the tornado parameter, the significant tornado parameter. And when you look at it, you see the yellow least favorable, but getting into the reds is getting into the more favorable for tornadoes that are stronger than EF2s here. And what we're seeing right now is with these warnings, and there are now 4 warnings warnings being issued from the Shreveport office, the San Angelo office here. A lot of this happening in or near where the parameters there. So a lot of the different factors that go into determining what may be happening here in the atmosphere. And we're seeing a lot of different parameters, a lot of different elements here, whether it's instability, whether it is the shear, the ability for these storms to start to rotate. It's up there in a lot of areas, and a very obvious. One of the things we look at is the pattern that the raindrops make on the radar, and you have a very obvious hook echo right here. So a severe thunderstorm, another one over here, but it's this hook right here shows us a couple of things. First, the obvious hook here is the storm builds and air is rising. Eventually, as it starts to rain and some cooler air starts coming down, that cooler air around this rotating thunderstorm will get wrapped around it. And as it does around the backside, that tends to be where the tornado will form in here. Also, the inflow creates a little bit of a notch as well, a rain-free area. And with that, another thing to look at is where the raindrops are moving very fast right next to each other, and that's right in here. Winds going toward or away from the radar. Fast winds going next to each other is where you likely have a tornado in progress right now with this tornado warning. And it is heading in the direction of Jefferson. You got to hope that it's going to go a little bit off to this way, but take cover right now in Jefferson with the clouds that are over you right now in Jefferson is associated with the tornado warned storm right now, Jackie.
All right, we want to talk a little bit about tomorrow because we will have a chance for severe weather and flash flooding. There you can see the blinding rain from this vehicle driving through Nashville earlier in the year. Now, Nashville, you've had about 1/10 of an inch of rainfall today, and flood alerts are in effect just to your south. Nashville is going to be one of the areas that could have some significant severe weather tomorrow. Notice you're in the most likely area from Middle Tennessee on up into parts of Kentucky, but still a possibility across parts of the south from Birmingham to Atlanta and as far north as Cincinnati, Ohio. So our front is going to start to occlude a little bit for tomorrow. So our warmer sector becomes a little bit smaller. So things will really get focused along the cold front, and we'll have plenty of energy available for these storms. The moisture is already in place, and our winds aloft are going to be favorable and turning with height. So that means a few tornadoes may be possible, torcons of a 2 and a 3. This will be ongoing through the day tomorrow. Damaging winds will also be a possibility, so the timing will happen throughout the afternoon.
Hi, I use Febreze Fade Defy plug.
And I use this.
Febreze has a microchip to control scent release, so it smells first day fresh for 50 days.
50 days?
And its refill reminder light means I'll never miss a day of freshness. Febreze plug.
How do you show them that you care?
When I haven't heard from him in a while, constant contact. Automatically send a text.
You know, I've never had a relationship with a gardener like this.
Actually, landscape architect.
Oh, wow.
Our ancestors had power. Our ancestors had hope. And our ancestors had ambition. Born in 1847, formerly enslaved.
Started buying land, was in the House of Representatives.
We didn't know our family was part of Black Reconstruction.
Exactly.
I mean, seriously.
Finding out this family history, these things become anchors for your soul.
This is the Body Block 21-Day Challenge. Let's go, let's go. 3 weeks.
5 workouts a week.
Followed by a week of rest, and that's a body block.
You pick the block, and you're going to love the experience.
One block is for beginners only. We've got the all-body block, the bike block, and if you like to lift, we got the iron block.
Be committed to this process.
Surprise yourself with how great you'll feel in just 3 weeks.
You're not going to quit on yourself today.
There is nothing that we can't do if we work together.
Attention, were you exposed to the toxic water at Camp Lejeune?
Congress has just passed the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, which makes billions of dollars available to victims of the toxic water supply. If you or your family were exposed, you may be entitled to a share of that money.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, even if you're not military, and have suffered any of these serious health problems,
call 1-800-826-0707. That's 1-800-826-0707.
When you love the environment, you work to protect it. The Subaru Solterra electric SUV. Subaru's first all-electric, zero-emissions SUV.
We've got some catching up to do.
Sure do. Built to help you protect the environment as you explore it. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
Right now, nearly 11 million are under severe weather alerts. Strong tornadoes, widespread damaging winds, large hail, and flash flooding are all on the table tonight. All eyes are on the south as we track a multi-day severe storm threat that's ramping up this evening. You're watching Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
And I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. We do have a lot of watches to keep track of, and we are here on the Weather Channel. Yellow, severe thunderstorm watches. Red, the tornado watches. Conditions favorable for the development of strong damaging winds, very large hail, and tornadoes, possibly strong tornadoes. We do have live team coverage here on the Weather Channel. We start off with meteorologist Paul Goodlow, who joins us live in Dallas tonight.
And here in Dallas, as well as Fort Worth, we are in that red zone, that tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. But it's not just tornadoes we have to concern ourselves with. Heavy rain. There's a river flood warning going in effect tomorrow for the Trinity River, which is off to my right here, as well as the concern for wind advisory. So yes, the tornadoes are a real threat, but you also have a damaging wind threat. Even before the storms get here, we've been dealing with the winds gusting well over 30 miles per hour. When the storms get here, perhaps 40 to maybe 75 plus mile per hour winds. And then there's that tornado risk. So a multiple hazard shaping up here across North Texas. We have watches as well as warnings out. We'll detail you all that coming up as we head throughout Storm Center. Jackie?
And right now, do have some breaking information here to tell you about some tornado warnings we'll get to in just a moment. But Paul was mentioning the warnings and the watches. Remember, watches means conditions are favorable for. Warnings means it's either happening or about to happen, and you need to take action. So as far as the threats with this tornado watch, tornado threat is high. We are expecting to see tornadoes. We have had some observed tornadoes, and there are new warnings being issued here. Also, wind gusts stronger than 70 miles an hour, up to or stronger than. High chance for that. Large hail, possibly as large as baseballs, can't be ruled out for some of these areas as well. So again, the storms are moving into the watch area or are within the watch area right now. Got some storms heading up from the south to the north and some moving from the west to the east right now. We begin with a look at the warnings. Remember, watches favorable for. Warnings means it's happening and take action. I like to think of it as we're watching for warnings. And when you get a warning, take action. Tornado warnings here and here. So outside of San Angelo, also somewhat of a line of storms, a semi-straight thunderstorm line here that we're watching move well to the east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area and west of Abilene and San Angelo. It is this tornado warning right now that has shown some obvious signs of rotation not too far away from Jefferson, relatively speaking here. Jefferson not in the tornado warning right now, but you are very close, and I would be making plans of getting to your safe location right now. Some very strong winds going in opposite directions here, and that's what you see. The green winds going toward the radar, red going away from the radar, and you get into the yellows and the orange colors. Those are some very strong winds. The radar does not detect winds going side to side, just from or away from the radar, and we can infer that there is some tight rotation. And as we look right now, this is the correlation coefficient. What this does is the radar determines what is in the atmosphere. That's a raindrop, something that's weather, rain or hail, and then something that's a little bit less uniform. And Dalton, were you seeing anything with that? Okay, we weren't seeing anything. Nothing was jumping out there because we look at all the different clues here. The radar gives us a clue based on the pattern of the reflectivity, which this is, and you can infer what's going on in the atmosphere based on what we know is happening in the atmosphere. But the storm structure, the look of the radar, at first look, we can see that there is a supercell thunderstorm going on. You get either the hook or even a kidney bean shape showing up, and you've likely got a rotating thunderstorm with a strong updraft and downdraft. And then when that downdraft comes and wraps around, you end up getting that hook appearance with it while you still have the inflow. And then here, this really jumps out, doesn't it? Where you see, in this case, it's really obvious that all the wind is going generally away from the radar here, with the exception of right here and here. The green is going toward the radar, and right next to that, the red is going really fast. So you have the rotation that's very obvious, and notice where that matches up. It matches right up with the hook portion of it, which is typically where the tornado is going to form. So a couple of areas with very obvious rotation. South of Marshall, Texas, which is north of Interstate 20. Marshall, you are in a tornado warning right now. And on this path, at this speed, the storm is heading in your direction here. Eventually, by 5:20 Central Time, it should be there. This is an estimate based on the current movement of the storm and the direction in which it's going. Also, these storms, supercell thunderstorms showing up here. You can kind of get that look. And part of the reason you're getting this look, some very heavy rain, and then the tight rain right in here. But then you see the green, the lighter rain. That's this big storm that's going up, and the heavy rain's coming down. The top of the storm is getting blown off. So you've got some of the raindrops in the cloud or falling downstream of where the storm is going. So you can kind of get a sense of what's happening in the atmosphere. And then you get into the area where there's more of a kind of a semi-straight thunderstorm line. This is the tail end of that, and typically that's where you can see some of the worst of the weather. But anywhere along this stretch, damaging winds and large hail does remain a possibility at this time. North of Sumner and well to the northwest of Paris, Texas, hail that is currently being estimated around golf ball sized hail, likely not getting all the way to the ground. This again is the radar estimates going up into the storm, but you get an idea. Up in the storm there are big hailstones, the potential for doing damage. Get the car under cover. That's the main thing to think about when we're dealing with some large hail. Also, tornado warnings here, this in Brown County. This tornado warning is in effect until 5:30. Radar indicated tornado warning at the moment. If you're in Brownwood here along Highway 377, take cover right now. Again, the severe thunderstorm and tornado threat is essentially just getting started here. We're going to continue to watch that threat develop over the next several hours and continue overnight. Talking about wind shear, you see these clouds at the surface, the ones like the bunch of little dots going by, going in that direction from south to north. Some of these more wispy clouds going in this direction. This is an environment where storms are likely to rotate, and these rotating storms are more likely to be long-lasting, to be stronger, and produce tornadoes. Also watching here, along with this line, a couple things that we look at with the visible satellite. Remember, the visible satellite uses reflected light, and we can only use it when the sun's up. It uses reflected light back to outer space. So what this does, it gives us a really good idea of what kind of clouds we're looking at. You see the higher cirrus clouds here with the more fair weather cumulus clouds down below, kind of the cloud street look. But here, between Brady and Brownwood. You see these dark little notches in there? That's a shadow. So the sun's getting to the point where it is a little bit lower on the horizon. So the cloud is creating a shadow on itself. And so what does that tell us? These are vertical clouds. These are strong updrafts coming from the very moisture-laden surface. That moisture going up into the atmosphere, the fuel for these storms, and the momentum is taking it up above the stable layer. So these are overshooting tops that we were looking at there. So with that, underneath, some very heavy rain coming back down. What goes up must come down. So you're seeing these big, tall thunderstorms there. And underneath that is some of that very heavy rain. And of course, Jackie, that too is a sign that we're seeing some severe weather. These are big time storms right now developing in Texas.
Absolutely. All right. We want to take you live to Mineral Wells, Texas right now, where we are looking at very dark skies and heavy rain that is coming down as we speak. This is a part of that whole area of thunderstorms that has been developing. Plenty of the storms reaching severe limits. Now, one of the places that we're concerned about for severe thunderstorms to roll on through, which they haven't yet, but we expect that they will, is Dallas, Texas. Dallas is under a tornado watch as we speak. So we want to get to our meteorologist, Paul Goodlow. He is on the ground there right now with the latest conditions. And Paul, I just saw you there leading up to checking the radar. I know you're keeping a very close eye on the storms just off in the distance there.
Right, that video showed for Mineral Wells is now that storm is entering Parker County, which is the county just to the west of Tarrant County, the county that Fort Worth is in. Again, you go Parker County, Tarrant County, then Dallas County. So we're now 2 counties over from that. And that warning came up at the top of the hour. So that's 5 o'clock local time, goes to 6 o'clock local time. And then at that point, that line perhaps threatening to come into Tarrant County. So if you're in Fort Worth or the western suburbs, now's the time to prepare. It's only a severe thunderstorm warning, but severe thunderstorms can quickly produce tornadoes. Again, we're under a tornado watch across the entire Metroplex, pushing to East Texas until 10 o'clock tonight. The major threats, damaging winds even outside of the tornadoes, and hail. We have our crew vehicles in a garage because we're not going to, run between shots and do that. You do that now, even before the first raindrop falls, because with that rain is going to come a lot of lightning. There's zero safe place outside. We have here at the beautiful Canvas Hotel, we have an inside walled off kind of glass encased area in case it does rain, or not rain, but really lightning. That's the biggest threat. And if we have a tornado warning, we have a shelter on a couple of floors down, as well as a staircase, a hardened shelter for us, the crew, to kind of take shelter if that's needed. But hail's a big threat. Another widespread threat is going to be the winds. And that threat is also is now wreaking havoc at the airports here. DFW and as well as Love Field, at least 400 flights have been canceled so far today. I expect that number to continue. There's now a ground stop at DFW. Not quite sure if it incorporates Love Field, which is a little farther east of DFW. But DFW is about 15 miles away from here, and there's still another, say, 20, 30 miles away from those storms. But you have to have the flight paths clear. So a ground stop, Jackie, as you know, means if you're trying to fly to DFW from, say, St. Louis or Kansas City or Chicago or Miami, that flight's not leaving Miami because of the ground stop here, because by the time that plane gets here, that line of storms could be upon the field. It's not safe for the workers, and, you don't want to have planes getting low on fuel trying to circle and wait for a time to clear. So, we're definitely still in the calm before the storm, Jackie, but you can feel the energy because it is warm and humid right now in Dallas. Again, temperature still in the upper 70s, low 80s, with dew points in the mid upper 60s. Jackie?
Yeah, it is humid. It is juicy out there. And of course, with a line of storms like that, it makes it very difficult for air travel. You've got to pretty much wait it out until it's passed before you get into that clear airspace, or you've got a long ways to fly around it. We're going to go back live now here to Mineral Wells, Texas. Paul mentioned just a couple of counties to the west of Tarrant County into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect here. I do see some very dark dark skies. Notice how heavy the rain is too. So that's really limiting visibility right now. Winds may be damaging and some large hail can be expected with these storms. We've had more hail reports than any other form of severe weather so far for tonight, but that will likely change with time, and some tornadoes are going to be possible. We've had multiple warnings throughout the last several hours, and our torcons are a pretty significant number. They're up there at a 5 for Dallas, for Texarkana, for Shreveport, on up to Little Rock and into Memphis. So storms are initiating back here right now, but these will work their way up towards the north and the east throughout the night and into early tomorrow morning. And look at the atmospheric conditions out ahead of it. Those bright colors that you see, that's our tornado parameters, where conditions are most favorable for rotating storms to develop. So that line is heading right into an area where things are ripe for that tornado. And notice that, it hasn't been quite as favorable where rotation is already happening. So this will likely escalate over the next couple of hours. This will move through Dallas into Waco, down towards San Antonio, which was just put under a brand new severe thunderstorm watch. And then look at all the clustering of the thunderstorms, a big complex up here across eastern Oklahoma, into parts of Arkansas, into southern Missouri, where really heavy rain can be expected, likely leading to flash flooding. This continues to the overnight hours for tonight, with all of those hazards and risks staying with us here. And then notice the progression of that line as we head into your Friday morning. So we do know that tornado safety is so important. Tornadoes at night are twice as likely to be deadly. You want to communicate with your family about that threat and have more than one way to be alerted when you go to bed tonight. Chris?
And Jackie, right now, a confirmed tornado to tell you about here in northeast Texas. As we look at the radar, it is this one. A tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed this tornado. This is in northern Franklin County, also in northwestern Titus County and Red River County here. Again, this is in the northeast portion of Texas. This is an observed weather spotter, observed tornado, a tornado in progress, tornado on the ground right now with this storm as it does continue to move. It is moving off to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. A considerable threat here, a damaging tornado. Again, it's pretty far away from the radar, so it's difficult to see some obvious rotation, and this is an example of how important it is for weather spotters to be in contact with the National Weather Service, so the National Weather Service is able to issue these warnings. Again, here from Bogota, Clarksville, Ackworth, all the way up into Oklahoma. Confirmed tornado on the move. It is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour.
Everyone in my family went on a Carnival cruise. Mom did things I've never seen her do. Dad was himself, and we had the best time together. Please don't tell my parents I said that.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
I got a good feeling about this, yeah, I'm with it. I got a good feeling about this, yeah, so let's get it. I'm feeling good vibes.
My celebrity colorist? Me. I'm this new Garnier Nutrice. It has 5 amazing fruit oils. It nourishes while it colors. Cool. Covers our grays for improved, richer color. Nutrice. Nourished hair, better color. By Garnier. Naturally.
I'm going big. We're bringing big back. It's bigger. Cheesier. The Big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. Big pizza, bigger deal. Y'all hungry? Better be hungry.
I'm Fernando, live outside of Boston. I've been with Consumer Cellular for
5 years. Consumer Cellular gives you all the same features that these big companies give you. What you get for the cost is remarkable. Why would you pay more money?
Why would you pay more when you can get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month?
I think they should raise their prices.
Sorry, Fernando. Our prices are staying low. So switch today and save. Call or go online.
I can't believe this is how you kids talk to your friends. This is talking. Did you have a nice day? Look at the size of these butterfly shrimp. Ginormous. Butterfly shrimp? What? Now she's talking.
Why did we choose Safe Flight? For us, driving around is the only way we can get our baby to sleep. So when our windshield cracked, we can't drive this. We needed it fixed right. We went to safeflight.com. There's no one else we'd trust. Their experts replaced our windshield and recalibrated our car's advanced safety system. They focus on our safety.
Really looks great. Not a problem.
So we can focus on this little guy.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Please pay attention to the forecast.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
And done.
Can we just call my dad now? Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue is incredibly strong and versatile, even outdoors, for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
My son was failing. It's very disheartening. Huntington has changed my son's life. Because of Huntington, my son now has straight A's and B's. It's priceless.
Huntington Learning Center. For tutoring and test prep, call 1-800-CAN-LEARN today.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you.
And Allegra Hives works from the inside to relieve itching and reduce hives for 24 hours.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. Harness the power of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins to smooth, heal, and moisturize your dry skin. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 50 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 46. Chance of rain, 50%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 41. Here's our 7-day outlook.
There's a big system coming in. We're talking about 25 centimeters or more.
The biggest rescue event is now all week long.
I've got to keep an eye on seeing which way this cable's going to fly.
It's Heavy Duty Week.
That was an extremely close call.
Every heavy rescue episode.
Got a lot of pressure, eh?
Every day this week.
Get this thing off the highway. We're done. Hey! Good job, boys.
Heavy Rescue Marathon starting Monday, March 6th, leading up to the all-new season premiere on March 12th, only on the Weather Channel.
Right now on Storm Center, I'm meteorologist Chris Warren along with meteorologist Jackie Charis. Want to get to the latest information from the Storm Prediction Center right now. A severe thunderstorm watch, a new watch has been issued here, including more of Texas now. It is this area down here. Severe thunderstorm watch means that conditions are favorable for severe weather, damaging winds, very large damaging hail a possibility, and tornadoes also possible. Even in these watch areas for severe thunderstorm, while damaging wind and hail might be the biggest threat, tornadoes still cannot be ruled out because a tornado would make it a severe thunderstorm. But conditions are even more favorable for the development of tornadoes in these areas here in red, and that is until 10 o'clock this evening. And this does include Dallas over to Texarkana. and thunderstorms are possible, and even severe thunderstorms are still possible out of these areas here. But right now we are watching these areas for storms moving into parts of central Texas, eventually into the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in northeast Texas as well, with the red outlined areas that are tornado warnings. Watches favorable for, warnings happening or about to happen. An observed tornado, weather spotters there on the ground seeing a tornado. The storm frankly doesn't look like a whole lot here on radar, but this is also potentially a function of the distance from where it is. Sometimes when you get the radar being far away from where the storm is, or the storm's far away from the radar's hitting it higher up in the storm, and all the action might be down below. So the fact that this was reported to the National Weather Service by weather spotters tells you that a tornado is in progress. So if you're in these areas, take cover right now, and that does include Clarksville right now, as this storm does head closer and closer to Highway 82. Hugo, you're probably hearing the storm right now. Some very heavy rain or large hail being indicated here with the radar reflectivity. That hook aspect of it as well is there. So somewhere in here, I think, is where the tornado most likely is. This, again, a tornado warning currently in effect with some large hail associated with this. And the radar is estimating hail larger than an inch. That's getting up to about a $50 size hailstone there. So that would make it a severe thunderstorm. You get it to an inch or higher here. So here we are back down into Texas, south of the Red River and west of Fort Worth, where in Parker County, a considerable threat for severe weather as this storm is still on the move. And right now, you look at the visible satellite, and you can really see how the winds are going, obviously, in different directions at the surface or the lower elevations in that direction, and then higher up in this direction. And right now, seeing some of the clouds in a couple of different aspects to it here. Some of the cumulus clouds earlier, and now the sky's getting a little bit more muddled in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we're going to take a closer look at that right now with meteorologist Paul Goodlow, who joins us live from Dallas. And if you would, Paul, can you talk about how the day has progressed, how the sky has changed, and just what it feels like as well, and what else you're seeing?
Yeah, this morning I went outside for a workout around 9 o'clock or so. Temperatures were in the upper 50s, low 60s. Dew points were in the upper 40s. And now temperatures around 79 to 80 degrees at DFW. Dew point in the mid 60s. Behind me, you can kind of look towards the Reunion Tower there, almost looking due west. Darker skies. We're still about an hour away and change from sunset, and it shouldn't be this dark. If you look out that far west, those are the storms there that are rolling through parts of Parker County, heading on towards Fort Worth. And by the way, looking at some of the wind gusts at Mineral Wells at the airport, gusting 70+ miles per hour in the thick of that line, that severe thunderstorm line. And then in Fort Worth, Alliance Airport, gusting to 36 miles per hour. Arlington gusting to 38 miles per hour. DFW gusting to 37 miles per hour. By the way, DFW under a ground stop as we are dealing with like over 400 flights canceled, most of, like, I think 300 plus at DFW, and about 100, almost 100 at Love. That was as of earlier. Those numbers are probably going to kind of tick up. A ground stop means if you're trying to fly here from, say, Boston, that flight's not coming. It's not leaving Boston yet until you have the ground stop lifted here. You don't want planes circling when you have a line like this. And look at all the lightning coming through. This is one of the biggest threats we're dealing with as we head through sunset. This line is still going to keep coming strong. There is no safe place outside with lightning. Also expect some of the strongest winds and largest hail embedded in those lines with that intense lightning.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, most people who achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months had lasting clearance through 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
So, what's the secret? How have you guys made it work so long? We have a deep, almost spiritual connection.
I'm his plumber.
It's like he knew my water heater needed a tune-up before I even asked. Like he's reading my mind.
Well, that's not mind reading. That's just automated email reminders through constant contact that I send out to all my clients.
Wait, how many clients do you have?
Well, I mean, I have a couple others.
All right, team. We got a big project coming up. And it all starts with ordering promotional products.
I'm on it.
4imprint makes it easy to get the logoed products you're looking for. The latest in apparel, drinkware, bags, high-tech items, and more. You can be certain of getting it right at 4imprint.com.
Come on out. I'm on it.
4imprint, for certain.
Are you ready to get started? This is the Body Block 21-day challenge. Let's go, let's go.
3 weeks.
5 workouts a week.
Followed by a week of rest, and that's a body block.
You pick the block, and you're going to love the experience.
One block is for beginners only. We've got the all-body block, the bike block, and if you like to lift, we got the iron block.
Be committed to this process.
Surprise yourself with how great you'll feel in just 3 weeks.
You're not going to quit on yourself today.
There is nothing that we can't do if we work together.
This is going to be great. Taking the shawl off? Okay, I did it. Is he looking at my hairline?
Is plaque psoriasis making you rethink your everyday choices? Otezla is a pill, not a cream or injection, that can help people with plaque psoriasis achieve clearer skin. And no routine blood tests required. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 8 years. Don't hesitate. Ask your doctor about Otezla today.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Show me what you got, show me what you got, show me what you got. Yeah, hot cold balls blowing up, we never stop. Tell me what you want, tell me what you want, tell me what you want.
A feeling this powerful is invite only.
Change the world, get on top.
Fortunately, you're invited. Experience the capability of the complete line of SUVs at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
No matter what type of dog you have, or cat you have, Frontline Plus lets you take them everywhere, no matter how you define it. Frontline, the #1 name in flea and tick protection.
Dove 0% is different. We left aluminum out and put unbeatable 48-hour freshness and 1/4 moisturizers in. Dove 0% aluminum deodorant. Instantly dry feel and kind on skin.
This video is from North Texas, from Valley View. It's kind of north of Denton, Texas, just south of Gainesville, Texas. And by the way, Gainesville, you're sitting at 59 degrees. You've had the rain come through, cool rain, north wind right now. Denton hasn't quite had that line come through, but heavy rain has come through this low part of the road and some hail coming down. Again, this shot about an hour ago, so about 4:20, 4:30 local time. Welcome back to Storm Center. Meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Dallas, Texas, and you have a beautiful shot of downtown Dallas behind me. Temperature here just below 80, 79 degrees. We got up to 80, 81 degrees, and our humidity, our dew points have jumped from the low to mid upper 40s, like 47, 48 now to like 65, 66. That's more humidity. Dew points measure the humidity in the air, so it's air where you can feel the humidity. And we started in the upper 50s this morning, and now we're sitting at 79, down from the low 80s. That's fuel for the thunderstorms, which are still off to my west. In fact, Austin Anderson behind the camera can pan to the left here. You can see downtown Dallas. That's looking north. We look more towards the southwest. You start seeing the Reunion Tower there, and the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge there, the one tall tower that even farther to the left. That's the Trinity River, and another Margaret McDermott Bridge there. There's a river flood warning going into effect tomorrow morning for the Trinity River. But as you look west, we have about an hour of daylight before sunset, so we should see brighter skies. But those are the storms well to the west of Fort Worth. They're getting within, say, 30 miles of downtown Fort Worth. So once they come through Fort Worth, we have another maybe hour or less before they start coming towards DFW and then here in Dallas. So it is definitely a concern for severe weather. We're under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, but widespread risks of heavy rain, lightning, hail, and damaging winds. Winds have already been gusting before the storms get here, close to 40. And Chris, in the storms, they've been gusting 70-plus miles per hour. So a very active evening here in North Texas. Chris?
That's right. Thank you so much, Paul. Those storms are heading your way. It looks like in about or less than an hour's time there, heading to Dallas. As we look at the storms that are ongoing right now, I want to update you on the tornado warnings here in northeast Texas and into Oklahoma as well. And this not too far away from the Shreveport office, the National Weather Service, they're issuing that tornado warning. Also up here on both sides, the north and south side of the Red River here in Oklahoma. Tornado warning in effect, and this is in effect until 5:45. Radar indicated here if you are in Fort Townsend, it is about to get really nasty really soon. Could be some large hail within that. Also, the potential for large hail and damaging winds with us here in Denton and Wise counties here in Texas. Again, this is north of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and also heading right toward Fort Worth. In Parker County right now, a considerable threat from the radar-indicated severe thunderstorm warning. Here is a look at the timing. Again, through possibly kind of a rough look here at the timing, possibly through Garland, Texas, or to Garland, Texas in about an hour. So less than an hour. That would put it in Dallas, Fort Worth. A matter of about 15-20 minutes, storm is going to be on top of you. Again, these are rough estimates here, but you get a pretty good idea. A lot to watch within the next 30 to 45 minutes here, Jackie.
Yeah, time is running out to stay put here at Dallas and Fort Worth. We've got new video in now showing you some of the hail that has been pounding parts of Texas. Look at how that just covers everything up. Really extreme hail. Could be a size of baseballs at times tonight. So that's one of the big risks that we're tracking. We're also tracking the risk of tornadoes. In fact, just got word from the Storm Prediction Center. They're likely to put out a new tornado watch that would include Shreveport. Shreveport, you've got a torque count of a 5 right now, so you need to be alert. We do have severe weather, including some warnings just off towards your west, the state line, just over the state line. So be aware that those are going to be pushing in. Maybe stay north of Shreveport, though, and then another opportunity for severe weather overnight tonight that will be lingering into early tomorrow morning. So multiple rounds can be expected here in northwest Louisiana. Now, what about up towards Fayetteville and Fort Smith, Arkansas? We have torque counts of a 2 and a 3 across this region. The farther north you go, the lower the number. The farther south, the higher the number. We do have clustering of thunderstorms just off towards your west, and these are going to be producing some very heavy rain. So don't forget about that flash flood threat. Try and stay off the roads tonight as visibility is going to be reduced, and we'll also have some ponding of water, not to mention damaging winds and that chance of tornadoes.
Here's a little tip for all you aspiring fishermen. The easiest way to catch wild, humongous, already deep-fried fish is with $5 in your wallet and a brown paper Arby's bag. Arby's, we have the meats.
Superheroes run our small businesses, and MasterCard tools help extend their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330.
Wealth-changing question. Is your investment portfolio really customized? Some advisors say they customize them, but all they really do is ask you a few questions, then put all your money in a model portfolio. Here at Creative Planning, each of our private wealth management clients' portfolios is unique. Your investment mix will be based on your custom financial plan. If that's not how your money's managed, you're not getting the customization you deserve. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Let's go. Lockdown, go.
It seems like only yesterday you were just a child at play. Life is brief, you might like that one. But when it's gone, love goes on and on.
Wait, I can erase my exes? I don't even remember this guy.
Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for free, plus 50% off Pixel Buds Pro.
Breaking right now here on the Weather Channel, we are looking at Mineral Wells, Texas. Strong storms heading from here to Fort Worth and then eventually into Dallas. This is within a severe thunderstorm warning right now, a thunderstorm that has a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. The worst of the weather, if you can imagine, has moved on from Mineral Wells at the moment, but this is a live look showing the very dark skies and the rain that does remain. There has been some frequent lightning as well as these storms are rolling on through here. It is still before 6 o'clock Central Time, and as we go forward here on the Weather Channel, we're going to be tracking the threat for more damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes into the late night hours tonight across the southern plains and into the south. This is a look at the radar where the rain is right now. Mineral Wells is over here. Tornado warnings over here in red, and severe thunderstorm warnings are plentiful right now from northwest of San Antonio to now including Fort Worth, Texas. And this is where right now there is a destructive threat here with the storms that are moving into the Fort Worth area. Make sure everybody is inside. Get away from the windows. Could see 80-mile-per-hour winds associated with this storm that is moving right now in the direction of Fort Worth. It is not going to miss you. It is heading right towards you. We are looking at a strong storm moving in. We were just looking in Mineral Wells at the backside, the back portion of this storm that is now moving in. Very heavy rain and the potential again for damaging winds. Could see winds at 80 miles an hour. And some of the bright colors here showing up here, getting into the blues. These are very strong winds that are now heading into the Fort Worth area as we're seeing the radar sweeping around, detecting the raindrops. The raindrops themselves are moving into the almost 70 to even 90 mile per hour plus range here. So that's the radar estimation of how strong the winds are. And you see looking out about more than 20 miles away from where the radar location is. But these storms, so this section of these storms is moving into the Fort Worth area right now. This is a look at the timing for this, and this includes the next few minutes here in Benbrook. You're probably seeing a few raindrops right now. It's about to get a lot worse. Fort Worth here in about a little bit more than 10 minutes, roughly speaking. We're going to see the leading edge of this storm moving in, then into Arlington about 12 minutes later. These are still approximate times. And then by 6:15 into Irving, Texas, and then Dallas. It is going to be in about 45 minutes or so, or maybe a little bit less than that. Again, strong storm right now heading into Fort Worth. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds, Jackie, possible with this storm as it's heading into Fort Worth. And with that, the destructive tag.
Yeah, folks have to get off the roads and stay indoors and wait this line of storms out and be prepared to get to their safe place right away. Here's a look at conditions right now, captured by our storm tracker, Charles Peak. This is in Texas earlier today, and you can see the heavy downpours. What you're seeing here, this is from hail, believe it or not. This is what we call hail fog. And look at that, splashing up on the windshield. What happens is when you have enough hail that falls on the ground, which there you can see it here, it cools the atmosphere just above it, and then that moisture condenses and it creates a cloud on the ground or fog. Kind of cool stuff. So thanks, Charles Peak, for sending us that video. Now you also saw the big splash of the water, and flash flooding is going to be a concern here as well. We've already had a lot of heavy rain with these complexes of thunderstorms in parts of Oklahoma, and we've got a number of flood alerts that are in effect, including a flash flood warning for parts of Atoka and Cole counties until 11:15. But you can see on the periphery of all that, north and south, all the way down to the Red River, where we have flood advisories. So these may become more numerous as we've got another line of very heavy downpours pushing in from the west. Now, flood alerts or watches are in effect from Oklahoma all the way up into parts of Ohio, and we've got a lot more rain where that came from, and that's coming in on top of ground that's been pretty saturated. This just shows you the rain the last 24 hours, which has been heaviest here from Arkansas and in northern parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and southern parts of Tennessee, but that doesn't show you the rain that we've had in the last couple of weeks, which has been pretty hefty across the region. So on top of what we've already had, we could see an additional 3 to 5 inches widespread in Arkansas, stretching on up to north of Evansville, maybe up towards Terre Haute, but widespread areas outside of that, even in the 1 to 2 inch range. This shows you the timing of all of it, so no wonder we have the alerts in effect. Widespread rain, northern parts of Arkansas, southern parts of Missouri. Look at how this moves in across southern Illinois into southwestern Indiana, and not to mention this line of storms to the south that can produce the heavy rain and the severe weather. As we go to a commercial break right now, we want to take a live look at Denton, Texas, and you can see the dark clouds moving in. Again, Fort Worth now under that warning.
If I just stare at these payroll forms, my business payroll taxes will calculate themselves, right? Nope.
Intuit QuickBooks helps you manage your payroll taxes.
Cheers.
With 100% accurate tax calculations guaranteed.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
Hi, I'm Jill, and I've lost 56 pounds on GOLO.
Hi, I'm Barry, and I've lost 42 pounds. Jill and I are a team. If she tells me to do something, I usually jump on board.
GOLO was doable, it's realistic, and it's something we can do the rest of our lives.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself physically every single day. The first time I put on a pair of UFOs, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. There's nothing like them.
T-Mobile has the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus for free and price lock guarantee. Do you?
Well, yes.
Switch to T-Mobile and get a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus with no trade-in required.
With AARP Rewards, anyone can earn and redeem points. They're ready for you.
That's 300 points.
And help their money live longer. Get started for free today.
Look at us. We are idea machines. We don't sit back and watch. We stand up and do. So from now on, Pebbles is all about us and our amazing creations. So what are you gonna yabba dabba do next? You can show us at createwithpebbles.com.
At Denny's, we have the best value all day long, like the Everyday Value Slam for only $5.99. Now you can stack your wins and enjoy the sunny side of craveable value. $5.99 every day, part of the all-day Diner Deals value menu, only at Denny's.
If you own a home in this economic climate, a home warranty may help protect against uncertainty, like major appliances, HVAC systems, all cost major dollars, and a home warranty can save you the worry and cover what homeowners insurance won't. Make the free call today to the number on your screen and find out what options are right for you. U.S. Home Guard, 800-627-1202.
Impacts your life.
Your family, your friends, your day, and your week ahead.
The Weather Channel is the leader in weather coverage.
From hurricanes to tornadoes, blizzards to wildfires.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 49 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 46. Chance of rain, 50%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 41. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back to
Dallas area. There's a picture of the Fort Worth area, and that's Denton, Texas. By the way, Denton County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 local time, so another just over 35 minutes or so. See the skies darkening through here. And by the way, now the Fort Worth area, that's Tarrant County under a severe thunderstorm warning, and winds have been gusting over 70 miles per hour. If you're watching us from the Fort Worth metro area, you definitely have probably heard the sirens going off. They are sounding the sirens off because winds have been at and above 70 miles per hour. So that is some damage-producing winds coming on through there. That's why the sirens are going off right now. There are no reports of tornadoes yet, but again, they're watching that at the Weather Service, and of course we'll break in with that if that's an issue. But the sirens are going off, of course, the gusting damage winds, and that is coming where I am here in Dallas. We're at the Campus Hotel, so it's probably within the hour, Chris, we'll have that line bearing down where we are here just south of downtown Dallas. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Paul Goodlow, thank you so much. And what Paul's talking about right now is a section of the storm that's associated with a big line of severe weather, a very long stretch of very strong storms. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar right now. And what we see here is more than 250 miles worth of severe weather from right here all the way up to north of Dallas. So from about Austin to north of Dallas. And this is still well to the west of Austin and Waco, but it is heading your way. Severe thunderstorm warnings with damaging, if not destructive, winds associated with some of these storms right now. We'll get to the tornado warnings in a moment. But right now, going into Tarrant County is a severe thunderstorm that does have the potential for bringing destruction. 80-mile-per-hour winds are a possibility. With this, it is going to be dangerous to be outside. It's going to be dangerous not to be in shelter. Expecting heavy damage to mobile homes. This is the kind of wind we're talking about here. There's the potential there's going to be damage, if not considerable damage, to rooftops. Could see some broken windows out of this as well. Seeing some strong winds being indicated with the velocity data, the movement of the raindrops moving very fast. Also along the Parker and Tarrant County line, wind reported at 68 miles an hour. So a severe thunderstorm is moving into Tarrant County, into the western part of Fort Worth right now. And this is associated with a big line of storms. Again, more than 250 miles long, a line with end-to-end severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. In Mineral Wells, right over here, a wind reported at 71 miles an hour. So just a few miles an hour away from hurricane force winds. Strong winds moving through, reports of damage, reports of hail. And the storms that have created the strong winds or bringing the strong winds are now moving into the Fort Worth area again. The word is destructive. That's the word from the National Weather Service there in Fort Worth. As we are looking and waiting for these storms to move in, I believe we can take a live look right now in Fort Worth. And this is that right now. This weather stem at the Texas Motor Speedway showing, wow, what a sight. So you see the speedway there in the extreme foreground. And in the distance, you can see the bright light from the sun going down, the texture of the clouds, the turbulent nature of the clouds, and then the rain coming down as well, all visible from this. Mother Nature gives you clues as to what's going to come. And if it looks nasty, there's a good chance it is going to be nasty. So we are tracking the dangerous severe weather threat right now that is moving into Fort Worth, Texas. Again, this is a look in Fort Worth, 77 degrees right now. It may have felt like one of those days here in Fort Worth where severe weather was possible. We knew it was, and here it is. It is heading your way right now in Fort Worth. A very strong storm. The potential to do extensive damage to trees. Power outages are likely with this storm that is coming in. Again, a destructive storm heading your way. That is the threat from the National Weather Service here in Tarrant County. After Fort Worth, it's heading to Arlington, and then eventually it is going to be moving into Dallas. And this is a quick look at the timing. And as we watch it, again, Fort Worth, a matter of minutes. It's pretty much on top of you, depending on where you are in Fort Worth right now. As we look here at the storm in Fort Worth, and then beyond that, Arlington, Irving, and then into Dallas. Stay with us. We'll be tracking this storm for you live here on the Weather Channel.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
For the line crew and the go-getters, there's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're in a hurry.
I'm off to America's Best. I heard what you said about not overpaying for glasses.
2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $79.95.
The exam alone is worth
$59.
I mean, people deserve breaks, right?
Yeah, breaks. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
It's the most wonderful time.
Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion with powerful Claritin D. So you can breathe better, feel the clarity, and make today the most wonderful time of the year. Claritin D.
I'm Lynette. This is my husband, Arthur.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe we're in our 70s, huh?
I have recommended Consumer Cellular to so many people.
She was the one to convince me to come over to her side.
That's right.
Come on over to Consumer Cellular and save. AARP members get 2 lines of unlimited talk, text, and data for just $55 a month.
The coverage has been excellent.
You know, it gives us exactly what we want.
You should go with Consumer Cellular.
Switch today. Call or go online.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus.
That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
Why did we choose Safe Flight? For us, driving around is the only way we can get our baby to sleep. So when our windshield cracked, we can't drive this. We needed it fixed right. We went to safelight.com. There's no one else we'd trust. Their experts replaced our windshield and recalibrated our car's advanced safety system. They focus on our safety, so we can focus on this little guy.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
Breaking right now, we are tracking severe weather in the state of Texas. This is a live look at Fort Worth, where a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And this is the type of warning that you should be treating like a tornado warning, because winds could be that destructive. Winds up to 86 miles per hour have been clocked just outside of Fort Worth. And that's exactly what's going to be headed your way. We want to get right to meteorologist Chris Warren. He is on the radar right now. Chris, we have multiple tornado warnings that are in effect, and these damaging winds that can sometimes cause as much destruction as tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right. With 80-mile-per-hour winds possible out of this right here. We are watching this moving into Fort Worth right now, a destructive threat here with this storm, as it is right now on the west side of town here. As we're looking at Fort Worth on the left, that's the Texas Motor Speedway. That camera view is to the southwest. So as we're looking at that camera, I'm trying to put this in a perspective of exactly where we are. This is pretty much north of the city. I think this camera is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. I think it is yet to get on top of it. If I'm not mistaken, I think that camera is up in here, somewhere in here. I'll do it broad. I think it's somewhere in here. You need a couple more minutes to figure out exactly where this camera is, but it is looking, I believe, generally in this direction. So on the right is some pretty nasty weather. As we're getting a little bit closer, Dalton's helping to work with me here to figure this out, exactly where it is. It is, where do we see? There we go. What do you got? There's Fort Worth. There's 820. It's just to the west of 35 West, and it is just north of Route 114. So as we take a closer look, we're trying to get an idea of, there we go. Do you see 35 West?
Yeah, right here in the middle of the screen.
Okay, yep. So we go up there. Okay, so yeah, the storm is now getting on top of us here as we're looking live on the left-hand side of the screen, looking down to the southwest. So you're looking down toward Fort Worth right now, and you can see the raindrops coming now onto this camera. Now, the racetrack here is not completely north-south in the long portion of the oval. It's somewhat tilted just a little bit. So we are looking, actually, this is almost due south, actually. Now that I get a better look at this, the vantage point is almost due south. So from where this camera is, the storm is about to be on top of Fort Worth. Again, so roughly speaking, the camera is looking again in this direction, looking down toward Fort Worth as we're watching. And the reason I'm spending so much time showing you this, trying to give you an idea of what this Fort Worth camera is showing, because this is the weather you are going to be getting in Fort Worth here in just a moment as it is arriving here. Again, just to the west of 35 West, that camera is might even be right in here. So again, the weather as we're watching moment by moment is going downhill at the Texas Motor Speedway as the storm, this whole line of storms that is moving into the Fort Worth area. And as we take a closer look, oh, there you go. Perfect. Dalton, thank you so much. Dalton figured it out for us right in here, looking to the south. And again, showing you this because you are just now in the leading edge of the yellow here. And it's going to get even worse when you get into this business over here. So as bad as it looks right here in Fort Worth, it is going to get worse at the Texas Motor Speedway here. It is going to get worse in Fort Worth because you have more of this. Saginaw also going to be really nasty. And if this business continues this way, it's going to be even worse than what we see right now. So right now live, we are looking again at the Texas Motor Speedway right here. A severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect that is moving into Fort Worth. The National Weather Service calling this a destructive threat. 80-mile-per-hour winds are possibly heading into Fort Worth. And in that case, extensive tree damage, power outages are likely, severe damage to mobile homes, all possible. These bright colors indicating some very strong winds. The bright blue colors, typically it's green. You're beyond the green, you're getting into the blue. So this is the wind generally going in the direction of the radar, and the velocity, the movement of those raindrops going almost 90 miles an hour. That's not exactly what's happening on the ground, but you get an idea of what is going on within this storm as we're watching still this line of storms that is stretching for, what was it, more than 250 miles from north of the Dallas Metroplex all the way down west of Austin. So these storms are currently on the move right now and have a history of producing some very strong, potentially damaging winds. Mineral Wells, a wind reported at 71 miles an hour, measured at 71 miles an hour, 70-mile-per-hour winds measured at West Worth, also close to 70 right along Interstate 20 here, and more strong winds are on the way. So with the storm that we're watching right now, already has a history of 70-mile-per-hour winds in Tarrant County here, which includes Arlington, also Fort Worth, and Fort Worth first, then Arlington, and North Richland Hills as well. The storm's pretty much on top of you right now in North Richland Hills as we continue to watch the live look here at the Texas Motor Speedway with the very heavy rain. This is what it's like now to be in the orange or the red. You see some lightning showing up on this camera as well. This is what it's like to be in the orange and the red on the radar, but now what we're seeing is all of this lightning that is coming through and about to move in. So many dangers with this. The number one, of course, Jackie, is the damaging winds, but also, as we see at the Texas Motor Speedway, some very heavy rain make it dangerous in a hurry on the roadways, and then all of the lightning as well.
Absolutely. We have some ground truth of some of those wind gust reports in Tarrant County right now, which includes River Oaks, which is basically Fort Worth. It's just to the north and west of you of 86 miles per hour. At the Denton Airport, we have a wind gust of 69 miles per hour. And at Sansom Park there in Fort Worth, 77 mile per hour wind gust has been reported. So that tells you just how strong those winds are, and that the 80 mile per hour warning certainly warranted. This could fall trees. This could bring other types of damage. So you need to be getting to your safe place immediately. Treat this like a tornado warning. We want to bring in our Paul Goodlow. He is in Dallas right now, just off to the east of Fort Worth. And you've got less than 30 minutes, Paul, before the worst of those winds arrive on top of you. What do you see as those storms are approaching?
Well, Jackie, I think we have about 10 minutes or 15 minutes or less before Dallas County is getting warned for that severe storm blasting on through Tarrant County. Behind me, you look to the north, that's downtown Dallas. Now you start to see it better. Sun is still about 25 minutes away. As we pan a little farther towards the west, you see the WFAA tower, then you see the Reunion Tower there, and then as we pass the Margaret Hunt Hill Bridge, keep going on towards the west, that double arched bridge there, that's basically pointing due west across Interstate I-30 west. That takes you to Dallas or Fort Worth. And that's roughly about, say, 40 miles from here. But the leading edge of that severe thunderstorm blasting on through Tarrant County, blasting through downtown Fort Worth right now, is about 10 miles from the western side of the Dallas County border, or DFW, which is under a ground stop right now. So if you're trying to watch us and fly out of, say, Chicago to Dallas, it's not happening for a little while because that storm is basically almost upon the airport. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, and winds have been gusting 70, 80 plus miles per hour. You can't be out on the tarmac with that. The baggage handlers, it's just not safe right now, and that'll be coming this way. In fact, now my phone is going off, so most likely we're now having there we go, Dallas County, Collin County, and I'm now hearing the tornado sirens go off here. There is not a tornado now in Dallas County, but there is a damaging wind threat. So you should treat that like a tornado warning. You need to get inside. If you have a basement, we don't have a lot here in this part of the world. You want to be in underground if you can. You want to be away from the windows and doors. This line of damaging wind-producing storms will be upon us within the next, say, 30 to 60 minutes. So now's the time to hunker down, as now birds are flying around and we're feeling more gustier winds here. So again, it's not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, but you should treat it like a tornado warning. Run to your window, run to your safe place, and have a way to be notified. And this is going to be a very interesting evening here across the Dallas area. Again, Fort Worth, you know what we're dealing with. It's coming here towards the Fort Worth for the Dallas area. But we also have severe storms south of us as well as east of us into Louisiana. Our Justin Michaels is live this evening in just north, just across the river from Shreveport in the Bossier City area. And your parish there also under now, not severe, but a tornado warning.
That's right, Paul. And in fact, we do not know there was an observed tornado in Shreveport, Louisiana within the last 15 minutes. Let me show you where Shreveport is. You see the skyline? That's Shreveport, Louisiana. We're in Bossier City, just across the Red River, and we are in a tornado warning right now for about the next 25 minutes. Or tornado watch exists here through early tomorrow morning for about the next 6 hours. So this is the night that we need you to have your cell phones fully charged, flashlights with batteries in them. Make sure you have a plan and know where you're going to go. Make sure everyone in your home knows where to go. Remember, interior hallways as far away from exterior walls as possible if you don't have a basement. Try to keep as many windows and you away from your windows as much as possible, and make sure you're in the most secure part of your home for that safe place. Also, have those cell phones alerts turned on, and make sure when you go to bed tonight your phone is not on vibrate, it's not on sleep mode, that all of your alerts are turned on full blast. west so you hear what is coming if another warning is issued. And the expectation is more warnings will likely come. Maybe not right here, maybe a few miles to our west, maybe a few miles to our east. But the bottom line is tonight's the night where that plan needs to be ready, your bags need to be ready, and you need to know what to do, every member of your family. So what do we have going on here tonight? A lot of instability in the atmosphere. You heard basically the sights and sounds of that where Paul was. As far as the human part of that, tornado sirens, and of course we expect to hear those at some point throughout the evening here as well. But the bigger threat where we are right now is not going to be impacting us until sometime kind of middle of the night, maybe around midnight, Jackie. So the threats are real. We've already in a tornado warning right now. Tornado watch extends for several more hours. It's definitely a dangerous night here in this part of Louisiana. Jackie, into you.
And don't let your guard down with this one storm passing, because there are more that are going to be moving in from the west and southwest. Thanks so much, our Justin Michaels in Shreveport, Louisiana. Now we want to go back to Fort Worth and take a live look at conditions there, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for winds as strong as 80 miles per hour, where you should be sheltering like a tornado warning right now. These are very destructive winds. We could also have some hail with these storms, and got to keep an eye out for tornadoes across this entire region tonight as well. So want to talk a little bit more about the big picture so everyone is aware of the risks and the areas where they are tonight. So Dallas stretching up to Little Rock into Memphis, that's where our tornado risk is greatest tonight with torcons of a 5. We've got a 3 from College Station to Lufkin to Alexandria to Jackson, Mississippi, and Starkville, and even places like New Orleans, Houston, up towards Fort Smith. You have torcons of 2. Those aren't huge numbers, but if there is a number, that means there is a risk. So look at this huge squall line where we have all of the warnings just lined up here for miles and miles. That's the main squall that's going to come through. But out ahead of this, in this unstable area, is where we may get some tornadoes and individual storms that develop that may be rotating. And so those are the areas where we're getting a lot of these warnings here along that warm sector and that warm front. So here's a look at the timing of all of this. This is going to be progressing off towards the east throughout the rest of this evening and continue then into the overnight hours, gradually seeing more clustering and widespread rain with embedded thunderstorms on the northern tier, but that line likely to hold together at least through tomorrow morning, and then reinvigorating, just firing right back up with the heating of the day as we head into Friday afternoon, and that tracks off towards the east. Now, overnight, with this tornado risk, tornado deaths are twice as likely to happen. You need to have a way to wake up, to be alerted. More than one form of alerts would be great, as it's particularly dangerous in the nighttime hours. We're also concerned about flooding. We've got quite a few alerts in effect across the region for the heavy rain leading to some flooding. So, Chris, let's talk a little bit more about where we're seeing some of the worst of the weather.
Tornado warnings right now and severe thunderstorm warnings breaking right now. Several warnings to tell you about, and these warnings are stretching here from the Dallas-Fort Worth area with the 80-mile-per-hour winds possible. Tornadoes going through the Shreveport, Bossier City area in Benton as well, and a tornado-warned storm heading toward Texarkana with in particular threat to the east side of town and just north of the Red River in southeast Oklahoma. Tornado warnings currently in effect, but it is in the Fort Worth area where the storms continue to roll in. And you see a live look at Dallas, which is a little bit more than 40 miles away, or about 40 miles away from Fort Worth. And here it is, you're next. Destructive threat also for Dallas right now as the storm is moving through, starting to get a little bit past the radar, and the front edge, the leading edge of the line, gives you an idea of when to expect some of the worst of the weather. And we'll be tracking it for you on the Weather Channel.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
We're Carvana. We've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Go to Carvana, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. We'll come to you, pay you on the spot, then pick up your car. That's it. At Carvana.
Internet without trackers. Without malware-ridden files. Zen. Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN.
Giorgio, look. The peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
I know. But every time the box comes, we get the peanut butter.
Yes, because Mom takes the meds out of the box and puts them in the peanut butter.
Sounds like we're getting peanut butter.
Yes, but that is the Chewy Pharmacy box.
The peanut butter box is here. The peanut butter.
All right, I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections with Omnipod 5, a tubeless system that automatically adjusts insulin to help protect against highs and lows. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for risk information and instructions for use. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
I went to Angie and typed in pool,
water heater,
cleaners, garage,
interior painting, exterior painting.
For whatever project you need, there's an option.
Oh, I have another project. Let me try this.
Get started at Angie.com today.
Why are 93% of Sleep Number sleepers very satisfied with their bed? Maybe it's because you can adjust your comfort and firmness on either side, your Sleep Number setting, to help relieve pressure points and keep you both comfortable all night. Save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 smart bed, only for a limited time.
I love puppies.
Well, I love that I switched to Verizon. My other network used to drive me crazy.
Yeah. And with Welcome Unlimited for just $25, I love that we both got an awesome network and save money doing it.
I love that it's guaranteed for 3 years.
Okay, now what I love is that we got to keep our phones more savings.
But I love...
Hey, we're sitting on a sign here.
Switch and get Welcome Unlimited for $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. The savings that last on the network you want. Verizon.
Please pay attention to the forecast.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
As I was saying earlier in the meeting, I think...
Hey Sharon, do you know Triscuit is crunchy on the outside, yet incredibly wholesome on the inside, just like me.
You forgot salty.
I'm not salty. Triscuit, unapologetically wholesome.
At Denny's, we have the best value all day long, like the Everyday Value Slam for only $5.99. Now you can stack your wins and enjoy the sunny side of craveable value. $5.99 every day, part of the all-day Diner Deals value menu, only at Denny's.
If you own a home in this economic climate, a home warranty may help protect against uncertainty, like major appliances, HVAC systems, all cost major dollars, and a home warranty can save you the worry and cover what homeowners insurance won't. Make the free call today to the number on your screen and find out what options are right for you. U.S. Home Guard, 800-627-1202.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 34, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45, chance of rain 50%. Friday night, windy with rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Recipe here for things to go way wrong, way too easy.
It's time to get heavy.
Unbelievable.
The new season of Heavy Rescue 401 is here.
This is the part that makes me nervous.
So strap in and hold on, because it's about to get bumpy. Rescue 401. New season premieres Sunday, March 12th. Only on the Weather Channel.
Dangerous storms on the move right now. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris, tracking an ongoing severe weather threat. Strong, possibly destructive storms moving into Dallas right now, moving through Fort Worth into Arlington, now next to Dallas, and then some tornado warnings to tell you about. A confirmed tornado warned storm right here, heading into Texarkana. The worst part of the storm is here, but the whole part of it does mean business. This does have an observed tag on it from the National Weather Service office here. This tornado warning in effect until 6:30 Central Time. There was some pretty obvious rotation associated with this storm earlier as it does continue to move off and to the north. Let's go ahead right now and take a closer look at where the rotation is. And Donald, if you wouldn't mind backing it up real quick, thank you. As we go through, and you can see right in here is where some of that rotation was as it was moving off and continues to move off to the north. And as we look at the bigger picture now, also for a while did have, and it was warned on back here, a very obvious hook associated with it as well. So that's what we're watching heading into Texarkana. Take cover right now and make sure everybody is inside and away from the windows in the lowest level of your home in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex right now. Some very strong winds associated with the front end of this line heading now across through Fort Worth, some of the worst of it right now, heading to and eventually through Dallas. The tag from the National Weather Service is destructive. And when we look at the velocity, the movement of the raindrops here, indicating winds getting up to and around 80 miles an hour. This is a little bit higher up, but you just get the sense of how fast some of the winds are within this storm as they continue to move off to the east and heading in the direction of Irving, also then into Dallas, Garland, and Mesquite, Texas as well. And we want to go back now to meteorologist Paul Goodlow, who is right about here in Dallas, and he joins us live right now with the sirens have been going off. Hello, Paul.
And they've been going off, Chris, because of the wind, not because of any tornado threat, even though we're still under a tornado watch. We're talking damaging winds. You got to treat this like your tornado warning procedure in terms of going away from the exterior windows and walls, especially the windows and walls on the west side or the southwest side of your house or apartment, because the winds are coming this way. We're looking north towards downtown. If we keep panning towards my left, you can see the Reunion Tower here lit up in the colors of the Texas flag, and see how dark the skies are. Yes, we're getting close to sunsets coming up in the next, say, 2 to 5 minutes or so, but that's really the storms which are really obscuring the sunset, which was beautiful last night, and now it's bearing down across DFW Airport. The ground stop there has been extended to well past 7 o'clock, 7:15, which means maybe you're trying to fly in from Salt Lake City or Seattle. That flight's not leaving that airport because it's just not safe to get in the sky, because we're not quite sure what the condition or how long it'll be till you're all clear here at DFW. So that's what the FAA does, just to make sure that your air safety is safe when you have this severe weather. But the big concern, Jackie, is the reason why those sirens are going off. Ground truth to 70 to 80 plus mile per hour winds coming on through here. So you don't just need a tornado to cause some serious damage. Those winds, Jackie, can do a lot of damage as they blow through a heavily populated metropolitan area like here in Fort Worth and Dallas. Jackie?
Yeah, they really can. And in fact, we're starting to see some of those damage reports, even power poles that have been snapped near the base. And this was not a tornado. This is from those strong winds that have been coming on through. Thanks, Paul. We want to show folks a new time lapse that we have, a video from the storms in Denton, Texas. So this is just west of Dallas. And there you can see the dark, ominous conditions. And there's the rain shaft kind of on the right-hand side, middle of your screen, right where it kind of goes from dark to light right in there. Denton did record a wind gust of 69 miles per hour. certainly the reason why they needed to issue those warnings. So these are the same storms that are working through Fort Worth and working their way towards Dallas right now, and the damaging wind threat is of top concern right now. But also we have a threat of some large hail. We've had quite a few large hail reports already this afternoon and evening. That's very likely. This overlaps with the same areas where we have damaging wind, but where hail could be 2 inches or greater in diameter. That's the size of an egg. Does include the Dallas area, and we had plenty of hail reports up towards Sherman. So baseball size hail is the most extreme scenario that we may expect tonight, and that requires an updraft of 80 miles an hour.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi.
Control of my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi.
Control is everything to me.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Are you ready to get started? This is the Body Block 21-Day Challenge. Let's go, let's go. 3 weeks.
5 workouts a week.
Followed by a week of rest, and that's a body block.
You pick the block, and you're going to love the experience.
One block is for beginners only. We've got the all-body block, the bike block, and if you like to lift, we got the iron block.
Be committed to this process.
Surprise yourself with how great you'll feel in just 3 weeks.
You're not going to quit on yourself today.
There is nothing that we can't do if we work together.
I wonder if Instacart can tackle this honey-do list. Need pink for the deck, gear for the kids' track meet, and the essentials. Honey-do list completed. Saturday saved. Visit instacart.com or download the app and get free delivery on your first order.
If I just stare at these payroll forms, my business payroll taxes will calculate themselves, right? Nope.
Intuit QuickBooks helps you manage your payroll taxes.
Cheers.
With 100% accurate tax calculations guaranteed.
Everyone in my family went on a Carnival cruise. Maggie didn't come though, because she's a dog. Mom did things I've never seen her do. Dad was himself, and I met this girl who was pretty cool, I guess. Then I saw a bird. Hi.
Cool bird.
And Dad told us to put on sunscreen, and we had the best time together. Please don't tell my parents I said that.
S.C. Johnson.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, buddy, you need a hug. You also need consumer cellular. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers and 100% U.S.-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer cellular.
Have you thought about your wish?
I wish that Shaq was my real-life big brother.
Aww.
What's up, little bro?
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Turns out some wishes do come true. And it turns out the General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. Mom, for a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, make the right call and go with the General.
For businesses of all sizes, there are a lot of choices when it comes to your internet and technology needs. When you choose Comcast Business Internet, you choose the largest, fastest, reliable network. You choose advanced security for total peace of mind. And you choose a next-generation 10G network that's always improving, getting faster, more reliable, and more intelligent to keep you ready for today and tomorrow. The choice is clear. Make your business future-ready with the network from the most innovative company. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Tornado warning in Dallas, Texas right now. A brand new tornado warning including downtown, or a big portion of downtown Dallas, associated with the line of storms that has been moving through Fort Worth, Texas right now. This is that storm. Here it is. This is the leading edge of the severe thunderstorm warned portion of this line of thunderstorms that is now moving into Dallas. Just got a tornado warning. It is radar indicated at this point. It does include Dallas. It does include right about where meteorologist Paul Goodloe is. We'll get to him in just a moment. As we're also looking at this camera right here in Dallas, that camera is actually looking in that direction, roughly in that direction, looking more to the east than to the west, and on the far right-hand side of your screen is where, like down below, is where Paul Goodloe is. So Paul's actually, when we go to Paul in a moment, he'll be looking back at this direction here in Dallas, where we are. And so this is a look at downtown Dallas, and from behind this camera is where the tornado warned storm is coming from, in this direction. So here it is, the tornado warned storm going in this direction. Again, we'll get back to Paul in just a moment, who's right over here, and he's looking in that direction as well. It is getting dark here, and the storm's having a big say in that as well. And when we look at this, it's a little difficult right now to try to discern exactly where the rotation is, because remember, the green is a look at where the winds are going toward the radar, and the red is where it's going away from the radar. And the problem here that we have is the fact that the storms are moving in this direction, and they're getting past the radar. So all the winds are still generally going in the same direction, but we think it's right in here, the location of where the winds are going in opposite directions right next to each other. But again, we're in kind of a tricky spot because the storm is going past the radar, and some winds that were green are now red, just because of the fact that the winds, that the storm is going past here. So again, as we're getting closer to downtown Dallas, a tornado warning in effect. If you're in any of these locations, take cover right now. The storm, even if you're not where the exact tornado is in this, it's still, the whole line has the potential of bringing destructive winds, damaging winds. There's already, with this line earlier, there has been reports of damage to roofs. So this still does remain a serious concern. Here's Dallas. Here's where the Trinity River is as well. Here is that rotation. Get a little bit closer and you can kind of make some sense of it. And again, right over here is where Paul Goodloe is. Let's go ahead right now and check in with Paul. Paul, right now on radar, you know, it's a little bit tough given the location of it, but what are you seeing there? I know it's dark, might be tough to see anything.
Chris, I'm seeing a lot of everything here. In fact, we're going to look behind me, looking north towards downtown Dallas, looking north towards Dallas, but we look this way towards the west. We've been seeing, yes, some lighting of the sky from lightning, but we're also seeing the green arcs and flashes of perhaps power lines arcing or transformers arcing. So that could be winds doing the damage, could be tornadoes doing the damage. It could be just power lines hitting each other because of the winds. Not sure if it's not just lightning causing some of those arcs we're seeing, because lightning has that white kind of flash. These are clear green flashes, and that is definitely more power arcing that we're seeing off to the west. It's right across I-30. Again, those sirens going off now in Dallas County. That is because of a tornado warning. You should hopefully already be in your safe place because of the damaging wind threat. And now we have the potential tornado threat as well. Again, we're under the overall area, a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. But this line is still barreling through Fort Worth. Now the airport, and I'm pretty sure Dallas Love Field probably has a ground stop as well. There's probably very few flights going off this time of the evening because the rules there. But there's the radar here. This is blasting on this way, and it's packing some winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. But in terms of the forward speed of this cell here, we're talking the whole line is moving between 40 to 55 miles per hour. And again, you can see the timing here over the next several minutes coming right on through downtown Dallas. So even downtown and then points east of there, all this is headed your way. So now's the time to seek shelter. Embedded in this, a lot of heavy rain and lightning. We're about to head indoors because we haven't had rain yet, but the lightning is getting kind of dangerously close. We'll have coverage all evening long.
A promise is a trust not to be broken, whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community and their families. That's our mission, always.
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Now available without a prescription. Astapro is the first and only 24-hour steroid-free spray. While Flonase takes hours, Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. So you can Astapro and go.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-396-8330, 800-396-8330.
High Point University is the premier life skills university, where student transformation is focused on personal initiative and extraordinary career outcomes. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
Wait, I can erase my exes? I don't even remember this guy.
Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for free, plus 50% off Pixel Buds Pro.
I think that's Carvana. Let's go.
Go.
Just in the amount.
Just in the amount.
Yes, please.
A lot can happen in a moment.
I just bought a car from Carvana.
Like finding your perfect mix of down and monthly payments. Finance your next car with Carvana today.
Not that into saving, are you?
Whoa, dude.
Money. Because you paid too much for those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
Breaking right now, a tornado warning in effect for Dallas, Texas. You're looking live at the downtown area right now, where we have seen multiple flashes of lightning, but also what has appeared to be some power flashes. We just recorded a wind gust at DFW, the airport there, at 71 miles per hour. So we are likely to see some damaging winds as well as a possible tornado. You need to be in your safe place right now here in Dallas. We want to get right to our meteorologist, Chris Warren. He is on the radar right now. The reflectivity a little bit muddy, so to speak, if we're looking for where the worst of the winds and the rotation might be right now in Dallas. But we're seeing and hearing about damage reports already. Whether that's from a tornado or winds, it doesn't really matter. Folks really need to be safe and stay indoors right now.
The result may be the same. And we're looking at about 250 miles worth of a squall line, essentially, a big line of thunderstorms that has the potential of doing damage, whether it's with the straight line winds coming out of the line or with rotation embedded within that line. And with that, there are two tornado warnings right now here. The newest one near Killeen, Texas, west of Interstate 35, and here including Dallas right now. And that is where we start, including downtown Dallas. We'll try to get to Paul Goodlow when we can. He's right about here. He has yet to see the rain, but he has been seeing what appears to be some flashes on the ground, likely some sort of electrical infrastructure going. Also, a lot of lightning flashes in the sky as well. We continue to see that as we monitor this camera right here, which is looking generally about this direction. It's looking to the east with the camera has its back to the storm, so to speak. So we're going to watch, and I've already seen on this camera, I've seen some flashes of lightning even looking in that direction. There's a lot of lightning associated with this storm, and in here there is a tornado warning. Again, anywhere on here, either you're going to have the possibility of a tornado or some straight line damaging winds. So, we oftentimes, when we look at the velocity, which this is, we look at the green and the red going in different directions. It's a little tricky right now because a lot of the green and the red are going in the same direction. You see the radar sweeping by. The green is going generally toward the radar, which is down here. So most of the time it was going toward the radar. And now that it's getting farther away from the radar, the red is now showing us what's going away from the radar. It was going toward. So it's the same wind directions, which makes it a little bit complicated here when trying to figure out exactly where that rotation is. This is Dallas, and now we're seeing, again, the rain moving into town, south side of town, getting into 35 east at the moment. We did watch the storm go through Fort Worth, and even before that, reports of damaging winds. Likely seeing this could even be the gust front out ahead of it, or the rain. I'm seeing the camera now is definitely showing some of the rain moving into Dallas. If we can go back to that camera here, you can see that in downtown Dallas right now. The rain is coming down. There are flashes as we watch this camera. Flashes on this side of the screen is where I've been seeing most of it. This now a live look. Notice the camera is shaking a little bit. The temperature's gone down quite a bit as well. It's now 60 degrees. And winds being reported at 21. But anywhere along this line, winds could be stronger than 70 miles an hour at times. Camera on the left is showing this view, and the rain is coming in right now. You are in probably the yellow of the radar. Remember, the green is the lighter rain, yellow moderate, and the orange is in the red getting into the heavier rain. So not quite in the heaviest of rain yet, but you can see just how the camera has that fuzzy look when you look at the lights beyond the tall building there in the center. Has a fuzzy look. That's the rain coming down, kind of obscuring the lights a little bit here. So the worst of the storm is moving in right now. This is packing a very big punch for Dallas. Again, this is for Dallas County. This storm is associated with a line of storms, about 250 miles worth of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. A lot of it is still west of Interstate 35, not so much here in Dallas right now. And here's another way, Jackie, you can kind of measure how strong this storm has been by the power outages. Of course, you've been in Dallas. This is, a highly populated populated urban area. So a lot of power outages in here.
Yeah, and likely due to the damaging winds. The winds are strong enough that they're producing that kind of damage. We've seen reports of power poles that are getting snapped in these extreme winds. It's not that often. I know we've got the tornado warning in effect for Dallas, but it's not that often that we see these extreme winds across such a widespread area. And these have been tracking in from the west, and we've had a lot of ground truth of wind gust reports between 70 to as much as nearly 90 miles per hour. So that is the equivalent of maybe an EF1 tornado and can cause significant amounts of damage. So we need to shelter in place tonight for tornado warnings, but we also need to do that tonight for severe thunderstorm warnings. And more of those will be expected with time as this continues through the overnight hours. So as you're thinking about going to bed here tonight, make sure you have multiple ways to get those warnings.
With the Venture X card from Capital One, you earn 2 times miles on every purchase.
They're noise canceling. You're being too loud. Good choice. Ooh, my lucky number.
Plus, earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. What's in your wallet?
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is Consumer Cellular's map.
I don't see the difference, do you?
Well, that one's purple.
Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers, starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. So Aaron's folks could help him out with a sweet ride.
No way.
Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our car vending machines, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion. Patients taking Tepezza may have infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before getting Tepezza, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar even if you don't have diabetes and may worsen IBD such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
Unless you treat dandruff regularly, it will keep coming back. Try Head & Shoulders. It contains zinc pyrithione, which fights the germ that causes dandruff, and when used regularly, helps prevent it from coming back. For up to 100% dandruff protection, use Head & Shoulders.
At Spectrum, we've built a network to help businesses thrive. One that over 80% of Fortune 500 companies rely on. Along with millions of small businesses, like the one down the street. A network that moves huge amounts of data, with enterprise services up to 100 gigabits per second. So businesses can move at the speed of innovation without blinking. A network that keeps data safe on the web and in the cloud. So this hospital's patients can be sure their private information stays in the right hands. A network that's always on, so this store's Wi-Fi can stay up, no matter how busy they get. Because our goal is to give you the tools to reach your goals. Spectrum. Designed for business, built for you.
Impacts your life.
Your family, your friends, your day, and your week ahead.
The Weather Channel is the leader in weather coverage.
From hurricanes to tornadoes, blizzards to wildfires.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 48 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 34. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 50%. Friday night, windy with rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Severe weather pounding parts of Texas right now, including Dallas. This is a live look, and it's tough to even make out some of the building here right now because of the low clouds and the very heavy rainfall. The tornado warning that was in effect for Dallas proper has been allowed to expire, but still remains in effect for parts of Dallas County, including towns like Hutchins, as well as into Wilmer and Seagoville. So you still need to be staying in your tornado safe place there, but Dallas itself, I would continue to shelter in place because of the winds. Those winds are still looking extremely strong. They're on top of you right now. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and so we could still get some wind gusts on the range of 60 to maybe as much as 80 miles per hour here in Dallas. So don't let your guard down yet. This is all part of that big line, Chris, that is working its way across the Lone Star State. Destructive winds, power outages in effect right now, having a huge impact on millions.
And Jackie, as you were showing that camera of Dallas, the skyline looked like there was like one or two buildings, right? I mean, there it is, right?
Can't see much.
There's one in the middle, one right behind it, and then one off to the right. The rain is so heavy. This is a whole skyline here that, you know, maybe 5 or 6 blocks away, you can't even see the lights of the buildings anymore. And
even when the lightning illuminates it, you can't see much.
Right, and the fact that there's buildings with lights, right? The lights usually can do a pretty good job of getting through, but the rain is that heavy. There could be hail in here as well. Would not rule that out. But the lights, you can't see the city skyline. Once this line gets through, we'll be able to see the city skyline again. The big question is whether or not winds knock out power. There might not be as many lights.
Right. Obviously, we've got some power in some of these areas, but those numbers have been going up. Quite a few in Tarrant County. One county just to the west.
Where Fort Worth is.
And there are about 7,000 customers in Dallas County right now without power.
So this storm right here is associated with a line of severe thunderstorm warned storms right now. So from about north of San Antonio all the way up to the Red River is where there is now. And you know what, Dalton? I'll tell you what, it's more than 323 now that this has been extended. And we'll continue to track this. I know it's trivial to a point in the sense that it just shows you how long the line is, but also to know that it's almost going to be unavoidable if you are at Interstate 35 from Waco down to Austin and possibly even and eventually San Antonio. It's building down to the south as well. So this is a huge area, Jackie, that has the potential for damaging, destructive winds, and there are some areas of spin on this line. Yeah. So tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings posing a huge wind threat.
Yeah, so this is still in the suburbs. This is still in a very populated area, a very dangerous storm. Lightning in and of itself, of course, is a big danger too. And we're seeing this is a very electric storm. We're seeing frequent flashes. Cloud to cloud is mostly what I'm seeing here, but you can't rule out some cloud to ground across the area as well. Some other big impacts too, by the way, I might mention that the temperature drop has just been incredible. We dropped, 20 degrees or so in just a couple of minutes once the rain came through and we had that cooler air. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Paul Goodlow, who is joining us live over the phone in Dallas. Paul was doing some live reports for us prior to the storm moving on in. And Paul, you've had to get to your safe place right now because of that tornado threat a few minutes ago, but also the destructive winds. What did it sound like and what did you see?
1 minute, Jackie, it was quiet. The next minute, the gust front came through. This is long before the first raindrop fell here, and the gust front, and that's causing all the power flashes we talked about in our last flash shot, the green arcs, because the winds were gusting 40 to 80 miles per hour. That's long before the first raindrops. So if you're watching us and listening to this, if you're east of Dallas, don't wait. It's like, oh, it looks like the clouds are... No. The wind comes in, and there literally is zero warning with this. And you go from a calm wind to perhaps tropical storm to hurricane-force winds in a matter of milliseconds. And we went scrambling, went to our safe place. And again, this is doing perhaps the same damage as perhaps a weak tornado, these straight-line winds coming on before you can almost see the little light green arc. Before you see the darker greens and the reds and yellows and oranges on the radar, that's the gust front. So, yes, be wary of the tornado warning for Dallas County, but it's also gusty, damaging winds coming through there as well. So again, if you're on the east side of the Dallas metro, be prepared. This wind is literally seconds away from potentially doing damage where you live.
Why did we choose Safe Flight? For us, driving around is the only way we can get our baby to sleep. So when our windshield cracked, we can't drive this. We needed it fixed right. We went to safelight.com. There's no one else we'd trust. Their experts replaced our windshield and recalibrated our car's advanced safety system. They focus on our safety.
Really looks great. Not a problem.
So we can focus on this little guy.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
This is going to be great. Taking the shawl off. Okay, I did it. Is he looking at my hairline?
Is plaque psoriasis making you rethink your everyday choices? Otezla is a pill, not a cream or injection, that can help people with plaque psoriasis achieve clearer skin. And no routine blood tests required. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 8 years. Don't hesitate. Ask your doctor about Otezla today.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I lost 67 pounds in 12 months on Golo. Golo and the release has been phenomenal in my life. It's all natural. It's not something that gives you the jitters. It makes you go through your days with energy, and you're not tired anymore, and your anxiety, everything is gone. It's definitely worth trying. It is an amazing product.
That's a resensitive.
I didn't get that.
Oh, buddy, you need a hug. You also need consumer cellular. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers and 100% U.S.-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer cellular.
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. But your gym, your watch, even your yoga pants say when you miss a day, you failed? At Body, we're redefining success to liking yourself no matter what, with fun workouts that give you a week off each month. And healthy eating, with room for dessert. Of course we'll fail. So what? Let's keep going. Go to body.com to start your free trial now.
Champions.
Remember Marcus Markovich?
You gotta make that!
Marcus, get off the court.
Well, he got fired.
I will offer you community service, coaching adults with intellectual disabilities.
I'm new to all this.
Yeah, I can tell.
I don't know if you're brave or crazy.
He's just one win away from the Special Olympics tournament.
But I know this is your shot at being champions. Champions.
I think I've sprained my finger.
Rated PG-13. Only in theaters March 10th. Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
You're watching Storm Center, and we are watching severe storms that have been hitting the Dallas Metroplex over the last hour or so. Multiple warnings are still in effect, including a severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas proper. There's a tornado warning just to the south and east of Dallas in parts of Dallas County. Look at the temperature now. It has dropped to 54 degrees. We were well in the 70s, so that cold air rushing in from the thunderstorms, and things have cleared out a little bit better. Visibility, anyway, has improved, and I think the strongest of winds are working their way east of Dallas. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Chris Warren, right now because he is tracking it all. Is that what you're seeing on the radar right now, Chris?
We are seeing a big line of severe weather. Jackie, I got to tell you.
You were looking at other things.
I was thinking
That's okay. I was just asking. It looks like the worst of the winds might be east of Dallas now.
The exact downtown part of Dallas.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But Dallas is big. If you've driven through it, it is a maze of concrete and buildings. It is a complex metro area, the Metroplex.
That's why they call it that, exactly.
It is a big one. As we look at this line, more than 300 miles of severe weather right now, and including the tornado warning. So anywhere along this line, there is the potential for rotation in here. So still radar indicated tornado warning here. This is now southeast of Dallas, but you can see over to and still within that Interstate 20 where Highway 175 is at the moment. Tornado warning gone, but still considerable threat for damaging winds. And that is ongoing here. The strong winds out ahead of the main line here. As Paul Goodlow mentioned earlier, there was the gust front that came through. So before the rain starts, the wind will start to blow, the trees will rustle, and then a little while later, the big bit will come on through. So again, in Dallas, now into Collin County as well. Severe thunderstorm warning. More than 200,000 customers now in the greater Dallas area. Lightning still going off from Dallas-Fort Worth all the way up to the Red River here. A lot of power outages. Winds have been reported anywhere from around 70 to 80 miles an hour here in some of these locations. Tornado warning here just north of Killeen, and this is right along and just to the west, I should say, of Interstate 35 right now. And as we look at the velocity, and I know Dalton's going to go ahead and put this into motion, try to see what has happened lately. So here's something else, too. When you are watching a squall line come through, a big line of thunderstorms, when you get these kinks sometimes, it's a sign that there's some rotation within the thunderstorm as well. And sometimes it's right there. It's right at that point where winds that are going toward or the radar can get that spin right in here. So a tornado warning is towards the end of the warning. We'll let you know if the National Weather Service does extend that, but frequent lightning down this line, considerable threat. Now here in Austin. And hey, you know what? We were looking at this, and this is Jackie. Honestly, while I was distracted earlier, I was trying to look at what is going on here.
I see that.
This easily could be birds, right? Because I know I was looking at Austin is famous for its bats, right? Right. The bats that go out.
Caves. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not too familiar with Round Rock, but I would not be surprised at all if that's what was going on.
Yeah.
Because we saw with Paul Goodlow, remember?
Right.
Paul was there,
and the birds went crazy.
And the birds started flying by him, so that would not surprise me, because remember what a radar does. It sends out a signal, and the energy that comes back is what is represented on the radar. And sometimes gust fronts, like right here, out ahead of it, as the winds come down, they can kick up dust, can kick up insects.
Yeah.
Yep. And so that's my best guess right now, just a guess, and maybe the bats in Austin as well. So again, yeah, Jackie?
I was just going to say, if the storms weren't there, I'd be more inclined to think that it was bats or maybe even a fire. But being that the storms are there, that makes the most sense to me as well, that it's likely birds.
Right. Maybe getting that gust front or hearing it or the lightning or the flashes, something disturbing their evening ritual here. Again, big-time storms coming through this whole stretch, going all the way up into southeast Oklahoma right now, and here into southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. Louisiana. Tornado watches in effect. Remember, watches, like to think of it as we're watching for warnings. Watches, conditions are favorable for the development of either, in this case, tornadoes or severe weather in yellow. Warnings mean it's either happening or it's about to happen and you need to take action. Either way, best bet, if you have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, go to your safe location and ride it out because we have a long night here for a lot of people waiting for these storms to arrive. And also, Jackie, we've been tracking these ongoing warnings, but it's also, I think, worth reminding people that now, once the line gets through, that should be it. But if you get storms before the line, that line's still coming.
Exactly.
More rounds than just one.
And the models had been showing, at least earlier today, I haven't looked at the last couple of short-term models, but maybe a second line developing, kind of having two of them move on through as we get into the overnight hours tonight. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But it's the individual ones out ahead of it that can be the big hailers and that can be the ones that produce tornadoes. So we do have new video we want to share with you out of Winnsboro, Texas right now, and it's showing you some of the brutal conditions. Oh, wow. So this is obviously a tornado we got right there. There you can see the big funnel, and you can see some debris that's getting lofted, even though we don't see it actually kissing the ground, being that where you're seeing some of that debris getting lofted, you know that's a tornado. Sorry, I thought that was going to be hail video. Obviously not. This is one of a couple of tornadoes that have been reported today and caught on camera.
So you see the debris going in the air, and this is the first time either one of us have seen this video. And that debris going in the air, if it gets up high enough, that's what the radar will hit. That'll tell us that there's something in the air that's not a raindrop. And that's the correlation coefficient we talk about a lot.
Yep.
And it's that. It's stuff in the air that will help confirm this. If, of course, you get a storm tracker on this. But if there wasn't the storm tracker here and it's just the meteorologist back in the office, they will look at the shape of the storm based on the reflectivity, the movement of the raindrops that are above this level. But eventually that debris gets up into the storm, and there is a product on the radar, the correlation coefficient, that'll tell us there's something in the storm that's not a raindrop or a hailstone. But Jackie, confirmation that what we were worried about today, that severe weather threat, has been realized, and we're getting a lot of reports, a lot of damage, and still relatively early in the night.
Yes, we've seen similar scenes around the Shreveport area. We're working on getting that video for you tonight as well. That happened about 5:30 this evening, but this one is in Winnsboro, Texas, and obviously a well-developed tornado there causing damage and lofting some of that debris. It looks like I also saw a little hail on the road. We've had a lot of hail reports tonight, and of course a lot of wind damage reports tonight too. So let's take a look at the bigger picture, and let's talk about timing going forward, because I know it's going to be that time of the night you're putting the kids to bed, and then you're thinking about putting yourself to bed in another couple of hours, and you're going to need to have a couple of ways to get alerted in this severe weather threat zone. And the area where tornadoes are going to be most likely includes around the Dallas area, but then stretching through Texarkana, near Shreveport again, into Little Rock and Memphis. We've got torque-cons of a 3 for College Station, Alexandria, and into Starkville, and even Houston and New Orleans. We couldn't rule out some tornadoes. We've got torque-cons of a 2 there for you. So what we have here, in addition to the radar, is we have our tornado parameter that is plotted on there. That's all those bright colors that you see spread about. And the darker the color that you see there, those dark reds, is the higher the tornado parameter, which means the more favorable it is as storms move into that region, that they may rotate and produce tornadoes. So we still have that threat that's going to be ongoing tonight. This is that squall line that Chris was talking about, or QLCS. Tends to cause damaging winds, but embedded within there, we do sometimes see areas of rotation, and that's exactly what we're seeing north of Austin right now. We've got a couple of warnings here into that edge of the warmer sector that are pushing closer towards Little Rock, and we're going to be seeing a lot of heavy rain with these storms tonight as well. There's a look at timing, and there you can see that Dallas finally starting to clear out around 11, 12 o'clock tonight, and you can see that line of storms as it works off towards the east, and then that upper low, that cold core, could swing on through and still bring some stormy times into eastern parts of Oklahoma and into western Arkansas into early tomorrow morning. So Memphis, it could be difficult for you for an early morning commuters, but still dark out at 6 o'clock in the morning. Tornadoes are twice as likely likely to be deadly when they happen at night. So we want you to have multiple ways to get alerted. If you're a heavy sleeper, 3 ways would even be better. But communicate with your family and your friends this evening if they're in the risk zone, and make sure they have what they need to help them get through the storms tonight. And of course, we've got live continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel even after Storm Center. Chris.
And we do have new video now, Jackie, coming into the Weather Channel from the Shreveport area. This is that. It also looks like a tornado is in progress. And I say that it's not real obvious until you see the debris that is swirling around. Not a super obvious funnel, but anytime that you see, there goes the birds, what appears to be debris being lofted up into the air and just kind of floating like around too. Tells me there's likely a tornado in progress. Remember, we see tornadoes wind, right? So it's the wind, and you don't see wind, but you do see what wind blows. And wind here is blowing some what appears to be, it could be leaves, or it could be parts of a structure or other types of vegetation. But you can also get the funnel cloud, and as the name implies, it's condensation. It is a cloud. In this case, don't see an obvious cloud. It looks like there is some broad, maybe condensation going on there with this spin. But certainly here from this vantage point in Shreveport, does appear that this may have been at some point in the life cycle of a tornado. Hard to say if it was the beginning, middle, or end. But we have had reports of a tornado in the greater Shreveport area. And again, this is, my guess, Jackie, is likely a tornado. What would you say?
Well, this is the time where I was looking at something else right now, and I wasn't looking at the video. But what I can tell you is that it was bats, not birds.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that area is well known for the bats. There's a cave right there. This is the bats in Round Rock is what it's known for.
You beat me to that by a second, because next time you were going to be talking, that's what I was going to be looking at. And that's the thing here. When we're in a situation where there's breaking news, all of us are always working, and as much as we hang on each other's every word in day-to-day life, we have to suspend that every once in a while, try to get the very latest information to you, and try to make sense of it. I mean, we're talking about bats, but it's not just a trivial thing. We're trying to really figure out, what's going on with the equipment that's being used to detect storms and to hopefully save lives.
Absolutely, and radar is so critical in a situation like this. Now that we can confirm tornadoes on radar, we've got our storm trackers that are out there watching this as well. So it takes a team, it takes equipment, it takes, that stuff comes from the Weather Service. So it goes deep, and we've got our Dalton right here. Dalton Mulinax, our weather producer, helping to operate the radar, and he gathers information for us as well.
Right, and it's going to be a long time too before we can put this outbreak to bed, right? It's severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and the threat continuing into tomorrow as well for some same locations that have the threat tonight and that have a threat tomorrow, but also some other states. We'll get into that. But right now, first things first, here's going into tonight, Torcana 5. Again, we did see that video, what I believe was some rotation associated with what was perhaps a tornado. So here's Shreveport and Bossier City, 5. You've already had some storms. Night's not over. That line that we're watching moving through Dallas right now, getting closer to Interstate 35. We're making that 20 trek through East Texas and head here into the Arklatex. Texarkana also had a possible tornado come through earlier. This is what's going on right now, some showers. These storms have been coming up from the south and going to the north. The next round's going to come this way. It's going to come and you might even have another round come from the south to the north, as you see right here. Another chance for some showers and storms before the main line eventually comes through here. Shreveport, Bossier City overnight now, after midnight, and then perhaps another quick shot of showers first thing in the morning. Little Rock, Arkansas, also a Torcana 5 tonight. Thunderstorms right now just to the west and to the south. The threat for more of the stronger storms still going to be with us. Here's 9, 10, 11, midnight now. Overnight still looking very wet. We haven't mentioned this in a while because we've been tracking the tornadoes, but the flash flood threat is going to be a serious concern as well. And Jackie, it's always, I think, a concern with storms going overnight, people that have to get up, maybe head out the door before 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, before sunrise. Don't know maybe exactly what's been going on all night. Maybe just knowing it's been raining. There could be some flooded spots. Roads might look wet, but they could be flooded. Extra caution.
Yeah, and we've had some rivers, creeks, and streams that have been running pretty high prior to today's rain. So this could aggravate that situation. Most of the flooding has been minor up to this point, but we do have some alerts that are in effect. So we'll start out with the flood watches, meaning that flooding could be taking place in these areas from parts of Oklahoma stretching all the way up into the state of Ohio. So this is far-reaching, where we're going to be seeing these heavy downpours. The ground fairly saturated across this region from the past couple of weeks of rain and thunderstorms, but in particular the last 24 hours into central Arkansas, into northern parts of Mississippi and northern Alabama and southern parts of Tennessee. So our moisture is getting pumped in from the subtropics, and so there is certainly ample humidity and moisture to work with. Our dew points are in the 50s and 60s, letting us know that it's very ripe to bring down several inches of rainfall.
Experience the elevation of electrification at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Want it, need it, cheese it.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is Consumer Cellular's map.
I don't see the difference, do you?
Well, that one's purple.
Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers, starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus.
That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
This cough.
This will help.
Vicks Vapor Rub?
Vicks Vapor Rub's medicated vapors go straight to the source of your cough, so you can relieve your cough to breathe easier. Vicks Vapor Rub, fast-acting cough relief.
Recipe here for things that go way wrong. Way too easy.
Heavy Rescue 401, new season premieres Sunday, March 12th, only on the Weather Channel.
Pesky leaks? Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray seals out water, air, and moisture. Stops and prevents leaks indoors, outdoors, and virtually anywhere you need. Available in a full line of sealant products.
Let's face it, tests matter for college admissions and scholarships.
The high ACT score really helped with getting scholarships.
Huntington has helped me reach my full potential, and now I have a lot of options for college.
Call Huntington Learning Center at 1-800-CAN-LEARN for tutoring and test prep.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you.
And Allegra Hives works from the inside to relieve itching and reduce hives for 24 hours.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. Harness the power of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins to smooth, heal, and moisturize your dry skin. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 47 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, windy with rain likely, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
Good evening. You're watching the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of a severe weather outbreak in the South. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you tonight, Shreveport, Louisiana, in the South Broadmoor neighborhood of Shreveport, where we do have a confirmed tornado that touched down. No rating has been given, but you can see the general state of disrepair here in these buildings, roofing material on top of cars with their windows that have been blown out. Several of the buildings here and the residential streets behind this were impacted by this tornado. We are seeing video of that tornado from different people milling around here who were able to capture it on camera. Of course, that's one of the things we would ask you not to do, is shoot it with your cell phone, but seems like everybody at this point is safe. We're not having any reports of injuries yet, but we're still talking with people and also communicating with authorities. Hey, Mike, I'm going to move over here so we can see some of these other buildings. You can see debris out here in the South Broadmoor neighborhood. Also, this building over here certainly was ripped apart by the power of the winds along here. We understand that this building is a laundromat, and there were people in there when the storm came through, working to find some of those folks. Again, no word on any injuries from folks who were in there, but still, generally, this area is a bit chaotic right now, as people are still trying to ascertain exactly what happened. We do know a confirmed tornado touchdown. Again, rating is not known yet. The National Weather Service will have to get in to determine that, but you can see how things happen in the aftermath of an event like this. People milling around, people confused, not knowing what just happened to them, their friends, their family, not knowing if their neighbors are okay. There's lots of questions, a lot of concern. People are shocked right now, trying to figure out what exactly happened to their neighborhood. But you can see the power of the wind is always remarkable. And the concerning thing is, this is not over. We still have several hours to go. And in fact, as we get closer and closer to midnight, we have a tornado watch here right now. As we get closer and closer to midnight, the middle part of the night, we're expecting another line of severe weather to come through with what could be straight line winds pushing 75 mile per hour or more, the possibility of more tornadoes, even hail potential is there, and the strong wind potential is there. So this night is not over. We have a long way to go when it comes to the severe weather threat here in the South. And then when it's all said and done in the middle of the night, tomorrow morning's commute, also another potential for severe weather to go through during that commute. So you have to believe that folks here in Shreveport are going to have a very restless night when it comes to trying to understand what happened here in South Broadmoor. And imagine this, if you know you're the neighborhood next door, could it happen to us the next round of weather that comes through? It's going to be a very, very tiresome night for so many folks. Let's see what else we can find here. You can see a lot of the debris around. How are folks over here? People are not too good. Again, in the aftermath of these types of things, you have to be very careful when you're speaking with people because you don't know what people have just lived through. You don't know what people have going on in their minds. You don't know what people's hearts and souls are feeling at that exact moment. So you don't just walk up and stick a mic and a camera in their face. And that's why we're not doing that here on the Weather Channel. We're going to talk with folks here throughout the course of the evening. If we find someone who is comfortable to talk to us about what they're going through, we certainly will do that. But right now, here in the South Broadmoor area of Shreveport, we have a confirmed tornado. We're going to work to get more information and also talk to folks on the ground here. Now let's head off to our west, Dallas, Texas. That's where we find meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Paul, you have been in the aftermath of storms like this many, many times in your career. You know how chaotic it can be, and people are hurting right now just trying to understand what exactly happened. And that's what's happening here. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, we're doing okay, but also the people there in West Louisiana, they're not done. They're not out of the woods. More lines of showers coming in, perhaps overnight. So I know they're already on edge here. But even in the Dallas area, we had a tornado warning that expired. But what we experienced here in the Canvas Hotel was the gust front. So even before the first raindrop came, the sun was just setting, and it's the winds that these storms are bringing down and pushing out ahead of it. That is what. When I looked off to my west and I saw I saw lightning flashes, those are white. And then I saw kind of bluish, greenish flashes. Those are power arcs from power lines, perhaps transformers. That was because of the gust front. There's still a possibility of a tornado, but widespread, gusty, damaging winds. And it came on that fast. At one point, we're looking out to the west. We're trying to slowly come back inside because we knew we were getting close to the rain and the lightning. And then literally with zero warning, it was between 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. This door behind me, it took two of us, because it opens outward, to keep it open so all our crew could come in. That's how strong the winds were coming. And we look that way, that's kind of towards the west, almost west-northwest there. So the storms are coming in from the west. And those strong straight line winds were making it extremely difficult. Then the rain came in. Then shortly thereafter, the winds kept up and all the lightning. And we're seeing still a few flashes out there, but it's still not safe to be outside. You know, we stand in the rain all the time. This is not safe to stay in the rain when you have lightning in the area. We're almost done with the lightning part, but the rain is going to be here for a while. Already 300,000 customers in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area without power. That's probably well over 500,000 people in the dark right now.
When you love the environment, you work to protect it. The Subaru Solterra electric SUV. Subaru's first all-electric, zero-emissions SUV.
We've got some catching up to do.
Sure do. Built to help you protect the environment as you explore it. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Wealth-changing question. Is your advisor giving you incomplete advice? Besides investing, there's also taxes, insurance, estate planning, and other elements that can be stressful to organize. At Creative Planning, we provide all the expertise, all the advice you need, all in-house, ensuring every aspect of your wealth works harder together so you can enjoy your wealth instead of worrying about it. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
I'm no eco-warrior, but I just made us 3 delicious Morningstar Farm spicy black bean burgers, saving gallons of water for the planet. Still counts.
Foot job! With Morningstar Farms.
At Domino's, now you can carry out a one-topping pizza with any of our 5 crust types for only $7.99. And you can order any way you want to, online or by phone. So choose hand-tossed, crunchy thin crust, gluten-free, Brooklyn style, or handmade pan, and your favorite topping for just $7.99 from Domino's.
These must have cost a fortune.
Nope, it was actually less than we expected.
They have old floors at home.
It's time to love your floors. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring. Right now, save up to 15% on waterproof floors.
Next on Behind the Series.
That performance was legendary. They just piled it on. Roast beef, ham, oven roasted turkey, all on the Subway Club.
3 Pete, that's great. 3 meat, that's epic.
The Subway Series, the greatest menu of all time.
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Now available without a prescription. Astapro is the first and only 24-hour steroid-free spray. While Flonase takes hours, Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. So you can Astapro and go.
Hey, so what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief. Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger, Faker. That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we
go. Take an afternoon break to see your next home. Or maybe the evening is better. Or maybe right after coffee. With flexible and easy ways to start scheduling a tour, there's no place like Zillow.
Back to Storm Center meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Dallas, Texas. The good news is we're no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in Dallas County or Tarrant County, as well as points west, but we're not out of the woods at all. This picture doesn't really do the justice here on the ground. It is still very windy. Much of the heavier lightning is pushed east of town, but the rain is still coming down and the winds are still quite gusty, at times still gusting well over 40 to 50 miles per hour. Just saw a big flash of lightning lighting up the sky there as well. So it is certainly not the all clear, though I guess you can still come out of your safe place. Just don't come out of your home at this time. You still want to be indoors. And indoors are where we are right now because there's still lightning outside. We're at the beautiful Canvas Hotel. We had a great view of looking north to downtown Dallas when the gust front came barreling on through here. And it went from, light wind, see some birds flying around, and then all of a sudden 60 plus mile per hour winds blasted us. And just as we were already moving inside, it definitely kind of hastened our retreat from there. And in fact, we were in a stairwell. That was our safe shelter with the tornado warning also going on at the time. But it was, even without a actual tornado on the ground, these damaging winds are coming long before the actual heavy rain with this line. So if you're east of Dallas, hunker down now. Don't wait for the rain. And by the way, every single storm is unique and different. Just because you had a storm last week doesn't mean this is the same type of storm coming your way. Let's go back to the studio with Chris. And I know well south of us on I-35 in the hill country, Colleen on towards the Austin area, Chris, we're seeing tornado warnings right now.
Yeah, that's along with a whole line, well over 300 miles worth of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So from just north of San Antonio all the way up to north of the Red River, from San Antonio to Oklahoma, a line of dangerous weather is sweeping across Texas right now. The yellow outlined areas, damaging winds, large hail. The red outlined areas is where there are tornado warnings right now, including here north of Austin. But in Austin, there is currently a considerable threat, damaging winds here. This may be that gust front that Paul was talking about, a similar feature that came through Dallas a little bit earlier, and then shortly after, a strong storm moved through, as what will happen here in Austin shortly. Now here's a look at that tornado warning, which is getting closer to the radar site itself, which does pose some complications when tracking it. But you can see right through there that there is a very obvious and distinct line of possibly damaging winds. And also, as we take a closer look right now, here it is right there. Sometimes you have to bring it back because notice how the pixels get a lot smaller and you've got It's lower to the ground, so it's shooting as it gets closer. The storm is getting closer in this direction toward the radar. The beam is actually, say this is the storm, is actually going to start hitting lower and lower on it, coming down. So different levels, essentially, as it's getting closer to the radar here. But you really saw that distinct look at it. Here is that radar sweeping through. And as you see the radar sweeping through this part of the storm, it's going to remain about the same distance away from the radar. It's not getting closer, it's staying kind of across. So it's going to be hitting the same storm at about the same elevation and distance. And so you get more of a consistent look at a certain level here. But all through here, you see these bright spots embedded within that. Those are some stronger winds associated with the line of storms that is continuing to push off to the east here. So again, tornado warning here as this whole stretch of thunderstorms are heading towards Interstate 35. If it is yet to rain where you live near Interstate 35, stay off. If the storms have come, most of the line south of Dallas on 35 still is yet to come across or is coming across right now. So not a good place to be with that whole stretch, about to get a big, nasty dose of weather here. Again, damaging winds, the potential for tornadoes as well. Let's take a live look right now from our storm tracker, Charles Peak, and we are seeing some very strong winds here in Hopkins County, Texas. And just look at the rain as well in that light right there. It looks like we're at a fireworks stand here, but the storms that have been going through, and it looks like the American flag, the pole there is bent over just above the word Texas. Took a beating, one of the many flags there, but you really see the strength of the winds. And this, Jackie, as you look at this video, really reminds me of like a tropical system. It's strong winds that last a long time. And these storms are packing a big punch. Stay with us here on the Weather Channel as we are tracking multiple warnings right now, including tornado warnings.
I got a heart like a truck. It's been drugged through the mud.
Ram owners have heart for being fearless, determined, and bold. That's why it's time for you to be a Ram.
What if you were a major transit system with billions of passengers taking millions of trips every year? You weren't about to let any cyber attacks slow you down. So you partner with IBM to build a security architecture to keep your data, network, and applications protected. Now you can tackle threats so they don't bring you to a grinding halt. And everyone's going places, including you. Let's create cybersecurity that keeps your business on track. IBM, let's create.
I save my shrimp tails in jars under my bed.
You don't need to get that personal to get the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It just helps you create an affordable price.
Oh.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Lift off. Woo. Hey, can't stop what you can't catch. You can't catch what you can't see. I'm so stealth, you ain't get the message.
If I just stare at these payroll forms, my business payroll taxes will calculate themselves, right? Nope.
Intuit QuickBooks helps you manage your payroll taxes.
Cheers.
With 100% accurate tax calculations guaranteed.
This is a payday bar. It's got tons of peanuts and a caramel core that get the job done. So you can think of it as a tool to be kept here, or even here. But definitely not here. It's not a pencil, people. Payday. Get to it.
Ring ding ring ding a ding. Ring ding 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 a ding a ding. Please ring a ding ding. Ring a ding. A ding. What pow 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 what pow 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 Uber One.
You foxes talking about me?
No, it's just Uber One stuff. Yeah, you get 10% off orders. Milkshakes too.
Ring a ding.
Ring a ding ding, Khalees. Ring a ding.
What does the fox say?
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Now available without a prescription. Astapro is the first and only 24-hour steroid-free spray. While Flonase takes hours, Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. So you can Astapro and go.
Let's go. Lockdown's over.
It seems like only yesterday you were just a child at play. Life is brief, you might like that one. But when it's gone, love goes on and on.
The Weather Channel continues live coverage of the severe weather outbreak in the South. I'm Justin Michaels in Shreveport, Louisiana, the South Broadmoor neighborhood here in Shreveport. And we're still getting an idea of a sense of what it was like to live through this tornado. People trapped in their cars, people trapped in buildings. And it is a confirmed tornado that did touch down here. Rating has not been identified. That's for the National Weather Service to do over the days and weeks to come. But we have seen damage, we have seen devastation, and people's lives are turned upside down right now. Let's talk to Benet Irwin. You have owned this State Farm Insurance Agency for 34 years.
That is correct.
Benet, when you got here tonight from your home and you saw the state of your building and you saw the state of buildings along here, what did you first think?
I wanted to cry. I'm in a state of shock, but I feel very, very blessed. I had a team member who had 3 minutes, had left the office, had turned the corner when all this debris started blowing over her car. If she had not left when she did, she would have been in the office to experience that. So I'm very blessed that she had already gone home.
Benet, you have been helping people through the aftermath of situations for 34 years, whether it was a car accident, whatever the issue might be. And now you find yourself in a situation, you and your team, with your building destroyed. Have you processed that yet?
I'm in the middle of processing it all. My first thought was, where are we going to find a place to work, and so we could help other people who might have experienced damage to their homes and offices as well.
So to do that, and I'm going to ask you if you can, in the midst of what we're standing around right now, but if you can switch in your brain and turn on the insurance agent section of your brain and how you help people through this. How do you help people through this? What is it people need to be thinking about right now? Because we know right around the corner there are homes that look like your building. So what do people need to do first out the gate?
Secure their homes. I have somebody coming up to board up the windows, to secure the wall so looting doesn't happen, to tarp, whatever, to prevent additional damage from occurring.
That's where people start.
Call us. We have people 24/7. My office, when you call my office number, there's going to be people at a call center that's going to be dispatching.
So for folks who see your business right now on the Weather Channel saying, well, I can't call Benet, but they can and they should.
Yes, they should.
Okay. Benet, tell me, just being this is your community, there's police everywhere, the gas station at the end of the street is a mess, the laundromat next door is a mess, your building next door, the masonry fell down, and that building's in a state of kind of disrepair at this point.
Right.
When you look at this street and you kind of keep taking it in, what do you see, what do you feel?
I feel compassion for people. This happens all the time, and I feel compassion for them, and especially when you go through it yourself. But thank goodness they're insured with a good company, and I feel blessed for that.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Benet.
Thank
so
you.
nice to spend some time with you. Sorry this is happening.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. Hang in there. All right, Jackie, I don't know if it sums up any better than that when somebody says, you know what, this sucks, because it really does for people who are living through it. Again, we're trying to get around through this neighborhood. There's a lot going on, a lot of police barricades. We do, again, know that around the corner here, there are homes that look like this or worse. So, Jackie, as you keep coming back to us tonight here on the Weather Channel, we'll keep trying to tell these stories in the aftermath of this most recent tornado in Shreveport, Louisiana. And Jackie, again, people are already walking up to us saying, is there more coming? And the big concern is, Jackie, and you can talk more about this, there is more potentially coming here over the course of this night.
Yeah, Shreveport's not done, so it's so important that folks hurry up and get done what they need to get done before the next line of storms comes on through, Justin, because, it doesn't take much for all that debris to become projectiles, right? It's not going to take a tornado to do that, and we've had really destructive winds with that same line. So thankfully, everybody is okay in that situation, and let's hope that we can keep them that way through the rest of tonight. We're taking a live look in Hopkins County, Texas, around the Cumbie area. This is our Charles Peak, our storm tracker. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect here, where winds could be as much as 70 miles per hour. Boy, look at the rainfall rates with that stuff, too. My goodness, you can hardly see anything, even with the lights there. It just looks really fuzzy, so to speak. And look at that rain coming down in sheets across the roadway. Now, we also have some video, I think, that we want to share with you from earlier. I guess we'll get to that in just a little bit. We want to get right to the radar and right to the rest of the timing through tonight and talk about when that line of storms is going to work its way into northwestern Louisiana yet again. This is that next round that's going to be coming through. Those severe storms that move through Dallas-Fort Worth, that's moving through Austin right now. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning there. And look at the bright red on the map. This is the tornado parameter. And the higher that red color is, or the darker, deeper red color, the higher the risk is that storms will rotate in those areas. So this is still a favorable environment for more tornadoes to happen. We'll see that next round of storms work its way off towards the east. Here's the timing for you into the Shreveport area. That should be arriving sometime around midnight. That will be the case for Little Rock and the tail end of this working its way through Lake Charles. Memphis, your storms are going to be coming in 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And then the last little piece of energy around that upper low is going to be swinging on through as temperatures begin to drop. Have a way to get alerted overnight.
You remembered her favorite binky, right?
I forgot the binky. Our top story. A father has forgotten the binky, but he's capturing hearts.
He got the binky! She only likes the blue one.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Let's face it, natural underarm deodorants that try to mask odor just don't cut it. Lumi changes everything. It's the world's first outrageously effective, aluminum-free, whole-body deodorant that's safe to use anywhere. Developed by an OBGYN after years of research, Lumi blocks odor from happening in the first place and keeps working for up to 72 hours. Claim your starter pack offer at lumideo.com.
Hi, Mom. Kelly, Rita, and I just went on our Carnival cruise. We tried new things and new foods. I got over my fear of bubbles. Anyways, next year we should all go together.
Filing a simple return for free with the help of a TurboTax expert
feels pretty good.
See if you qualify at TurboTax.com.
I'm no eco-warrior, but I just made us 3 delicious Morningstar Farm spicy black bean burgers, saving gallons of water for the planet. Still counts.
Foot job! With Morningstar Farms.
After Advil.
Feeling better?
On top of the world!
Before Advil. Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. When pain comes for you, come back fast with Advil liquid gels.
With Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series, you get the fastest Samsung phone delivering even faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. The new Samsung Galaxy S23 is epic with their fastest processor ever. excellent battery life, and stunning nightography. So your phone will be ready when you are. Trade in with Spectrum and get $600 off the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series, plus the value of your trade-in. Visit spectrum.com/Samsung or your local Spectrum store today.
As I was saying earlier in the meeting, I think...
Hey, Sharon, do you know Triscuit is crunchy on the outside, yet incredibly wholesome on the inside, just like me.
You forgot salty.
I'm not salty. Triscuit, unapologetically wholesome.
At Denny's, we have the best value all day long, like the Everyday Value Slam for only $5.99. Now you can stack your wins and enjoy the sunny side of craveable value. $5.99 every day, part of the all-day Diner Deals value menu, only at Denny's.
In, we're talking about 25 centimeters or more.
The biggest rescue event is now all week long.
Get this thing off the highway, we're done. Hey! Good job, boys.
It's Heavy Duty Week, starting Monday, March 6th, leading up to the all-new season premiere on March 12th, only on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 47 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 34. Winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, windy with rain likely, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking right now, we are tracking severe weather, especially in the state of Texas. This is the live look in Hopkins County, where a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Our Charles Peak tracking it all right now, and you can see that the visibility is very poor. A lot of heavy rain, but the big concern will be damaging winds. It could be over 70 miles per hour. We've had a lot of reports of gusts between 65 and as much as 90 miles per hour as that squall line of storms moves on through. So, Chris, we've got a long night ahead of us, a very long line of severe weather that extends hundreds of miles, and we've got some tornado warnings embedded within there, and then we got to watch out ahead of it, too.
Yeah, and I'd like to say we watch for warnings, right, because the Storm Prediction Center issues watches where conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather or tornadoes, and if we get that or it's about to happen, you get a warning. So throughout the night, we're going to watch for watches. More watches are likely to happen. We'll be watching for warnings as well, because the threat for these storms is not going away anytime soon. In fact, the latest severe thunderstorm watch until midnight does now include Houston. Not quite all the way to the Gulf Coast, but pretty close, almost to Beaumont there. Would not be surprised at all if this keeps getting extended as the night wears on. This is the southern end of where there are severe thunderstorm warnings right now from San Antonio. These severe thunderstorm warnings stretch continuously along this line all the way up to Oklahoma. But right now, as you see here, San Antonio, what's likely bats or birds flying up before the gust front comes out ahead of the main line. And also, you're starting to see some of these segments. So you look in here, there could be some rotation within that. Going up the line, Austin, you've got a nasty storm coming through. 3 tornado warnings right now, all in succession. Bell and Millam counties here until 8 o'clock. And then just north of there, another tornado warning crossing over Interstate 35, where the worst of the storm is right now. So from Texas all the way over now into Louisiana, Oklahoma, eventually Arkansas and beyond, severe weather threat continues. Jackie. Yeah, Louisiana already getting hit by a tornado in the Shreveport area. A line of severe thunderstorms expected to move through there in the overnight hours. Our Justin Michaels is live in Shreveport right now. And Justin, we've been seeing businesses and homes getting damaged there.
Well, and Jackie, another issue that people are dealing with right now, you can see behind me, there's no power here. So people are still trying to assess what's going on. In fact, there's a police officer down there with their brights on either side of their vehicle, just trying to see what the overall state of this neighborhood is. We have heard from folks who were up where we were just a few moments ago near some of the businesses that there are homes over here that had roofs ripped off and walls collapsed. So we're trying to get down to them right now, but we wanted to stop and just show you it can be very dark, especially these are nocturnal tornadoes now, nocturnal storms coming through, meaning, of course, they're happening at night. So when the power gets knocked off and knocked out, you can't see. And that's why we, of course, encourage you to have your cell phones charged. Of course, every cell phone has a flashlight. Make sure you have flashlights next to all the beds or in your safe place. This is the night to have your safe place identified. Do a drill with your family. Make sure you know where you're going to go, an interior part of your home, as far away from exterior walls as possible. Make sure your safety alerts, those emergency alerts that can oftentimes be annoying, tonight they're not annoying, they're life-saving. So make sure you have your alerts turned on and make sure your volume is turned all the way up. Make sure your phones are not silenced, because remember, we have to get through this night and this is not over. Shreveport, Louisiana will be under the gun again from another round of severe weather coming through right around the midnight hour. So again, right at the heart of the night is the next time you have to be thinking about what's coming at us and be listening, be paying attention, watch the Weather Channel, have your NOAA weather radio on to get those alerts as well if you have one, and make sure every member of your household, children, elderly relatives, neighbors next door, whomever it might be, take some time right now while it's not raining, there's a light breeze, to make sure you know what you're going to do, because tonight's not the night to disregard any potential for severe weather. It's already happened here in Shreveport, Louisiana, and the concern is that it could happen again. And then after the midnight round goes through, there's also potential for more severe weather first thing in the morning as the morning commute is kicking off. So this is a dangerous night. It already has been. This is a concerning night. It's definitely going to be a sleepless night for a lot of folks. But hey, Alan, do me a favor. Let's just do something really quickly. Can you turn off your top light for a second? I'm going to show you. Okay. Here's the neighborhood right now when a tornado goes through. There's no power. You have the light from, I don't know what that was, small explosion somewhere, but the light from headlights, and that's about it. Some people may have generators, but the overall state of things is darkness. And this is what people are trying to assess: the damage to their homes, the damage to their cars, their friends, their family, make sure people are still okay. And people are trying to make it through all of this in pitch dark. And that is just adding an element of insult to injury for so many folks. So the Weather Channel is going to stay on top of this for the course of the evening. We're going to keep you up to date. We're going to follow the storms, but also follow the stories behind these storms. Let's go to Charles Peak right now, who is joining us in Texas. Charles, what can you tell us about where you are right now? Oh.
Experience the exhilaration of the performance line at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
To a customer service representative. I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Representative.
Please try again. I'm sorry.
Buddy, come here. You need a hug. Oh, there you go. You also need consumer selling. You'll talk to a real person every time. As nice as you? Much nicer. Well, almost. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers and 100% U.S.-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Want it, need it, cheese it.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
At Domino's, we appreciate those who get off the couch to pick up the pizza.
Be right back.
In our eyes, you're a carry-out hero.
It's a pull, sweetie.
And to recognize your efforts, we're tipping you $3 for picking up your online carry-out order at Domino's.
Our most powerful spot and stain cleaner, the Bissell Little Green Pet Pro, combines superior suction and versatility to keep carpets and upholstery fresh all year long. Bissell, live in the moment, not the mess.
Nexium 24-Hour prevents heartburn acid for twice as long as Pepcid. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a balm breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella, because the weather is always changing. Pella's fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. They're tested from minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit up to 160. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant. Pella Windows.
Save on replacement windows by Pella now.
Yes, sir. Crossing the road right in front of us, guys. Tornado crossing the road right in front of us. Right in front of us. Keep going. Keep going.
And breaking news out of East Texas tonight, where video captured a tornado as it moved through Winnsboro. You could see it picking up debris and spitting it out. And this is only one part of a destructive storm moving across the Lone Star State.
And I'm Justin Michaels, live for you tonight. Shreveport, Louisiana, that has now a confirmed tornado doing damage to homes and businesses. And of course, this is just the first line of storms going through. There are 2 more coming tonight. We're going to talk to you about the science behind that, the weather behind it, and the storytelling. People's homes have trees and walls blown out. We'll be live here tonight in Shreveport, Louisiana.
All right, well, tonight's severe storm threat spans several states, all the way from Texas right up into West Tennessee. More than 16 million people currently are under some kind of severe weather alerts, and more than 88 million face wind alerts. Here's a look at the current watches and warnings that we have out right now. And again, you can see there are several tornado warnings, particularly along this line as it moves past the Waco, Texas area. We'll be detailing that in just a moment. I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow, and we are tracking the potential of more tornadoes up to hurricane force winds, and again, the potential for flash flooding.
And I'm storm specialist Carl Parker. We're already seeing some damage, but we have hours of severe weather to go. Thank you so much for joining us for this special edition of Storm Coverage tonight.
We have seen video of tornadoes in both Texas and Louisiana, and the damage assessment is currently underway as new communities brace for the arrival of more severe storms. Now, Carl is on the radar this evening, and he has the latest on where these damaging storms are right now.
Well, right now what we're looking at is a big line of storms, and along with that there is an enormous damaging wind threat that is now coming through the Metroplex, east of the Metroplex, down across the 35 and 45 corridors and back down into the hill country as well. We'll go through some of the warnings here. Ongoing warning for San Antonio right now, and there's a brand new warning that has just been issued a little farther to the east. You can see the leading edge of the strong wind now coming into Caldwell and Gonzales and Guadalupe counties. This warning going until 9 p.m., looking at the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour wind. Got another little area of storms that's going to be coming through San Antonio right now, but that is a little bit elevated, probably more of a hail threat. Then farther north, we see a large, severe thunderstorm here for the Austin metro area, Bastrop, Travis, and Williamson counties under warning right now. And here is a tornado warning that has just come out for Milam County going until 8:30. You can see the little curlicue that has developed right in there. That's where the spin is. Let's take a look at the velocity mode here. And so right in that area, that's where we're seeing the rotation showing up. And I'm going to track this forward. This is going to be coming up into the Cameron area and moving generally to the east-northeast, moving towards Tracy right now, then coming into Minerva at 8:09, Cameron at 8:12, and Hanover at 8:20. And all of those areas, please get to your safe place. You've got a possible tornado coming your way. Also, let's circle this and see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. Not seeing a debris signature, but a dangerous storm nonetheless coming up into those areas. Then as we go a little farther north, we've got severe thunderstorms continuing here and some warnings with a considerable threat tag just to the east of Terrell there. Hopkins, Rains, Van Zant counties under warning for the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour wind. That's also the case a little farther to the north as well. So we're looking at a very serious damaging wind threat over a large area, and just kind of tracking this whole area out as it moves to the east. We'll see where that's going to be headed here. Again, east of the Metroplex, moving into Sulphur Springs right now, coming into Mineola, Newsom as well, and then also moving into the Mount Pleasant area. And then farther north, one warning here well west of Little Rock. We've been watching some supercells coming up into parts of southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, but a lot of them actually failing because there is a layer of warmer air aloft that has interrupted those storms. Here you see on the on the water vapor imagery, that very strong upper low that's moving through. There you see the instability, the fuel for these storms. There's more than enough of that tonight. And when we also look at the wind shear in the atmosphere, we see very strong winds. These are winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour at 5,000 feet. And that's a big part of what drives a tornado threat, when you've got a real sharp increase in wind speed and a change in wind direction from the surface up to 5,000 feet. And so here is a product that combines those parameters. When we look at the instability along with that low-level wind shear, we get this tornado potential, and you can see exactly where it's at its highest in the northeast part of Texas, northwestern Louisiana, and also into southern Arkansas. Again, as I mentioned, there have been some cells that got going here in parts of Louisiana, but they failed pretty quickly as there is some warmer air aloft interrupting those storms. And then as we follow this going through the night, we see that tornado potential out ahead of the line is also going to be migrating eastward through the Arklatex into southern and central parts of Arkansas, and also into northern parts of Louisiana. That is where we're going to be looking at that tornado potential. So going through the model forecast here, great big long line of storms, could be embedded supercells within that are capable of producing tornadoes and damaging wind. We do see some individual cells perhaps popping out ahead of the line. We need to watch those very carefully. That big line of storms coming into Little Rock and Shreveport around midnight Central Time. Then we go into the overnight hours, maybe some additional development overnight in Arkansas with that very strong upper low beginning to pull out and into the Mid-South. And then we go into the early morning hours, and even early tomorrow morning, there could be some supercell storms making their way into Mississippi. So this is going to be one of those events where we expect to see a continued threat right through the overnight, into the morning hours, and into tomorrow afternoon as well. And we want to get out now to our Charles Peak. He is in Hopkins County in Texas. And Charles, see it's really coming down there sideways. What's the latest from that area?
Yeah, Carl, just 2 or 3 minutes ago, it was coming down a lot worse here. The rain was going sideways, probably gusts 60-plus miles an hour. As I've been driving down the interstate here from Greenville to the east, multiple power flashes. In some cases, I had the sparks in front of me, and that's where the power lines, the wind is blowing the power lines together and causing the arcing and the sparking and that type of situation. So definitely a difficult situation out on the roads tonight as this line continues to push to the east.
Along the I-20 corridor or the I-30 corridor?
I-30, sir. I'm on I-30 moving to the northeast up towards Texarkana.
And I understand these storms are being warned on for 70-mile-per-hour wind right now. Did you see, very high velocities when the line first came through?
Yeah, actually, it's just ahead of the line. Just before it gets there, it's pushing that wind out, and that's when I was seeing the most power flashes back in Greenville. Is just before the line got there, the skies were just lighting up blue with all the power flashes.
And so what is your plan going forward here, sir?
Carl, I'm going to continue to try to stay with the line as long as I can to the east, and we'll see how fast it moves and if I'm able to safely stay with it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. As always, Charles, we certainly do appreciate it, and we hope you stay safe out there. And we want to take a look at this ongoing threat through tonight and show you where the worst areas are likely to be. You see that it is centered in northeastern parts of Texas and the Arklatex, and also into Arkansas. That's where the damaging wind threat is going to be at its greatest. Not as much farther south. Again, we've got some warmer air that's going to make it harder for storms to get going farther south. But a 75-mile-per-hour per hour wind threat anywhere from the 35 and 45 corridors in the northern part of the Lone Star State over into the Arklatex and into southern Arkansas as well. Torcon for tonight, we've got a 5 out of 10 that is centered near Texarkana and the Arklatex, a 3 out of 10 farther to the south, and also a threat for very large hail in these same areas across North Texas as well as towards the Arklatex. Could be 2 inches or larger. Remember, golf ball size hail is 1.75 inches, so we're talking about golf ball size hail and even larger as we go through the rest of tonight. And also, not to be forgotten about, we're going to see areas of storms that continue to roll across the same spots hour after hour. That's going to mean an accumulation of very heavy rainfall. And so there is a serious flash flood threat from north of the Metroplex across into Oklahoma, into Arkansas, and right up into the middle Mississippi Valley as well. That is going to go through the overnight and into tomorrow morning. Jeff, over to you.
The Weather Channel's Justin Michaels, he has been standing by in Shreveport, Louisiana. And Justin, I understand a tornado did go through that area, at least a possible tornado. Looks like it did some damage.
Yeah, Jeff, that's what we're understanding about the tornado. We have seen video. Plenty of people shot cell phone video of it. Of course, we would encourage you not to do that. But of course, with cell phones on our hands all the time, we tend to get a lot of video, and we have seen plenty of it tonight. Jeff, I want to point a few things out before we talk to the homeowner here. You can see these massive southern trees coming down and kind of crushing the sides of these homes, doing a lot of damage to these homes. And yes, there were people home here in Shreveport, Louisiana, as this suspected tornado did come through. Let's go over here and talk to Kenny Tingle. Kenny is a veteran of the United States Navy. We're grateful for you, sir. And we're also grateful that you're standing here talking to us right now because you were home as the tornado came through here. What was it like? What did you hear? This has got to be a scary night for you because you had family there too.
It really is. I actually didn't hear nothing. I mean, it got really, really quiet. All of a sudden, it just went boom. And then my daughter-in-law came to me and said, hey, there's stuff flying across the yard. So I go out the front door to see what's going on, and the transformer blows. And it was scary. It was totally frightening. And she about ran me over trying to get to somewhere safe. And I'm just so thankful that she and my grandson are safe.
Right, because your grandson is over here. I'm not going to put him on camera, but your grandson he's okay.
Yeah, he's 3 years old, just turned 3 in September. The little man's a trooper. I'm just thankful. I truly am. Thankfully, my wife wasn't home. I wish she'd been with me, but I'm glad she wasn't home.
Right.
Because it would have scared her really, really bad. I'm thankful to the good Lord above that nobody got hurt. Yeah, my house is in shambles, but it's going to be okay. It's replaceable. Lives aren't.
Well, Kenny, it's amazing because you're already jumping on top of this. There's more severe weather coming tonight. I mean, is that kind of drive? I mean, your son's up on the roof. You've got people up there tarping right now. You've got a full-scale operation happening here right now in just the minutes after a tornado.
Yeah, both my sons are up there, and my best friend's up there helping them. It's great to have good people in your life, and I'm just blessed.
As you look around, I mean, we were standing here just a moment ago, Kenny, when one of these massive branches finally broke free from this tree. I mean, it scared all of us when it came down. I mean, but your wife was behind it. I mean, there's lots of dangers here right now.
Yeah,
so
it's really bad, you know. When there's a yard across the street that he had a tree uprooted. The tree was out in the street. I mean, there's like 10 people from the neighborhood whenever it helped him cut his tree down so that he could get out of the street. This is a close-knit community, and we all come out to help everybody. And I'm just so thankful that all of us feel that way about each other. You know, it's not you don't see a lot of communities. You see a lot of other stuff in communities, but we're pretty close-knit around here. And I'm so thankful that that tree limb fell and didn't hit my wife. That would have been devastating to me.
Kenny, when you came out and you kind of started, there was obviously no light because the power is out. We keep seeing transformers blow all over the place. The sky keeps lighting up with all sorts of electrical problems. When you finally came out, though, and however you saw the general state of things, what did you think when you saw it for the first time, the damage the tornado had done?
Wow. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to use no anti-church words on TV, but wow. You know, my son, his roof, his hood to his car was over in the neighbor's driveway. I'm lucky to
rip the hood off of the car?
Yeah. And sent it over in their driveway. I'm thankful that nobody was walking down the street and got hit with it, or that couple wasn't outside. You know, it's I've never been through a tornado before. I've been through hurricanes when I was in the Navy. I've been through all kind of stuff when I was in the Navy, riding on ships with great big waves, but this is probably the most scariest and, what's a good word, massive piece of weather I've ever seen.
Right.
It's incredible. And we all got through it safely. That's the main thing.
Well, Kenny, the concern tonight is, and I know you're working on a lot of things here and have a lot of other focuses, but there's more severe weather coming. I mean, you can feel the wind. It's not over.
Yeah, it's not.
Where are you going to go? Are you planning to leave here? Or are you going to stay home?
No, we're going to go get us a hotel room somewhere. Our insurance will take care of that. We'll have to pay for a couple of nights, but that's fine. I don't mind. But, you know, again, and I hate to keep repeating myself, but I'm just thankful my family's safe.
Right.
It's nothing I've ever experienced before. I mean, I was in a war in Lebanon. This was worse. Because people that are close to me could have got hurt or killed. I'm just thankful we're all okay. You know, it's something I hope nobody else ever has to experience. It's truly terrifying. I've never been in a hurricane before, or I'm sorry, a tornado. And this is just beyond my wildest imagination. I've seen the damage that's done, but I've never had to experience one. And this was incredible. It's not something I want to experience again, I can promise you that. But, you know,
we're grateful for you. Thank you very
much. It's good. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate y'all being here.
Yeah, we'll stay out of your way, I promise. And thank you again for your service. We appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome.
So, again, what people live through and what they get through, of course, it's people helping people that'll make all of this better. But remember, folks, we have a long night ahead of us. We have more storms coming, midnight, and even tomorrow morning during the commute. It's going to be a restless night for a lot of people here in Louisiana, in Texas, and all of these southern states. Of course, the Weather Channel will continue live coverage of the severe outbreak of weather here in the South after these messages.
To all the Chevy Silverado owners out there, the adventurers and the doers, to everyone who works hard and plays hard. Whether it's your first Silverado or your 10th. Thank you for making Chevy Silverado the #1 best-selling retail full-size pickup.
How irresistible are cheese and crackers?
Want it, need it, cheese it.
Ring ding 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 a ding. Kelis, ring a ding ding. Ring a ding.
You foxes talking about me?
No, it's just Uber One stuff. Yeah, you get 10% off orders.
Ring a ding.
Ring a ding ding, Kelis.
Subway keeps upping their game with the Subway Series, an all-star menu of delicious subs. There's the Philly, the Monster, the Boss.
If I hadn't seen it in person, I wouldn't have believed it.
Eating is believing, Steph. The Subway Series. Try Subway's tastiest menu upgrade yet.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus. That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
Take a pea-sized amount. That's it. I rub my fingertips together like this. Apply it like a lotion. Fingertips. Pits, under boob, thigh folds, butt cracks, feet. About 98% of our customers use our cream deodorant on places other than pits. This water-based cream, I'm telling you, it rubs in like a lotion. It's invisible on the skin. It works like a dream. Why didn't someone think of this sooner?
Through Hell is back. Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
The best thing in the whole wide world, getting out there and exploring the whole wide world. Book unforgettable travel experiences at getyourguide.com.
Want more from your vitamins? Get more with Nature's Bounty. From the first ever triple action sleep supplement to daily digestive support to more wellness solutions every day. Get more with Nature's Bounty.
I'm not slowing down anytime soon. That's why I take OsteoBiFlex every day. It's clinically shown to improve joint comfort in 7 days and continues to improve over time. Kinda like us. OsteoBiFlex, because I'm made to move.
The best thing in the whole wide world, getting out there and exploring the whole wide world. Book unforgettable travel experiences at getyourguide.com.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 46 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 34. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Weather impacts your life.
Your family, your friends, your day, and your week ahead.
The Weather Channel is the leader in weather coverage.
We share the details you need because we're the weather experts you trust.
From hurricanes to tornadoes, blizzards to wildfires.
We're here to keep you safe and informed.
Please pay attention to the forecast.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. New video of a tornado in Picton, Texas. That is just east of Dallas. You can very clearly see what we call the condensation funnel there. That's the cloud that is formed by the low pressure that is generated within the vortex, kind of leaned over there, indicating that low-level wind shear. Winds getting a lot stronger as you go from the surface up to a few thousand feet, and that's what causes that lean. And here is some of the damage that was caused by that tornado. It looks like we've got at least some roof damage there and obviously some very serious tree damage. You know, whenever you see trees sort of split like that and bent over, oftentimes that's indicative of a tornado-like wind. And we've got an ongoing threat for damaging wind and also for tornadoes going through the night tonight. Let's take a look at the radar and show you where some of the warnings are right now. Got a warning near east of San Antonio. You notice that line that has come out ahead of the storms right in there. That's the outflow boundary. That's the leading edge of strong winds that are being pushed across that I-10 corridor. Ongoing warning here in Bastrop, Lee, and Travis counties. The storms now to the east of Austin. Again, we've got a line that's out ahead of those storms. The reason why that shows up is because dust or sometimes insects get kicked up by that wind, and that's what the radar is picking up. And there's also now an ongoing tornado warning for Milam County. And it looks like less rotation showing up here. I'm going to go to the velocity mode. There's still some hint, a little bit of a dog leg there. You see right in there. And so there's still some potential for a tornado. And let's take that forward. That coming into the Hanover area, 823, and then moving into Valley Junction at 836. Then farther north, ongoing storms here along the 45 corridor. We've got a considerable threat tag in Hopkins and Rains and Van Zandt counties. for the possibility of some 70-mile-per-hour wind, and also seeing some stronger storms up into parts of Arkansas. And you see a couple of flash flood warnings there. Flash flooding is going to be a serious threat as we go through the rest of the night tonight. So a lot going on here, many watches in place, and we're going to continue to watch all of this for many hours yet. Jeff, over to you.
All right, well, let's take you out to Little Rock, Arkansas. We have a tower cam here. It's been a wet evening, that is for sure. No severe weather right around the immediate Little Rock area, at least not at the present time. Temperature hovering right around 60 degrees. You can definitely see some wet roadways there and maybe some ponding in the water. And we have to watch out for a flood threat there in Little Rock as we head through the overnight hours. So not too bad right now in Little Rock, aside from the rain, but we're still having a torque on here. Now, again, this is on a scale of 1 to 10 of a 5. So we're halfway up the scale. So that's nothing to sneer at, that is for sure. And as we go ahead and look at the threat for damaging winds, yeah, it looks like this area, particularly across southern areas of the state of Arkansas, will definitely be in that zone for potentially some very, very gusty winds, maybe in the neighborhood of 60 or 70 miles an hour. So here's the timing. Again, we have one band of rain moving north, but probably within the next hour to maybe an hour and 15 minutes, we'll probably get some heavier showers and storms starting to move through the area. Then it really picks up. This is when we have to worry about maybe some potential flash flooding. Very heavy downpours. Again, the main line moving by about somewhere between midnight and 1 local time, and still some storms around even as we head on into tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a very stormy night. All right. Let's head you down a little bit farther south. We're going to take you down to the Shreveport vicinity, and we've already had damage here in Shreveport, as we just heard from Justin Michaels. Again, a possible tornado there doing some damage to some homes, a lot of tree damage as well, but we are nowhere near the end of the threat here across northwest Louisiana. Again, Shreveport also, just like Little Rock, a scale of 1 to 10, we are a 5 on the Torcon scale. And again, you can see this area very close to where we expect some very, very strong winds. In fact, they're very likely, again, in the neighborhood of maybe 60 or even 70 miles an hour. So timing this out, we're in a little bit of a lull right now, but that's going to be changing as we head through the overnight hours, probably around midnight to maybe 1 o'clock. Again, that's very close to what we were talking about in the Little Rock area too. That's when this main line of storms goes by with most of the gusty winds. But again, by no means is it over. We probably have more coming in. All right, let's go up to Memphis in Tennessee. And again, this is going to be a little bit later, I think, here. Again, we've got some wet roadways here now, more than probably a little bit more in the way of some rain. Nothing severe in the short term. However, as we head through the overnight, we'll probably have some very strong storms move through this area as well. We're talking about, again, a 5 on that scale of 1 to 10 as far as the tornado condition index is concerned. And as we go ahead and move this in motion, you can see a few bands of showers moving by here, but the real heavy stuff comes in well after midnight. Looks like about I'd say about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll probably get several bands moving through even into 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So again, just like Little Rock and Shreveport, Memphis is going to get several rounds of potentially severe weather. Flash flooding could be a concern in this area as well. We will keep you advised.
When you love the environment, you work to protect it. The Subaru Solterra electric SUV. Subaru's first all-electric, zero-emissions SUV.
We've got some catching up to do.
Sure do. Built to help you protect the environment as you explore it. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
I'm no eco-warrior, but I just made us 3 delicious Morningstar Farm spicy black bean burgers. saving gallons of water for the planet. Still counts.
Foot job! With Morningstar Farms.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
That's me before Dawn Power Wash. Soaking, scrubbing. That's life. Was life. Now Power Wash gives me the power of an overnight soak in minutes. I'm sorry, minutes? With 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps that help break down, loosen, and lift away food and grease. So much faster. Just spray suds on. No water needed till rinsing. Tougher mess? Let the suds sit a few minutes before wiping. Even cleans the grill. Thank you. It's more than soap. It's Power Wash.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
At Amica, we know the most important part of the car is the driver.
You've got the love.
I'm so glad you're okay.
I know I can count on you.
Come here. You know why people are always looking at their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. See cousin Jimmy over there? His girlfriend just caught the bouquet, so he might need a little more help saving for that engagement ring. The groom's parents, who think they're looking at photos of their handsome boy, they're not.
She just saw how much they spent on ballroom dance classes. Won't be needing those anymore.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Severe weather whipping up a frenzy across the south tonight. This is incredible time-lapse footage showing dark, menacing clouds advancing across Texas earlier. This is in Denton, just to the north of Dallas. We actually had tornado warnings across the Dallas metro area. Very scary afternoon and evening. And we want to take you live now into Hopkins County. This is from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. We're going to check in with Charles coming up in just a little bit. Driving rain here, very strong winds. These storms currently being warned on for 70-mile-per-hour wind. And we're going to see an ongoing threat for damaging wind and for tornadoes going through the night tonight, into the overnight, even into tomorrow morning as well. So right now, on the current radar picture, we do not have any tornado warnings. We do have a whole string of severe thunderstorm warnings. You notice here down near San Antonio, leading edge of the strong wind coming out into Gonzales right now. This is going to be interesting to watch because sometimes when that strong wind gets out well ahead of the storms, sometimes that cuts off the warm and humid inflow into the storms, and so we see less intensity. We'll see how this continues to evolve here. Got a severe warning ongoing for areas east of Austin, Bastrop, Lee, and Travis counties under warning here. Warning for College Station, Brazos, Burleson, and Washington counties under warning. Then to the north, here, considerable threat tag for the possibility of 70-mile-per-hour wind. That is Anderson and Freestone and Navarro counties under warning right now. That is coming into the Fairfield area, moving east, and so heads up in Fairfield, in Athens and Brownsboro and all of those areas. Very strong wind headed your way. Also a considerable threat tag here in Hopkins and Rains and Van Zant counties, and that is going until 8:45 this evening. Well, reports now coming in of some very serious storms in the Shreveport area. We had a tornado in Shreveport earlier tonight. Justin Michaels is on the ground right now. And Justin, what can you tell us?
Well, there's a lot of work going on in this neighborhood. So, Carl, it's a residential neighborhood where we are right now, but just a few hundred yards beyond the homes here is that business community. And if people have been watching for the last hour or so, many businesses are destroyed here in this part of Shreveport, Louisiana. It's a team effort there. Remember, I always say this, people helping people will make all of this better. And that's already happening in the streets here in Shreveport. You can see some roofing material down on top of this collapsed tree. It was uprooted by the power of what was believed to be a tornado that came through. That tree came down and was laying here right in the middle of this residential street. Neighbors immediately jumped to action as soon as the storm had passed to begin to cut it up, and you can see piles of debris all over the place. The most concerning thing, though, is the fact that the tornado came through and went right over these homes, and there were people home when this happened. So, what did that tornado look like? Well, let's take a look at it right now, because we, of course, have cell phone video, and people, certainly with cell phones in their hands at most times of the day, have the opportunity to capture these videos. Ideally, they're doing it safely. But you can see that funnel cloud, and of course, the National Weather Service has identified this as a potential tornado. They're going to have to do their assessments, but you can see the swirling in the clouds. You can even see debris in those clouds, indicative of certainly what is definitely possibly a tornado that came through here. Of course, it's all up to the National Weather Service to do their assessments, which they will do in good time, and give us an idea of exactly what happened here. But that video certainly speaks a lot, and there are other videos we've seen on the ground here that people keep walking up saying, hey, we got video, take a look, take a look. So a lot of people have video of this, and you know the National Weather Service, Carl, will be taking all of that and, of course, ground assessments into consideration when they finally make an observation as to exactly what happened here. But Carl, I want to show you this really quickly. We can see more debris here, and also, is that a power truck? A crane? Okay, so there's already, Carl, again, people helping people. There's already a crane on site here to help get this massive tree debris out of here. It's amazing how quickly all this is happening, Carl. But again, like I always say, people helping people. Carl, back into you.
And Justin, I know you were able to talk to some of the people that were affected by this storm. Were they able to be aware of what was about to come and jump into shelter?
It didn't sound like, when we were talking to Kenny across the street, who was in that home right there when the storm came through, it didn't sound like they were all that prepared. Kenny even said that they didn't really get to too much of a safe place until his daughter-in-law came running at him and said, you know, there's stuff flying around in the air, and then they got to as quickly a safe place as possible. But it's all the more reason, Carl, to have warnings turned on, be weather aware when we have these severe weather days, so we're in the proper places when storms might come through, because it can be the difference between one wall, one room, and the other, where this is where somebody dies, and it's by being on the other side of that wall that they survive. Carl?
Absolutely. Tornadoes can be very capricious in that way. We're going to have much more on this severe weather threat. We'll be talking to Charles Peak in just a moment.
Experience the capability of the complete line of SUVs at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
I got a heart like a truck. It's been drugged through the mud.
Ram owners have heart for being fearless, determined, and bold. That's why it's time for you to be a Ram.
Empire.
Today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
You're on a Carnival cruise and it's all over now. This surging deluge is sneaking its way like the mighty Amazon towards your sweet little family with nothing to stop it. And now Granny's screaming, and that's choosing fun together.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin, honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Jimmy John's new Caprese Salami Pesto. With fresh mozzarella and basil pesto, it'll whisk you away to Italy. Unlike your all-talk non-committal ex-boyfriend. Good riddance. For a limited time at Jimmy John's.
A Corona and palm trees.
A Corona and calm seas.
And a balm breeze.
And our strong knees.
It's Andy and Snoop.
And we're eating Guam cheese.
Guam cheese?
Yeah, I don't know. I ran out of rhymes.
It's the most wonderful time.
Get fast relief of your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion with powerful Claritin D. So you can breathe better, feel the clarity, and make today the most wonderful time of the year. Claritin D.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage on the most reliable 5G network in America for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
No matter who you are, being yourself can be tough when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere, causing inflammation that can lead to asthma attacks. But no matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that proactively reduces inflammation, which means you could have fewer attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. So you can be you, whoever you are. Tespire is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. By helping control your asthma, Tespire can help you be you. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
All right, we have some brand new video in some storm damage in Little Elm, Texas, just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Some pretty significant damage here. Looks like part of a roof coming off of the building there. Obviously, some very heavy rain, winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Now, again, possible tornado damage. Nothing's been confirmed around the Metroplex as of yet, but definitely, as you can see there, some damage as these storms blasted through. They are now east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All right, well, let's show you what we have right now. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm watches down here around the Austin, San Antonio area, also over to the Houston vicinity, back to College Station. Those are out until 10 p.m. on the western end and till about midnight around the Houston vicinity. But north of that, and that runs all the way from northeast Texas on up into Arkansas, we're talking about tornado watches in effect, some of them all the way out until midnight local time. And some of that is going to be extended farther east, I'm almost positive. No tornado warnings out currently, but we have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings out. We'll start on the southern end of the line, east of San Antonio. Caldwell, Gonzales, and Guadalupe counties all under severe thunderstorm warning till 9. A little bit farther up, approaching the College Station area, Brazos, Burleson, and Washington counties all under severe thunderstorm warnings. A little bit farther north, radar indicating some very strong winds with this line as it comes through Camp, Upshur, and Wood counties. And then we head farther north, and it looks like a brand new tornado warning just came out here. Morris, Red River, and trying to read that, Titus counties right now. That's out until 9:15 p.m. local time. Radar indicating some possible rotation right near the town of Talco, it looks like, and moving gently off to the east-northeast. There are plenty of flood warnings out as well as we head up into northeast Texas, southeast Louisiana, and into Arkansas. We'll touch on that coming up because the flash flood threat is very real as we head through the overnight tonight. Carl?
Well, it's been a really tough day in Texas and surrounding states, and here's some video from Brownwood, Texas. Strong winds blowing debris and dust around this area under a wind advisory from the National Weather Service until midnight local time. Winds gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. And check out this hailstorm in Collinsville, Texas. Hard to tell, but the person who submitted this said the footage says the kids were up the street stuck inside a school bus. Sound of hail pounding on the top of the bus was terrifying, apparently. Once the hail subsided, everyone was allowed off the bus and no one was hurt. And I can tell you from being in a large hail, it is very, very loud. Looks like snow here as well. And look at this. Here you see hail covering the ground. When you get to that level of hail, you usually see a little bit of cooling. And in fact, we had some reports of what is called hail fog, where you get a little bit of a cloud developing as a result of that cooling in the atmosphere. The yard covered here. This is in northeast Oklahoma, and more storms and strong winds are expected tonight. We wanted to run through some of the storm reports that we have seen so far. Wind and hail reports from around San Antonio, up 35 as well. Then into the Dallas area, 76 mile per hour wind reported in Highland Park. And then to the west of that in Blue Mountain, 80 mile per hour wind reported. So we don't know whether or not there was actually a tornado in Dallas. But when you get to that level of wind, when you get up to 80 miles per hour, that's absolutely going to cause some damage. So at least part of that damage could be related to that straight line wind. Also a report of a tornado in Picton, there in the Como area, and in Mount Vernon, likely tornado damage, trees down on County Road 1040. And then we had the tornado in Shreveport as well. Very tough night, and we've got a long way to go. And out ahead of this line, right in there along I-30, is our storm tracker, Charles Peak. We want to check in with him. He's in Franklin County in Texas right now. And Charles, where are you relative to this line right now?
I'm right in the middle of the line here as it's entering Franklin County, and moving to it. There is a tornado-warned kink just to my north here, north of Mount Pleasant, and we're continuing to move to the east, trying to stay with the line as it goes, as long as we can safely do so.
Yeah, Charles, I was noticing some motions that were, at least 50 miles per hour, but in some cases 70 miles per hour. I'm sure that's a real challenge in terms of trying to stay ahead of everything.
It is, and in this situation, the good thing is it's more parallel to the interstate in this location than it is on a crosswind. If it was perpendicular, especially the trucks would be having a really hard time, but it's a little more perpendicular, so we're not getting that crosswind, and you're either going with it or fighting against it. But it's definitely, you can see branches down at times and power flashes from the power lines hitting one another and that type of stuff. So it is a dangerous situation, not just because of tornadoes embedded in the line, but just the winds themselves at times are almost tornado strong winds.
Yeah, we certainly have seen that across Dallas and Fort Worth tonight. So what's the wildest part of what you've seen so far tonight?
Earlier in Greenville, it was coming through. The winds were a little stronger there at that time. Lots of power flashes and branches coming down, flagpoles breaking, those types of things. And it's just, copious amounts of lightning at times. That particular part is just a little to my north. So right where I'm at right now, we probably got I'd say 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, probably gusting to 60 at times. But the stronger part's just a little to the northeast for me.
All right, Charles, thank you so much. As always, please stay safe out there. And we want to show you one more time. We've got an ongoing tornado warning for Morris and Red River and Titus counties going until 9:15. We'll have much more on this coming up in a few minutes.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is Consumer Cellular's map. See the difference?
No, I don't see the difference. Do you?
Well, that one's purple. Exactly. That's our premium.
What does that mean?
I think it means it costs more.
For the same coverage?
That's what makes it premium.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
No, but it is premium.
I'd just go with Consumer Cellular.
Thank you.
They're the same.
Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers, starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Want it, need it, cheese it.
Uber One can save you on rides and eats. Yeah, it's kinda sweet. You save on rides to the west side.
That's catchy as fudge.
Uber One can save you.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited.
But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin. So she can bounce on with Poise protection in a fresh new look.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
There's so much to learn about the city. There's so much to understand about the city. Weekends on One, and it's a good way to stay connected with the community.
We have this unique perspective because we're native New Yorkers. With Weekends on One, the goal is to always keep those experiences in mind and just bring the news on the city that we've lived in our whole lives.
And that includes the latest forecast so you can be prepared for the day ahead.
Weekends on One, Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m.
Only on New York One, available on all of your favorite devices.
Exclusively on Spectrum.
Look at us! We are idea machines. We don't sit back and watch. We stand up and do. So from now on, Pebbles is all about us and our amazing creations. So what are you gonna yabba dabba do next? You can show us at createwithpebbles.com.
At Denny's, we have the best value all day long, like the Everyday Value Slam for only $5.99. Now you can stack your wins and enjoy the sunny side of craveable value. $5.99 every day, part of the all-day Diner Deals value menu, only at Denny's.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh, brutal.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday nights, only on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 45 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 34. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, cloudy and windy with periods of rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You're watching the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of the at least first round of aftermath of severe weather here in the South. Good evening. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you tonight, and we're watching this unfold as it is truly happening here in Shreveport, Louisiana. You can see crews already on scene here right now, beginning the good work of trying to help people here in this Shreveport neighborhood clean up. Amazing how quickly this crane operator and crew has been able to get in. Believe it or not, they drove from Texas. They were coming in this direction, got the call to come here, and now here they are helping to get tree debris off people's roofs and also start the process of trying to cover up homes, because remember, we still have a long way to go. Just because we had the one line go through, we still have at least 2 more to go. A rain line coming through pretty soon, and then also another severe line coming through around midnight. Let's talk to Nancy Stats right now. Nancy, we're grateful for you to spend some time with us here. We're grateful you're standing here as well because of you being in that home when the tornado went over your house.
Yes.
What was that like?
Well, I didn't know it was a tornado. It sounded like a big bomb. And then my husband started yelling, "Where are you? Where are you? We got hit by a tornado." I said, "I'm in the bathroom." I had gone into the bathroom not 10 seconds before this thing hit. So, what are the odds?
Intuition to go in there, or just...
No, I needed to go.
You needed to go. And you happened to be at the right place at the right time.
Absolutely. Never has anyone been at the right place at the right time more than I was this afternoon.
Nancy, tell me, so your husband was, he's home right now.
Yeah.
Where was he in the home?
He was in the kitchen, and if you see over here, the whole dining room roof caved in. The kitchen's on the other side of the dining room. He said he felt like there was a light that went right past his head, just inches away. And he said he thought he had been struck by lightning. And then he realized, he looked up and realized what it was. He said, it's a tornado. And he started yelling for me because he didn't know where I was.
And you were in the bathroom?
Yeah. I was in the inside room in the house where they tell you to go when you don't have basements, which I will never understand. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I don't understand people that don't have basements. Our basements back home leak. We fix them.
Nancy, tell me, we're looking at this crew begin the work of trying to get debris off your home. We can see the roof of your home is really badly wind damaged from the tornado that came through. When you look at your home right now, and just 2 hours ago it didn't look like this, tell me your emotions. What are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling it like it was the grace of God that we're all right, and that there are many things worse that could happen that didn't. And as long as everyone's healthy, this is stuff. We'll get it fixed.
It's kind of remarkable to see how quickly people have jumped to action. I know the tree on your neighbor's yard across the street fell down. Neighbors immediately came out and started cutting it up. I mean, it's a major operation here in just the minutes after the storm.
Oh, it is. I was standing outside right after it happened. I came outside, and a young man just walked by and said, "Do you need us to tarp your roof?" And I said, "Well, yes." And he told me he was with a roofing company, and they were roofing the Valerio gas station, convenience store, on the corner, which had been wiped out. And he said, "So we're not busy, and we can tarp your roof for you." And I said, "Awesome." But meanwhile, my husband was inside. He was talking to the insurance company, and they got this whole ball rolling. Because what we're trying to do here is beat the next storm before it comes in. Because there's so much internal damage. Our whole pool area in back is in shambles. The fences are gone. We had a Buddha fountain. Buddha's gone. But that's fine. They're all things that can be repaired. We're fine, our pets are fine, our kids are fine, so...
Nancy, tell me, you're already thinking about the next lines of weather to come through tonight, and we do know more severe weather will come through this area. Whether it's tornadic or not is yet to be determined, but we do have more severe weather coming through. When you know that, and you're already preparing for it, that's got to be scary. I'm sorry, what other word would you describe it?
What happens, and we'll deal with it. There's so many worse things that could happen. Seriously, loss of life and limb. There are people out there that are suffering all over the place. This is a house. We'll build it back. It'll be all right. I'm starting to feel
a little bit of rain right now.
The weather.
Right. Well, Nancy, we're grateful for you. I'm happy that you're standing here, and thank you for spending some time with us.
My pleasure.
Please be safe, be well, take care.
Coming.
Okay.
Thank you for
sure.
coming, because people need to learn to respect storms.
Nancy, thank you very much. We'll let you get back in. I think the rain is coming in right about now. Thank you so much, Nancy. We appreciate you. So we do. If you can, in fact, you might be able to hear the wind in the microphone. There seems to be more weather coming here now. We're beginning to feel a light drizzle come down, and we know that we do have plenty more weather to deal with here. Another line of rain is going to come through, but if you're watching us here in Shreveport, Louisiana, and you're just tuning the Weather Channel on, make sure you know that another severe line of storms is coming through here right around midnight. Cell phones need to be charged. Your safe place needs to be identified, and your plan needs to be set. The Weather Channel will be back live with more coverage of this severe weather outbreak after this.
To all the Chevy Silverado owners out there, the adventurers and the doers, to everyone who works hard and plays hard. Whether it's your first Silverado or your 10th. Thank you for making Chevy Silverado the #1 best-selling retail full-size pickup.
Hi, this is Tanya, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that warm bun, the perfectly seasoned chicken, and that pickle. Woo! I love it. There's a taste of my childhood in every bite.
Let's face it, natural underarm deodorants that try to mask odor just don't cut it. Lumi changes everything. It's the world's first outrageously effective, aluminum-free, whole-body deodorant that's safe to use anywhere. Developed by an OBGYN after years of research, Lumi blocks odor from happening in the first place and keeps working for up to 72 hours. Claim your starter pack offer at lumideo.com.
T-Mobile has the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus for free and price lock guarantee. Do you?
Well, yes.
Switch to T-Mobile and get a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus with no trade-in required.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Need to get your windshield fixed? SafeLight makes it easy. You can schedule it in just a few clicks, and we'll come to you with a replacement you can trust. It's great. That's service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Oh, it's cold outside. Time to protect your vehicle from winter's wrath. Of course, the hot sun can be tough on vehicles too. You need WeatherTech all year round. Come on. Protect your investment. Laser measured floor liners and cargo liner will shield the carpeting from sand and snow. For your interior, there's seat protector and sunshade, plus mud flaps and bump step for the exterior. Order American-made products at weathertech.com. Surf's up. Yeah, right.
What if you were a global energy company with operations in Scotland, technologists in India, and customers all on different systems? You need to pull it together. So you call in IBM and Red Hat to create an open hybrid cloud platform. Now data is available anywhere securely. And your digital transformation is helping find new ways to unlock energy around the world. Let's create a hybrid cloud that can change an industry. IBM, let's create.
Holy
Where's it going?
That way. Wow, that is new video from North Lake, Texas, of a tornado that is just north of Fort Worth. You can see all the chaotic motion there, debris being tossed into the air. And so it has been a very scary afternoon and evening, and it is far from over. Storms continue to roll across northeast Texas and along the 35 and 45 corridors. And we expect storms to continue through the overnight and even into tomorrow as well.
And the aftermath of at least the first round of severe weather here in Shreveport, Louisiana is very visible in the South Broadmoor neighborhood. You can see behind me a lot of activity as people know there are more lines of severe weather coming. I'm Justin Michaels, live here for you in Shreveport as cleanup is going on and more weather is headed this way.
Tonight's severe storm threat spans several states from Texas all the way up into western parts of Tennessee. More than 16 million people are under some kind of severe weather alerts right now, and more than 88 million face wind alerts. This is a look at the latest warnings that we have out. Most of them are severe thunderstorm. We do have a tornado warning for Bowie, Franklin, Morris, and Red River counties in northeast Texas. Of course, we'll give you the very latest coming up here in just a moment. I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow. We are tracking those tornadoes and potential tornadoes. Of course, also hurricane force straight line wind is a big potential, and also the potential for flash flooding.
And I'm storm specialist Carl Parker. We're already seeing some damage, and we still have hours of severe weather to go. Thank you so much for joining us for our special extended coverage tonight. And we've seen video of tornadoes in both Texas and Louisiana, Jeff.
Yeah, and the damage assessment is underway as new communities brace for the arrival of more severe storms. Now, Carl is on the radar, and he has the very latest, including that tornado warning.
So we're watching a big, long line of thunderstorms now across the Lone Star State, also up into parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So primarily what we're looking at right now is a damaging wind and hail threat. Couple of warnings here east of San Antonio, Bexar County, Guadalupe, Wilson counties under warning. Another warning in effect here for Caldwell, Gonzales, and Lavaca counties. That going until 10:15. Very strong wind, and now coming into Gonzales. Gonzales. In fact, let's take a look at what the radar is showing us right there along Route 183. Look at that. That's a velocity of 76 miles per hour. Now, that's a few thousand feet off the ground, so we may not realize all of that, but some very strong wind aloft there, and so there may be 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour wind at the surface. And Brazos, Burleson, Grimes counties under warning right now for possible damaging wind that's headed towards College Station. Another warning here for Leon, Limestone, and Robertson counties until 9:30. We're watching a couple of bows here, one of those coming through the Hearn area, and then another more vigorous one now approaching the Marquez area right in there. Again, we can look at some of the velocities here to see just how strong that wind is. And there you go. That's a 72 mile per hour wind that is aloft. And so even if we're only getting 80-90% of that, we're still getting easily 60 plus mile per hour wind. Then we go into Anderson, Freestone, and Henderson counties. Another severe warning here. And then into northeast Texas, Morris, Red River, and Titus counties looking at a tornado warning. A couple little notches showing up on the leading edge of these storms here. So I'm just going to track the entire thing forward. And that's going to be coming into Box Elder, into Avery, also into Lydia, and into New Hope as well. Then a lot of heavy rain now in southeast Oklahoma, as well as into western parts of Arkansas. So vigorous upper level system driving this threat. We've got plenty of instability indicated by that yellow and orange and reddish color there. A lot of fuel for these thunderstorms. Very strong wind shear as well in the low levels of the atmosphere. These winds in blue coming out of the south and rapidly of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. And so when we put all that together, we have a model parameter called the tornado potential. And you see where that is greatest right now around the Arklatex, East Texas, and also into Louisiana. And following this, as we go through the night, we expect that the area of greatest potential is going to contract, but will continue to move into Louisiana and also into southern parts of Arkansas. We want to go live now to Franklin County, Texas, and check in with our storm tracker, Charles Peak. Charles, I know you've been trying to get ahead of the line now. Where are you relative to that line?
Yeah, Carl, I am just to the west of Mount Pleasant on I-30 here. And so far staying with the line. We've got that tornado warning just to the north for a kink there that I'll be intercepting that part of the line down the road. So I'll have to pay some close attention to that and pull over if I need to be safe. And we'll just continue to stay with it as long as we can here.
And what kind of wind have you seen so far tonight?
Probably gusting to 70. When I was in Greenville earlier, lots of power flashes. Here right now in the line, I would say it's probably 40 to 50 sustained, and then some gusts a little stronger. You can see sideways blowing rain. The rain is copious at times. A lot of ponding on the roadways, and then needless to say, dealing with the strong winds. A lot of the 18-wheelers are pulling over to the side of the highway when they're in these lines for safety purposes.
And so, what is your plan? Are you going to continue to head east on 30 tonight?
I'm going to continue at Mount Pleasant. It starts going up to a little to the northeast, and so that's where it'll take me into that potentially that part where we've got the tornado warning. So we'll watch that. Needless to say, in a line, you couldn't see the tornado if it was there. So I'll need to give it enough space and make sure that I don't get in a situation that we don't want me to be in.
Yeah, no question about that. Charles, thank you so much as always, and we'll continue to check in with you as we go through the night tonight. We want to talk about some of the larger picture here and how this threat is going to evolve going through the night tonight. The greatest threat for severe weather will extend from northeast Texas into western parts of Arkansas. That's where we're talking about tornadoes, large hail, damaging wind. There you see the damaging wind threat centered on the same areas. And then across that, you've got a threat for 75 plus mile per hour winds. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere overall, and a lot of that wind being injected into these storms. Looking at the Torcon, we've got a 5 out of 10 into parts of Arkansas, as well as northeast Texas, 3 out of 10 a little farther south, and the threat for 1-inch hail also centered on northeast Texas and southeast Louisiana. And there is going to be a threat for 2-inch or larger hail that is greater than golf ball size hail. And on top of all that, heavy rain moving across the same areas, bringing us a flash flood threat as we go through the night tonight, even into tomorrow morning as well. Jeff, over to you.
Hear the tornado sirens blaring in the background there. Strong winds blowing the dust and some debris around. This is from earlier today in Brownwood, Texas, located the central part of the state northwest of Austin. The area is still under a wind advisory until midnight from the National Weather Service. Sustained winds probably hit between 35 and 40 miles an hour with a gust well over 50 in this area. The main line of storms has moved east of the Austin area right now, though. All right, as far as the timing is concerned here, here's our line as depicted on the future radar as of 10 p.m. local time. And again, it will continue its push off toward the east here as we head through the next several hours. There you can see the line by about midnight affecting Little Rock, down through the Shreveport vicinity, and then all the way down to near Houston. Although the future radar is saying that maybe the line weakens along its southern end. That still has to play out, but Houston, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That area moves to the north, and then a couple of other bands of showers and thunderstorms develop as we head through tomorrow morning. There's the main line here that we'll be watching across Mississippi, Alabama, and eventually getting into Georgia as we transition from tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon. So the main area for gusty winds, of course, we talked about the tornado threat, but the straight line winds could be strongest here right in what is known as the Arklatex, or Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, where they come together. That would include Shreveport, Texarkana, even up to near the Little Rock area a little bit later on. And of course, when you get winds 58 to 74 miles an hour, which is right up to hurricane force, you can get a lot of large limbs breaking and a lot of trees pushed over. And then if you up that wind maybe just a little bit more to 75 to 90 miles an hour, widespread tree damage. We've seen some of that already. Roof damage to homes, we've seen that. And weak structures may sustain significant damage. Again, this is from straight line winds, not from possible tornadoes, which we've already had several confirmed here across parts of Texas and, of course, into northwest Louisiana. Well, earlier tonight, a tornado indeed was reported in downtown Shreveport, and you can see the rotation starting in this video. Again, it's a little bit hard to pick out, but if you notice there, the clouds are spinning a bit. You might even be able to see a little bit of debris getting picked up in the air. This was before the so-called condensation funnel was started to form in this area, but we did get some damage in Shreveport. Case in point, the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is in an area right now in Shreveport that did get some damage, and it sounds pretty loud there right now. I said earlier, you said earlier, there was a crane that came in still doing some work, I guess.
Yeah, Jeff, in fact, I'll step out of the way immediately and kind of walk you around what's going on. Alan Gillum behind the lens. Let's take a look at the roof there, Alan. You can see that crane that Jeff was mentioning. This crew is in the South Broadmoor neighborhood trying to get homes prepared for the next lines of storms coming through. We know that we have a line of rain coming not too far from now and long from now, but more concerningly, another line of potentially severe weather. We have a confirmed tornado that came through this neighborhood, doing great damage to several homes and also businesses just a few hundred yards behind these homes. And you can see what that tornado did here in this South Broadmoor, Shreveport, Louisiana neighborhood, ripping the roof off the front of this home, collapsing and caving in the kitchen on the inside of this home, while the people who live here were home. They are fine, their dogs are fine, and in fact, everybody in this neighborhood is fine. And now again, it's a race against the clock. How long do they have before that next line of severe weather comes in? Using that massive crane, but also a small piece of equipment here to pick up this tree debris, because remember, all of this can and likely will turn into projectiles as more straight line winds and, heaven forbid, another tornado comes through this neck of the woods. All of this would be picked up and turned into projectiles going into people's homes, cars, and causing much more damage than has already been caused. So people are preparing right now, and again, it is that race against time. So what's the timeline? Carl will go into much more detail about this, as well as Jeff, but just have the middle of the night as your timeline. Around midnight or 1 o'clock, The next line of severe weather coming through with the potential for damaging straight line winds, tornadic activity. Could there be hail? Could there be those strong winds Jeff was talking about, hurricane force winds coming through? That is the expectation around the middle part of this night. And that means people need to be prepared. NOAA weather radios, if you have them, Jeff, need to be turned on, charged, ready to go. Cell phones charged. Make sure every member of people's homes know the plan. Where do you go? Where will we meet if the tornado warning goes off again? People need to be prepared tonight, Jeff, and you have to believe, especially after this tornado came through here, it's going to be a restless, sleepless night in Shreveport, Louisiana. Jeff, into you.
Yeah, no doubt, Justin. Wow, that is quite an operation they have going on there, and done very, very quickly as well. Thank you very much, Justin. Of course, we'll be getting back to Justin as they continue to clean up there. And as he mentioned, more is on the way. So what is the future of this line going forward?
Well, you know, it's going to be another busy day tomorrow across a lot of the South and the Mid-South. We're actually going to get some storms in Atlanta in the afternoon, rather unusually. A lot of times lines come through in Georgia in the middle of the night. And here is the area of concern for tomorrow. The greatest threat is likely going to be in central Tennessee from Nashville up into parts of Kentucky, into Louisville, and also into Lexington as well, but a much larger area of potential damaging wind and also possibly some tornadoes. And here is a look at how it's going to be tomorrow afternoon. There you see we've got some instability out ahead of that front that is coming through. We're going to see some very strong winds in the low levels and the mid levels of the atmosphere, supporting more organized storm structures and possibly tornadoes. And so on our Torcon, we've got a 3 out of 10, and that encompasses areas of Alabama, Georgia, also into Tennessee and into Kentucky. The wind threat is going to be at its greatest in those areas in Tennessee and also in Kentucky. I want to show you the model forecast. Notice here the structure of these storms in Mississippi tomorrow morning. Seeing some individual supercell storms even tomorrow morning, so make sure you've got a way to be notified of that. Seeing some more vigorous storms coming up into Nashville through the middle of the day, then into the afternoon. Storms moving through the Atlanta area. Still a lot going on in Tennessee and into parts of Kentucky, and then even some additional storms around the 85 corridor and points farther east going into tomorrow evening. Jeff, over to you.
All right. Well, another threat that we're seeing from these storms is flooding. We've already seen some of that in parts of Texas, like here in Valley View, and we could see more scenes like this as we head through the overnight hours tonight and right into the upcoming weekend as these storms continue to dump a lot of locally heavy rain. All right, well, let's take a look at the flood watches, and they extend all the way here from Oklahoma, East Oklahoma, through Arkansas, and right on up into the Ohio Valley. There are a lot of flood warnings coming out right now, also in southeast Oklahoma, and particularly into Arkansas. This is how much rain has fallen just in the last 24 hours. A lot fell here in northern Mississippi and Alabama. Now we're getting that rain from Oklahoma right on over into Arkansas. Again, that heaviest rain will continue to move north. And I want to draw your attention up here to the north. Yeah, Chicago, Detroit, you could be getting into some snow. We'll talk more about that coming up. But again, watch out for the heavy rain.
Hey, take a look at me now. Watch me standing out like a diamond in the crowd. Dance like nobody's around. 'Cause I got my own style. Take a look at me now.
The car that says so much.
Just watch me stay.
Introducing the Toyota Crown. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm no eco-warrior, but I just made us 3 delicious Morningstar Farm spicy black bean burgers, saving gallons of water for the planet. Still counts.
Foot job! With Morningstar Farms.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Are we still on for 3?
I'm on phone.
When your team needs more space to work and eat.
Carl, is that mackerel?
No, it's trout.
It matters where you stay.
Fish tacos?
Carl.
Hilton for the stay.
Hot corners. I know just the guy to talk to.
What are these?
Say
their name. Pop Corners! Take! Yeah!
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
It's the Carl's Jr. and Hardee's Happy Star. And the famous Star Burger. And the Superstar Burger. So many stars. My Rewards members get exclusive offers on the Carl's Jr. and Hardee's app.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside, and it helps prevent streaks and haze. WetJet, get $10 off for a limited time.
Look at you looking for the good stuff. 2 full servings of veggies and an excellent source of vitamins. And a whole lot of flavor, all before lunchtime. Find veggies, find a better start. Find it in V8.
NexGard is the #1 vet-recommended flea and tick protection. It protects for a full 30 days, prevents the infection that causes Lyme disease, and is safe to start protecting puppies as early as 8 weeks. But your vet doesn't just prescribe it to her patients. She trusts NexGard to protect her own dog. And she knows its delicious beef flavor makes it #1 with dogs. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your vet about NexGard and why it's #1 with pretty much everyone.
Recipe here for things that go way wrong. Way too easy.
Heavy Rescue 401, new season premieres Sunday, March 12th, only on the Weather Channel.
Flaky empanadas made in 3 easy steps. Open, fill, bake. Trust yourself. You're using Goya. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
Had enough?
No, arthritis.
Here, Aspirin Arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspirin. Award-winning Goya beans. Whole. Plump. Smooth. Trust yourself. You're using Goya. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 44 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 34, winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45, chance of rain 40%. Friday night, windy with periods of rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Highway Through Hell is back with an all-new season.
It is really an apocalyptic event.
Watch Jamie and crew do what they do best.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension on that bad boy.
More excitement.
Oh, brutal. That's pretty exciting.
More close calls.
Oh.
Don't miss the all-new season of Highway Through Hell. Sunday night, only on the Weather Channel.
New video coming out of Weatherford, Texas. Storm trackers getting caught up in some strong winds and giving them the cardinal dermabrasion there. You know, that's one thing about chasing that's really tricky is you obviously don't want to ruin your car unless you can afford to have a car that you can ruin. which, there are some chasers that actually do have a designated chase car, but that is always a risk between hail and debris and any number of other things. It's always tough to get out there in the middle of those storms. Well, we want to show you where the worst of the weather is right now. We're watching a big long line of storms in the Lone Star State primarily. No tornado warnings at this hour. Right now we've got Fayette, Gonzales, Lavaca counties under warning for damaging wind. You can see a pretty strong area of wind now coming up towards 90 in Schulenburg in that 77 corridor, that bright yellow indicating where there could be winds of 60 plus miles per hour. College Station also under warning right now, Brazos, Burleson, and Grimes counties. Then to the north of that, Freestone and Leon counties under warning for damaging wind. Again, seeing some pretty strong wind showing up there now coming into the Interstate 45 corridor right around Buffalo and Centerville, easily 60 plus miles per hour. Then in the northeast part of the state, Camp Upshur and Wood counties under warning until 9:45. And then another warning here across the Red River, Bowie and McCurtain and Red River counties under warning until 10 p.m. And heads up there in Texarkana, all this weather is coming your way and it's going to continue to move east. And then just a lot of rain up into southeast Arkansas southeast Oklahoma, as well as western parts of Arkansas. That's where we've got a number of flash flood warnings now in effect. And so we do expect that it's probably going to be a pretty long night, a very vigorous system coming through. And when we look at the model forecast going forward, we expect that these storms will continue to light up the radars from Little Rock into East Texas and into the Piney Woods there, Shreveport as well. That's midnight tonight. We'll see more activity into the overnight hours as well. Could be some additional strong storms, supercell storms in Louisiana and Arkansas. And then even into tomorrow morning, you see that structure there showing up in parts of Mississippi. Could be some supercell storms there and then lifting up into Tennessee as we go through the middle of the day tomorrow. Jeff, over to you.
Hey guys, I'm going to do a little bit of an audible here. I mean, we're going to show you the Little Rock, Arkansas tower cam here right now. Again, it is raining here. There are some flood warnings just to the west of Little Rock, actually. Nothing in the city yet, but some heavy rains coming in and potentially some severe weather. But the audible I wanted to call, I saw Charles Peak's shot. Is there a way we can we take Charles's shot? Because it was pretty impressive there. Yeah, check this out. He is right in the middle of this in Titus County in northeast Texas. Wow, that is coming down here, folks, and the wind's blowing sideways. Those are the kinds of conditions you can expect as this line of storms pulls on through that Carl was just describing, some lightning flashes in there as well. All right, let's go back up to Little Rock. Wanted to show you the Torcon index here. Again, a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. So we're right in the middle there. Again, no immediate threat, but as some of these storms start to come up from the south and southwest, we do have the potential of some isolated tornadoes in this area. Also, just straight line winds like Charles was just reporting from, or you saw there on that live shot that we were just showing you. But around the Little Rock area, it's likely we're going to get wind gusts maybe 40 or 50 or even 60 miles an hour. South from there could even be a little bit stronger. So you have some rain around the Little Rock area right now. But again, the bulk of the heaviest rain and some of the gustiest winds will come through around the midnight hour or so, we think, to about 1 o'clock. And then that rolls east, but we're not quite done yet. When the whole upper level low pulls over, it could bring a couple more bands of heavier rain. So flooding could be a huge concern in this area. Let's head on down to Shreveport now. We have a tower cam shot here as well. We've been getting live reports there from Justin. And again, we're kind of in between storms here at the present time. 75 degrees. Boy, there's plenty of low-level moisture available for this line of storms. And once again, it's going to be coming in probably around the midnight hour, maybe, I don't know, an hour either side of that. I would say most likely around midnight to maybe 12:30 or so. Again, we're talking about a Torcon here of 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. And again, a very strong likelihood that we're going to get some very gusty straight line winds. And as we've seen, they've already had a confirmed tornado there in Shreveport. And as we put the radar in motion, here comes that line again around midnight, moving right through the area. But we're not done here yet. more heavy weather could be coming through during the wee hours of the morning and not being over till maybe the sun comes up tomorrow morning. And our last stop is going to take us on up to the Memphis area. Now here, we're going to have to wait till after midnight. Right now, nothing of consequence occurring right around the immediate Memphis vicinity. Torque on here again, a 5. We're going to have it right on the border between about 3, 4, or 5 right in Memphis. But again, you could be getting some strong storms here. Looks like the line will come through a little bit later here after midnight by about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And the heavy weather could continue right past dawn.
The Subaru Crosstrek. Dog tested, dog approved. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and wash your floors at the same time. Dry messes, wet messes. It even freshens area rugs.
And when you buy Bissell, you help save homeless pets.
To learn more, go to BissellCrosswave.com.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief.
When you see Wendy's Square Hamburger, you know you're getting the best. Guess who else knows that? Reggie Miller.
I got 5 burgers coming up. Heard ya. Hamburgers, Willie. Hamburgers. Hamburgers, Willie. No? Okay.
When you want a hamburger worth celebrating,
where's the beef? I'm going big. We're bringing big back. It's bigger, cheesier. The Big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. Big pizza, bigger deal. Y'all hungry? Better be hungry.
Superheroes run our small businesses, and MasterCard tools help extend their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless.
You're in a hurry.
I'm off to America's Best. I heard what you said about not overpaying for glasses.
2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $79.95.
The exam alone is worth
$59.
I mean, people deserve breaks, right?
Yeah, breaks. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
I'm your glitchy Wi-Fi, and I've decided, well, if you're on vacation, I am too. Which means your smart home isn't so smart.
Sprinkler on.
And now I'm sending mixed signals to your garage. But if you haven't bundled your home in auto coverage, trying to unpack this isn't going to be too much fun. Hey, check the router. So get Allstate. Be better protected from mayhem while saving up to 25% when you bundle home and auto.
My name is Tanya. I am 42. As a mother of 9 kids, I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take no time for myself. My kids are sports kids. We're always running from one activity to another. I'm still Tanya, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And this is the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Well, I want to take you live now to Titus County in Texas. This is from our storm tracker, Charles Peak, and we're going to check in with him coming up in a little bit. He's been trying to stay ahead of this very fast-moving line of storms, producing primarily now a damaging wind threat, but there is going to be a tornado threat as we go through the next several hours here in the parts of East Texas, as well as Louisiana and also in Arkansas. So let's go through some of the warnings for you right now, starting off in the Hill Country. country. This is well east of San Antonio. Fayette and Lavaca counties under warning here. Looking at some strong wind coming into the Schulenburg area. You see that bright yellow coloring right there. Then farther north, storms have settled a bit as they've been moving into College Station, but we do have some warnings up into the Houston, Madison, Trinity County area here. Again, strong winds showing up on the radar just a little east of Centerville and coming down Route 79. Then farther north, Camp Upshur and Wood counties under warning until 9:45. Also a warning here in effect for Bowie, McCurtain, and Red River counties. Tornado possible tag. And in fact, I wanted to take a look at the velocity data so you can kind of see they've got this tornado possible tag. And, you know, you've got some rotation in each of these areas where you see just a little bit of lighter color and darker color right in there. These are all areas where there's a little bit of rotation. It's just a matter of whether or not in any one of those cases it tightens up enough to the point where it triggers a tornado warning. But there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere is the point. And so we've got a lot of rotation that's already occurring in these storms. A lot of flash flood warnings now, southeast Oklahoma and Arkansas, and quite a light show from Mena and up towards that I-40 corridor as well. And reports of damage are coming in Shreveport after a tornado struck earlier tonight. Our national correspondent Justin Michaels is on the ground there right now. And Justin, I know it's pretty noisy there as they've gotten out very quickly and already started to pick those trees up.
Well, Carl, I know you are tracking this very closely. This is a race against time right now. Remember, we have another intense line of storms coming through right about midnight. And because of that, people really know the time is of the essence. So you can see behind me, this is a State Farm insurance agency that, well, it's a good thing they're an insurance agency because they got hit by a tornado tonight. And this is a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service confirming that. Of course, they'll be in over the next several days to do their assessments. But of course, also take a look at just how much damage there is to this building. And as Alan Gillum behind the lens follows me around, what this is a laundromat. And yes, it was filled with people doing laundry when the tornado came through. You can see the side wall back there blown in, and on what you can't see from this angle is a lot of the equipment, washers, dryers, are on the other side of that wall, toppled over, people's clothes still inside. And we know that because we spoke with a woman earlier tonight who was in the laundromat when the tornado was approaching. They heard it. They knew they had to get out. She and her children jumped into their car, which is now under the sign of this laundromat. They were in that car when the sign fell on their car. Remarkable what people survived through tonight. The good news is that mom and her two children are completely fine. They lived through that and are fine. Maybe, a little rattled, but they're fine. Looking back over also at the Valero gas station, that building and that structure is in bad shape. You can see the crews out working right now, trying to shore a lot of this up. Because again, the concern is a race against the clock. What do we have coming to us around midnight? Could it be another line of straight line winds? We're talking hurricane force winds coming in a big burst, blowing down anything in their way. Could it be another tornado? Could it be hail? Any number of issues could present there around midnight, but all we do know right now, because there's no way to know what is coming at us except for the fact that a very strong line of weather is coming in this direction again. Another line of severe weather is likely. And Carl, that is a great concern to so many people. So Carl, is that timing accurate? Are we still thinking around the midnight hour, the next line coming through?
Well, I tell you, it might even be sooner than that, to be honest with you. It's not all that far away. But, Justin, I wanted to ask you, where were you when this tornado came through? Were you approaching Shreveport when it came through?
No, we were actually in Shreveport, right over along the banks of the Red River. We were actually in Bossier City, which is directly across the river from Shreveport, Carl, as you well know. But for our folks tuning in who may not know the topography around here and the geography, it's right across from each other. So we were there. We were in the tornado-warned storm. We moved back towards our hotel to be able to take cover. And that's when we started seeing reports that this had actually happened here in the South Broadmoor neighborhood of Shreveport, Carl.
Oh, wow. Just a really scary afternoon there in Shreveport. Justin, thank you so much. And we're going to continue to follow the storms as they approach Shreveport and also southern parts of Arkansas. Much more and all that coming up in a few minutes.
You better get Go anywhere, do anything in the wildly capable electrified Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Wrangler 4xe. Found it.
MS tries to stop me.
MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus.
That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
I'm no eco-warrior, but I just made us 3 delicious Morningstar Farm spicy black bean burgers, saving gallons of water for the planet. Still counts.
Foot job! With Morningstar Farms.
Ring ding 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 a ding.
Khalees, ring a ding ding. Ring a ding.
You foxes talking about me?
No, it's just Uber One stuff. Yeah, you get 10% off orders.
Ring a ding.
Ring a ding ding, Khalees.
Fuck's sake!
Not that into saving, are you?
Whoa, dude.
Money. Because you pay too much for those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Isn't that your car? That could have been bad.
Dude. I can't believe this is how you kids talk to your friends. This is talking. Did you have a nice day? Look at the size of these butterfly shrimp. Ginormous. Butterfly shrimp? What? Now she's talking.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for free, plus 50% off Pixel Buds Pro.
All right, we want to show you some video of storm damage in Little Elm, Texas, just north of the Dallas area. This was from earlier as the line of thunderstorms pulled through here. Now, it looked like there were some tornadoes in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, whether that damage was directly related to those tornadoes or was it straight line winds. Regardless, you can see it was pretty significant damage here as a roof came off this building, and we'll probably get more reports as we head through the overnight and on into the day tomorrow as people can get out and assess. All right, let's take a look at where the severe weather watches are right now. The red that you're seeing here from northeast Texas up into Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, those are tornado watches. The western extend here into Texas until 10 and on up into Arkansas and northwest Louisiana until midnight. To the south of that, there are still some severe thunderstorm watches. That does include the Houston area as well. And for some reason, I am not there, it goes. It took a little bit of time to advance, but we wanted to show you the power outages here because look how they rocketed up here as the line moved on through. We're talking about over 310,000 customers without power right now, mainly clustered around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and on up toward the McKinney area as well. Again, that was as the line pulled through. Dallas, you just have some residual light rain left over there right now. Winds are still a little bit gusty, but your severe weather weather threat really is along this squall line as it moves across Texas and now approaching northwest Louisiana and parts of western Arkansas. On the extreme southern end of the line, Fayette and Lavaca counties until 10:15, severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit farther north, Houston, Madison and Trinity counties, radar indicating some very strong winds here, moving over toward the Crockett, Texas area. Then a bit farther to the north, Smith, Upshur and Wood counties, and then just east of there, Cass, Harrison, and Marion counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 here as this line continues its movement off toward the east, toward Texarkana, and eventually toward the Shreveport and Bossier City vicinity. And then a little bit farther north, right along the Oklahoma and Louisiana, or I should say the Arkansas and Texas border, Little River, McCurtain, and Sevier counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. But notice that is tagged with a possible tornado there, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And then we have a lot of flood warnings out here from East Oklahoma, and particularly now a whole line of them here, all the way from near Conway back toward the Oklahoma border, Logan, Scott County, just a couple of the counties that are under these flash flood warnings right now, and much more rain on the way. So flooding could become a big issue, Carl, as we head through the overnight tonight.
And it's been a really tough day today across a lot of the Lone Star State. We have some video to show you right now from the north central part of the state, Brownwood, Texas. Strong winds and blowing debris and dust around this area under a wind advisory from the National Weather Service until midnight local time. Winds could gust as high as 50 miles per hour. And check out the hailstorm in Collinsville. It's hard to tell, but the person who submitted this footage says that kids were up the street, stuck inside a school bus, where the sound of hail pounding on the top of the bus was terrifying. And I imagine it would be. Everyone was allowed off the bus. No one was hurt after the storm subsided. But, you know, when you're in the middle of a big hailstorm like that, it is a very loud sound. And I also want to show you some of the aftermath here from Ottawa County in Oklahoma. Hail actually covering the ground there, an almost winter-like scene. And this is something that we've seen quite a bit of through the afternoon and evening here, accumulating hail in parts of Texas and Oklahoma. And I want to show you some of the storm reports from the day today. We had a whole slew of reports of strong winds, 60+ mile per hour wind and hail from around the San Antonio area. Then up into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, winds gusting to 76 miles per hour in Highland Park, gusting to 80 miles per hour in Blue Mound. When you get up to that level of wind, that's when you start talking about seeing some damage that can be tornado-like. We actually did have a tornado reported in the Picton area, northeast part of the state, Mount Vernon as well, possible tornado there. And then, of course, the tornado in Shreveport. Justin Michaels has been reporting on that through the night tonight. And we want to go out to Charles Peak right now. He's been following this line of storms, and he is now in Morris County in Texas. And Charles, what can you tell us about the character of the storms? Are you seeing any change in the intensity relative to what you saw earlier this evening?
Carl, they're staying about the same as they push to the east. You've got strong winds, heavy rain. At times, you'll have some small hail embedded in it, but you've got enough of the heavy rain that there's ponding on the roads and exit ramps and stuff. And so still a dangerous situation out here, but it looks like the tornado warnings, all of them in this particular area, have dropped on it, but it doesn't take one scan to have a kink in that line pop back up. You know, that's the most dangerous part about these embedded tornadoes in these lines. In many cases, there's very little warning for them, or in some cases, you know, the tornado hits before warning's even out there on it.
And so tell us, you know, what is your setup as you're driving along? Do you have radar up basically when you're driving along there?
I've got radar in my vehicle, GPS built into it, so I can see where I'm at relative to the storm. You know, I've got all-terrain vehicles, you know, a high clearance vehicle that's heavy. I've got lights built on it. So a situation that, you know, I can handle that. But I do have damage to my vehicle, Carl, so it's one that's only for this.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, Charles. Thank you, as always, for being out there and giving us some eyes on the ground. And we're going to continue our coverage of these storms as they roll across into the Arklatex tonight.
This all-new Aria is an elegant EV.
Yeah, with 389 horsepower. And all-wheel drive.
It's beautiful.
It's a beast.
It's electric.
With an edge.
Oh, let's go with that.
I'm Fernando, live outside of Boston. I've been with Consumer Cellular for 5 years. Consumer Cellular gives you all the same features that these big companies give you. What you get for the cost is remarkable. Why would you pay more money?
Why would you pay more when you can get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month?
I think they should raise their prices.
Sorry, Fernando. Our prices are staying low. So switch today and save. Call or go online.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile and how others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with dental implants, and they can change yours too. Because a Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Hi, Mom. Kelly, Rita, and I just went on our Carnival cruise. Hey, look, that's me there in the middle. And we just really found ourselves, you know? I got over my fear of bubbles. Rita took some time to reflect. We tried new things and new foods. Kelly's thinking about getting piano lessons. And I'm getting really good at golf. Anyways, next year we should all go together.
Get more from your Spectrum TV service with on-demand programming. Action, comedy, docs, drama, romance, reality, sci-fi. Spectrum On Demand has it all. Access more than 80,000 shows, movies, and more anytime. It's easy to search by genre, network, new movies, and top shows, so you can find exactly what you want when you want. There's always something good to watch on demand. SpectrumTV.com.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you.
And Allegra Hives works from the inside to relieve itching and reduce hives for 24 hours.
For skin as alive as you are, don't settle for silver. Harness the power of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins to smooth, heal, and moisturize your dry skin. Gold Bond. Champion your skin.
Impacts your life.
Your family, your friends, your day, and your week ahead.
The Weather Channel is the leader in weather coverage.
From hurricanes to tornadoes, blizzards to wildfires.
Watch America's first choice for weather, America's Morning Headquarters.
Every morning on the Weather Channel.
A coastal flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds, low 34. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Friday, afternoon showers, high 45. Chance of rain 40%. Friday night, windy with periods of rain, low 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You're watching the Weather Channel's continued extensive coverage of what's happening here in the South. A severe weather outbreak that has brought a confirmed tornado here to Shreveport, Louisiana. Good evening. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you tonight in Shreveport. This is the South Broadmoor neighborhood in Shreveport. It is not just businesses like you see behind me, but also homes. And in fact, homes were badly damaged and also the businesses here. If you're just tuning in, I wanted to give you a lay of the land of what we're experiencing here and maybe put in your mind's eye what people lived through tonight. This is a laundromat, and if we walked in there right now, there are washers and dryers with people's clothes still in them. People ran for their lives, terrified for their lives as the tornado came through. Some of those people, a mother and 2 children, one in a car carrier. The mom was in there. We spoke with her earlier tonight. She did not want to go on camera. She was very shaken up for obvious reasons. They were in here doing laundry. They knew a tornado was coming. They got the warnings. They heard the warnings. They knew that they had to do something. A mom and a gut instinct said, we have to get out of this building. What they did was run to their car, which is this Ford Flex right here. After they got in their car, the front of the building and the sign fell on the car. Now, the best news I can give you tonight is no injuries, and that includes that mom and her 2 children. They are fine. Certainly shaken up, certainly a sleepless night for them, but a mother and 2 children surviving this tornado coming through Shreveport, Louisiana tonight. Now, the big concern, and you can see beyond that car, look at the rooftop as work crews begin to put tarps down. You might think to yourself, Justin, what are they doing? It's late at night. Why don't they wait until tomorrow? Well, what they're doing is trying to race the clock because we know we have more severe weather coming in this direction. Jeff and Carl this hour will give you the detailed outline of when we forecast that to happen, but it is a race against the clock because in the next few hours, another very intense line of storms is coming through. Could it pack more tornadoes, Carl? Could it pack straight line winds that are going to bring hurricane force winds? Certainly possible. Hail, certainly possible. Carl, I know you're tracking all the science and the meteorology behind this and trying to give people a fighting chance to give them the timeline of what they might be able to expect here in Shreveport. So, Carl, looking at all the data you have and your extensive expertise in this, what do you see? If people are watching now saying, Weather Channel, when are we going to have to deal with this again? What say you, Carl Parker?
Well, I was tracking this line of storms, and it looks like it's probably going to be coming in somewhere around, another hour or so. It appears it's going to be about an hour away. But, Justin, going back to what you were saying earlier, and, absolutely no judgment whatsoever in this comment with respect to the woman and her daughter, because, who knows what any of us would do when we're really, really scared. But I just want to take this opportunity to suggest that generally a car is not a safe place. Now, that's hard because when you're in a bigger building like that with a lot of wall space, it might be hard to get to an interior room, but maybe there's a chance to get into a bathroom or something like that might be a better option. But cars are tough because cars can easily be flipped, and they're vulnerable because of the windows as well.
Yeah, I have to wonder, Carl, I think a mother's gut instinct is to immediately protect her children, and a father's is that to that point as well. Who knows what might have been going through her head. And I have to tell you, she was very shaken up, and for obvious reasons, Carl, because not only did they escape the building, and where they were standing in the building, the wall had collapsed. If she would have been standing where she was, she would have been under massive pieces of equipment like washers and dryers, industrial size, and also building masonry from the outside of the building. On the other side, the whole side of the building's caved in. But then, Carl, she gets out with her kids and gets in their car just beyond this minivan where the windows blew out, and then the front of the building falls in her car. So to your point, Carl, is it the safest place to be? No. But it certainly could have ended very differently for this mother and her 2 children, and we're grateful. I have to tell you, we were grateful to talk with them today, and even the little daughter, she was standing there, she was all bundled up in a blanket, but she smiled when we talked to her. So, the mom is certainly more shaken up than the kids are, and the mom will probably remember this for the rest of her life when those instincts kicked in, and I guess those instincts decided to bring her out to the car. But to your point, Carl, that is probably one of the least safe places to be. But what would we all do in that scenario when you're trying to protect your kids? I couldn't begin to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because we talk about getting into a small interior room, which you have in a home. Obviously, you've got a bathroom or whatever else. But when you're in a larger building like that, a larger structure, it might be more difficult to get to a small interior room. And you've got all that large wall space around you, and those large walls just that much more easily take in that force from that wind and can come down. So yeah, that's just a hard situation all the way around, and a heart going out to that woman and her children. Justin, thank you so much. We want to show you what's going on the radar right now. We can at least report to you that there are no tornado warnings right now. We are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings coming into East Texas and also the northeast part of the state. Houston, Madison, Trinity counties under warning until 10:15. Seeing some strong wind coming towards Grapeland and Crockett right now, and then into the northeast part of the state. Couple of warnings here. Gregg, Morris, and Upshur counties under warning until 10:15, and now a warning for Texarkana, Howard, Little River, and Sevier counties under warning until 10:45. Tornado possible tag. We are seeing some little areas of